والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam 101.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Walhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome to Islam 101, a program in which we're going to do our best to give a clear and concise understanding and explanation about the basics of the religion of Al-Islam, its tenets, its beliefs, its practices. I'm your host, Abu Usamah Adh Dhahabi, and I welcome all of you from our respected viewers as well as our guests. Today we're going to deal with an extremely important hadith from the hadith of Rasulullah Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And this word that you hear, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, it is simply me sending the peace and the praises upon our prophet and our messenger, as we do for all of the prophets and messengers in Al-Islam. So we're going to use some Islamic terms, and I'll do my best when I use the Arabic terms to translate them. But if I forget, I hope, from the context of what I'm saying, all of you would understand what is implied. Concerning today's topic, we're going to deal with an authentic hadith that's been collected by Imam Muslim, and we'll explain in the future, inshallah, God willing, what is it, the hadith, and the role that the hadith plays in Al-Islam. This is the hadith that's been narrated by that illustrious companion, that tremendous personality in Al-Islam, that individual who every single Muslim man, woman, and child owes a great deal of gratitude to for the role that he has played in the history of our religion. And that is none other than Abu Hafs, Umar ibn al-Khattab al-Faruq, radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. Umar said that one day he was sitting in the presence of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and the peace and blessings of Allah be upon our prophet and messenger, when out of nowhere there appeared a man. The man, his hair was exceedingly black, his clothes were exceedingly white, and no one could detect upon him the fact that he was a traveler. Umar said, even though this was the case, no one from amongst us knew him. If he was from Medina, then someone should have known him. If he was from the city where the companions were living, then someone should have known him. Since no one knew him, it would suggest that he was a traveler. Well, if he was a traveler, at least they should have seen on him the effects of traveling. You would think that his hair would have been disheveled, his clothes would have been dirty. He was wearing a white clothes. So it was strange, the fact that the man appeared in this situation. So it caused everyone to look at him and to take stock of his situation. So what did he do? The man got close to the Prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, and he sat down on his knees. He put his knees to the knees of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which goes to show the humility of Prophet Muhammad. There are many people who are in positions of authority. The mudir, a person who's in a position, he's a president, he's the leader of a company, leader of a tribe. They don't want people to get close to him. But Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam allowed a perfect stranger to come and put his knees close to the knees of the last messenger and prophet. So that is a lesson for every Muslim to show us. None of us are better than Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we have to make a conscious effort to be people who are humble. That's one of the benefits of this hadith. So the man put his knees to the knees of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and took the palms of his hands and placed the palms of his hands on the thighs of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he said, Ya Muhammad. He called him by his name, his first name. And everyone knows, as Muslims, we have been taught in our religion to respect people of authority and people of position. Even Allah said in the Quran, لا تجعلوا دعاء الرسول بينكم كالدعاء بعضكم بعضا. Don't call Rasulullah the way you call each other. I call you, Ya Ilman, Ya Muhammad, Ya Abdullah. We don't call Rasulullah like that. We say, Ya Rasulullah, Ya Nabi Allah. That's how we address people of position. But this man said, Ya Muhammad, tell me, what is Al-Islam? You are the representative of this religion. What you say is the religion. Not what someone else says or what someone else does. What you say is the religion. So what is Al-Islam? The Prophet ﷺ, he said, Al-Islam is that you bear witness that there is no God worthy of worship except Allah. He did not say, bear witness that there's no God but Allah. So we have to take this opportunity out to stress this point. It is a wrong and incorrect and improper translation to say La ilaha illallah means there's no God but Allah. No. La ilaha illallah means there is no God worthy of worship but Allah. Jesus is a God to some people. Money is a God to other people. A woman may love her husband so much that she takes him as a God. Power is a God. So La ilaha illallah means there's no God worthy of worship but Allah. So he said Al-Islam is that you should bear witness there's no God worthy of worship but Allah, and that you establish the 5 prayers every day, and that you give the zakat, the poor do, and that you fast in the blessed month of Ramadan, which is the 9th month in the Islamic lunar calendar. And number 5, that you make the sojourn and the pilgrimage to Mecca for the Hajj. The questioner said, you have spoken the truth and you got it right. Umar radiallahu anhu, the narrator of the hadith, he said, we found it strange that the man would ask a question and then he would say to Rasulullah, you got it right. One of the benefits of this, Rasulullah being told by Jibril, you got it right. One of the benefits of that is that if you are a parent, a mother or a father, and you find that your child, he does something good, you're a teacher in the university, in high school, grammar school, if the student gets it right, it is highly recommended that you praise him and you say to him, you've gotten it right, because it will increase the desire in that student to be a good student. He said, you got it right. Now tell me, what is Al-Iman? Ya Muhammad, tell me, explain to me. You're the representative of Al-Islam. You're the one, the Nabi, the Rasul, the Prophet, the Messenger, the representative of the religion. What is Al-Iman? Prophet Muhammad, peace of Allah be upon him, he said, Al-Islam is, or Al-Iman, faith is that you believe in Allah, and that you believe in all of the angels, and that you believe in the books that were revealed by Allah, and you believe in the prophets and the messengers that those books were revealed upon, and that you also believe in the last day, Yawm al-Qiyamah, that Allah has created us as human beings, and everyone is going to taste death, and then there's going to be a final day in which you're going to be asked and questioned, why did you do this, and why didn't you do that? You have to believe in that. And number 6, that you have to believe in the Qadr. And the Qadr is the divine decree, that everything has been predestined and preordained before it even happened. The questioner said, you had it right. You answered correctly. Now tell me, Ya Muhammad, what is Al-Ihsan? Who is the Muhsin? What is Al-Ihsan? Perfection. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, Al-Ihsan is that you worship Allah as if you see him. And even though you don't see him, know for a surety that Allah sees you. He said, you got it right. Now I have another question. Can you inform me, when is the hour, when is the Sa'ah? Yawm al-Qiyamah, the last day. When is it going to be established? Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, another sign of his humility. He would not answer a question that he doesn't know the answer to, even though he is Rasulullah and the Khatam al-Anbiya wa Rasul. He is the last prophet and the last messenger. But if he didn't know, he would tell people he didn't know. Because only Allah knows everything. No angel, no prophet, no human being, no imam, no intelligent man, no scholar knows everything. Only Allah. So when he was asked that question, when is the hour, the last day? He said, the one who was being questioned, meaning me, Muhammad, knows just as much as the one who was doing the questioning. You know just as much. You know just as much. The people in our listening audience, they know just as much as to the answer of this question than Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. All of us are equal in this issue. No one knows but Allah. So the questioner, he wanted to know. He said, well, since you don't know, tell me, what are some of the signs of the last day? Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said in this particular hadith, some of the signs is that you will see the slave girl giving birth to her mistress, to her master. And you'll also see the barefooted, naked Arabs competing with each other to erect lofty structures. Whenever you see in the world that the Arabs, who are a group of people who live in the Badia, they live out in the desert. That is the natural terrain of the Arabs. It has been this case for centuries. When you see them start to build up their cities and they create metropolitan areas and they have big, high erected buildings, then know for a surety that the hour is close. And then the man who asked the question, he got up and he left. Umar, the narrator of the hadith, he said, I remained sitting with Rasulullah for some time. And then Rasulullah said to me, Ya Umar, do you know who the questioner was? Umar said, Allah and His Messenger know best. Another example. Where did Umar get that from? Umar was trained by Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Umar was in the presence of Rasulullah when he was asked, tell us about the ruh, about the spirit. Tell us about Yawmul Qiyamah. Tell us about this. Tell us about that. And he saw when Rasulullah didn't know, Rasulullah would always say, Allahu A'lam. Allah knows best. Allah knows best. The one who's being questioned knows just as much as the one who's doing the question. So that's the tarbiyah of Rasulullah to Umar radiallahu anhu. So it was only natural for Umar when Rasulullah asked him a question that he didn't know the answer to, that he said, Allah and His Messenger knows best. I don't know who that man was. Rasulullah said, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, innahu Jibril, ata liyu'allimukum amra dinikum. That was Jibril. He came to teach you people your religion. That's the hadith that we're going to deal with today. And before even getting into the explanation of this hadith, brothers and sisters, respected viewers, it is pertinent that we take this time out just to mention a few things concerning the beginning of the statements of Umar radiallahu anhu. May Allah be pleased with Umar and the rest of the companions. The first thing that I want to draw your attention to is how Umar described the physical attributes of the questioner, Jibril, when he came. Jibril is, in al-Islam, an archangel. He's an archangel. This is our guest, Nick, who's a non-Muslim. And we want Nick, just as we want the other people in the viewer audience, to understand clearly what al-Islam is and what al-Islam isn't. Jibril is one of the main and most important angels in the religion of al-Islam. He was mentioned in the Injil, in the Bible, and he was mentioned in the Torah, and the Torah of the Jewish faith. So he was the one, Gabriel, Jibril. He was the one who came, and they have the ability to take on the form of human beings, as this is the case. But normally, the angels, they are a creation, that they're made from light. They have wings. They have power. They have different abilities. They don't disobey Allah. Whatever they're commanded to do, they do it. And we do not believe as Muslims in the concept of a fallen angel. We're going to take a break right now, and then we'll come back and we'll pick up from this point about the angels, and then we'll explain the rest of the hadith, and we ask Allah to make it easy for us and to make it easy for you.
Islam 101. Islam 101.
Bismillah, welcome back, and we ask Allah to make it an awda that's mubarakah, a blessed return. As we were mentioned before we took our break, concerning the angels in Islam, we believe, as the Quran tells us, that the angels do not have the ability or the capacity to disobey Allah. They do what they are ordered to do. And there are different angels and they have different functions. We all have angels who are recording our good deeds and our bad deeds. As Allah said in the Quran, مَا يَلْفِظُ مِنْ قَوْلٍ إِلَّا لَدَيْهِ رَقِيبٌ عَتِيدٌ. The human being does not utter a single word, except over him are two angels who are writing the good and the bad. There are the angels who will come to each and every individual in the grave. That is called Munkar and Nakir. They will come and they'll question you. What do you have to say about that man who came to you? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. They will come and they will ask you, what is your religion? Who do you believe in? So everyone would have to answer. The point is, Jibril in this hadith, he is an angel. As we all understand, and we should understand that, but the angels have different functions and different abilities. And one of the abilities is they can take on the form of human beings. He came in a particular way to teach us a lesson. In the religion of Islam, the Muslim is an individual who is representing his family. He's representing his religion. He's representing his community. He has a distinct and a unique personality. So when he comes in the public eye, he should take that into consideration. Just as Jibril came a certain way. And Rasulullah said at the end of the hadith, that was Jibril, he came to teach you your religion. So part of the religion is how a Muslim looks. How does he present himself in public? That doesn't mean that you necessarily have to wear a thobe like this, or you have to wear a particular color, but it means when you appear in front of the people, you should realize not only is your behavior being scrutinized, but also the way that you're looking, it says a lot about an individual. So in this case, he started to ask him about the most important aspects and the fundamentals of the religion of Islam. He began with the 5 pillars of Islam. There are 5 pillars of Islam. And the scholars, they say a pillar in Arabic, a pillar is janabu shay'il aqwa. It is that thing of something that is the most strongest solidified point, the foundation of something. So the foundation of a person's Islam is predicated and built upon these 5 pillars. The shahada, the statement of saying La ilaha illallah, Muhammad abduhu wa rasuluh. There's no God worthy of worship. Muhammad is his slave and his messenger. Muhammad is not the son of Allah. Muhammad is not the nur or the light of Allah. Muhammad is not an extension of Allah Azza wa Jal. This is a terrible statement, and it is something that is so impossible that for someone to believe it, it's just, we have to dedicate another program to that issue. Who is Allah and how Allah is and how He isn't. He is glorious and above having to take partners, having to have a wife, having to have a son. He is beyond that in Islam. The second pillar is the pillar of praying 5 times a day. And the third pillar is the pillar of giving the zakat or the poor due. And the fourth pillar is the pillar of making the fast of Ramadan, in which we abstain from having food and drink and sexual relations with our wives, doing the sunlight hours, and finally making the pilgrimage to Mecca. And we're going to deal with those issues in detail at a later time, and some of the prerequisites that are needed in order to actually do and embark upon making these forms of ibadat or worship. And then we have the second mentioning of al-Iman, the 6 pillars of faith. So the first one, the 5 pillars of al-Iman or al-Islam. Salah, zakat, 5 pillars of Iman, of al-Islam. And those are the actions that you do with your outer body, as you can see. Fasting, praying, giving zakat, making the struggle of going to Mecca. And then the 6 pillars of faith, the 6 arkan of al-Iman, they are all what is internal. The i'tiqad al-batiniyah, those things that the person believes in, but they're on the inside. Believing in Allah, believing in the angels, believing in the books, believing in the prophets, we never saw any of them. Believing in the last day, believing in the divine decree. And then finally we have, as was mentioned in the hadith itself, some of the signs of Yawm al-Qiyamah. One of the beliefs of the 6 pillars of faith is to believe in the last day, and there are certain signs. And there are many signs. But in this particular hadith, the Prophet and Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, gave us 2, and he elaborated on them in a way that anyone who listens and hears this hadith, he could understand that he should prepare himself now, because that time is here. We're not saying that it's close, we're saying that that time is here. As it relates to this hadith, from the onset I made mention that this is one of the most important hadith in the religion of Islam, because it explains the religion in totality. It is the religion in and of itself. It deals with all of the aspects of the religion of Islam. So all of the knowledge of Al-Islam, any book about Al-Islam, any class that you hear, any khutbah or Friday sermon that an imam or khatib gives in any masjid is going to refer back to these issues that were mentioned in this particular hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The point that I want to highlight here for the rest of this program is concerning the single most important aspect of the 5 pillars of Al-Islam and the 6 pillars of Al-Iman. What is the single most important point considering these 2 issues? The single most important point is the belief in Allah and how the Muslim believes in Allah. As it relates to the religion of Al-Islam, the Muslim has to realize that Allah is the all-powerful, the Almighty. Allah, the Most High, is not one who has been created. He is not begotten, nor does he beget. He's omnipotent. So we have to establish the Tawheed. This is a very important word that you brothers are going to hear over and over, and you from the audience, you're going to hear it over and over, inshallah, in the upcoming programs. At-Tawheed, which is the oneness of Allah. Establishing in your mind and in your heart the need to worship the one who created you. Allah has created the human being, and he put in him what is known in Islam as the fitrah. The fitrah is the natural disposition that a person has to know that God exists. When he's born and he's growing up in his environment, if his environment is not corrupted, if his mother and his father do not corrupt his environment, he has been created with a natural disposition to know certain things. For an example, if he was left on an island by himself and his environment was not corrupted, when it rains, he's going to seek shelter. When it becomes cold, he's going to seek an opportunity or something to warm himself up. Similarly, there's a natural seed, a seed that has been placed in him, a natural disposition, is fitrah, to know that he did not create himself. Nick, do you believe that you created yourself?
No.
No one in his right mind is going to believe that or say something like that. He's going to believe that there is someone who was higher than me who actually did the creation. And when we look in the creation, it is a sign. It is a sign that goes to prove that there is someone who was greater than all of this. It's like being in the desert. If a person was in the middle of the desert and he happened to see the tracks of a camel, when he looks at the tracks, he's going to say, these tracks signify and prove that there was a camel that preceded me here. He's not going to come and say, these tracks just appeared haphazardly. وَلِلَّهِ الْمَثُلُ الْأَعْلَى. And Allah is the great example. Look at the heavens and the earth, the stars, the moon. Look at all of the creation of the people and the differences in their colors, their languages, their sexes, where they come from, the animals, the fish in the ocean. All of that necessitates a belief that there is a creator. And these things didn't happen, as they say, the Big Bang, nor do we believe as Muslims that we came and our origin was from monkeys or from a tadpole that crawled out of the water. We don't believe that. We believe, as this hadith is suggesting, that we believe in Allah, the Almighty, the All-Powerful, the one who we have to establish his tawheed and his worship for. So therefore, in Al-Islam, the Muslim is the one who he worships only Allah. We do not make the mistake of worshiping Rasulullah Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And I have to make it personal here, and I have to share with you, brothers, this issue, because I'm a revert Muslim, and I want to share this with you and share it with the listening audience, because I believe it is a sign. I had a brother who was a bit younger than me. He was afflicted with a disease called sickle cell anemia. African Americans are afflicted with this disease. My brother died a few years ago. When he was dying, the doctor in the hospital told my mother, we can't do anything for him. He's going to die. The disease has run its course. My mother came into the room and she started crying and she started saying, oh Jesus, oh Jesus, oh Jesus, help my baby, help my baby. I knew when I heard that from my mother, Jesus cannot help my brother because Jesus doesn't give life or death. The Muslim is the same way. It is not permissible for the Muslim to look at Muhammad and to say that Muhammad has some special abilities because he's the last prophet and the last messenger. All of the prophets and all of the messengers, without any exception, they were human beings. Allah gave them special abilities in that they were prophets and messengers. But He didn't give them the ability to give life or the ability to give death. In the case of Jesus, we believe that Jesus did give the blind the ability to see, but we'll explain that a little in our upcoming programs. So we're going to stop here due to the time restraints, and we ask Allah to accept our good deeds and to overlook what we've done from mistakes. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا الكريم.
Islam. Islam 101. Islam.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Welcome back to our program here, Islam 101, and I'm your host, Abu Usamah Adh Dhahabi. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for returning again for the continuation of the explanation of the hadith of Jibreel, the hadith in which he came and he asked Rasulullah Muhammad ibn Abdullah, may the peace and blessings of Allah forever be upon him and upon his family members, some very important and pertinent questions concerning the religion of Al-Islam. In the last episode, we dealt with explaining some of the issues connected to the arkan of Al-Islam, the 5 pillars of Al-Islam. And we talked some about the angels and the details of the angels. And today we want to take this opportunity out to talk about the 6 pillars of Al-Iman, the arkan of Al-Iman. We spoke last week and we said that the first pillar was to believe in Allah, the pillar of believing in Allah. That is from the 6 pillars of faith. And then after that, every Muslim is commanded to believe in the angels. And we spoke about the angels, that they are created from light, they don't disobey Allah, they have 2 wings, 3 wings, 4 wings, 600 wings. They are a creation that has the ability to fly, and other than that, Muslims, we have to believe that. And then the third pillar is the pillar of the books. So we're going to deal with discussing what is it in Al-Islam to believe in the books, and what books are being referred to here. As Muslims, we believe that Allah, the Most High, He revealed books to mankind in order to show them the right way. If it was left up to each and every human being to determine what's right and what's wrong, everyone's going to have his own opinion. So since Allah is the Khaliq, He's the one who created us, and He is all-knowing, all-powerful, He is Al-Alim Al-Khabir, then it only begs the point to be proven that that Lord who is most powerful, all-knowing, he knows best what is in the best interest of the human beings. So what did he do? Out of his rahmah and his mercy upon us, he sent us books. He sent down the suhuf, or the scrolls of Ibrahim, the prophet of Islam, Abraham, as well as the scrolls of Moses, Musa. He also sent down the Torah, the book of the Old Testament that was given to Moses. And he sent down the Injil, or the Bible, that was given to Jesus. He also sent down the Zabur, or the Psalms, that was given to the prophet of Islam, Dawood, or David. And he sent down the Quran. As a Muslim, we have to believe that all of those books came from Allah. But unfortunately, mankind, they went into those books and they corrupted them. They changed certain things that were in the book. And then he sent Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam with the last and the final revelation, the revelation of the Quran. And the Quran is a culmination of all of the books that preceded it. It wiped away all of the rules and regulations that were in the other book, but it did not come to be against those books. It came and it harmonizes with those books in terms of it shows what's correct and what's incorrect. So the Muslim has to believe that the Quran is the final revelation of Allah. And there's a challenge, a standing challenge in the Quran. And the Quran was revealed over 1,423 years ago. It was revealed over 1,423 years ago. And the Quran challenges mankind to come forth and to produce one single verse that is similar to the verses of the Quran. And the people have not been able to do so. In one ayat in particular, Allah, the Most High, said about the Quran, and had the Quran been from other than Allah, you would have found in the Quran many discrepancies. But there's not a single discrepancy in all of the book of the Quran. Whereas the other books that Allah revealed, when they came down to their respective prophets and messengers, they were complete and they were from Allah. But the people came and changed it later on. No one can come in to try to change the Quran. And anyone who tried to do it or tries to do it, they will be exposed for being charlatans and liars. So we have to believe in those books. We believe that the Bible and the Torah, the Old Testament, at one time they were okay, but they are not books that are suitable for the guidance of mankind today. It is the Quran, the final revelation. So read the Quran, come to know about the Quran. Nick, do you have any questions? Anyone? Do you have any questions?
Well, last time we discussed hadith of Jabril. I'm not sure if I precisely understood why did Jabril came. What for?
This is a very good question concerning why did Jibril come. Jibril came, as Rasulullah explained, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in order to teach the people the religion. Jibril knew the answers to all of the questions that he presented to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He knew all of the answers. But he wanted the other people who were there, who were present to witness how he came, what Rasulullah said, how Rasulullah responded to him. And it's similar to some of the lectures that I give in my local masjid. While I'm in the masjid, I may deal with a topic that may be a bit difficult. And there's a student who I know is from my best students. He may ask a question in which I know this student knows the answer to that question. But he's only asking the question because he knows that Muhammad is shy. Muhammad is a person who doesn't want the people's eyes to be trained on him. So he's not going to answer that question. And that good student knows that Muhammad is dealing with a situation that we're discussing in the class. So that student will ask that question in order for someone like Muhammad and the other students to get benefit, to learn from the questioner. And this used to happen a lot with the companions. Abdullah ibn Abbas, one of the illustrious companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, we, the companions, used to love it when a Bedouin would come from the desert and he would come to ask Rasulullah questions. Concerning the Bedouins, anyone, wherever you go, Afghanistan, Pakistan, in North Africa, wherever you go, the people who live in the rural areas, in the desert, in the rough terrain, those places like that, those people tend to be a bit coarse in the way that they deal with people. Rasulullah said, "Man bada jafa." Whoever lives in that area, you'll find him to be coarse in the way that he deals with situations. Whereas a person who lives in a big city, Cairo, New York, Karachi, big cities, people tend to have a bit more better social skills, for lack of a better word. The Bedouin will come from the desert and he will get right to the point because he doesn't have time to be sophisticated. He just wants to know, Ya Rasulullah, can I do this? Can I do that? And he will put his question. And the companions will benefit from that question. So Jibril's question came as a result of wanting to give the people an opportunity to hear the answer of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Another reason why Jibril came to ask the question is that Jibril is proven to the people that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is not Allah. Muhammad does not deserve to be worshipped along with Allah because he doesn't know everything. There are questions and issues that are going to be put to him that he's not going to be able to answer. And he's going to have the humility to say, I don't know. So that's a sign and a lesson to everyone. Muhammad is not the one who you should be worshiping. When Rasulullah died, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it was very difficult upon the Muslims to accept that he died. Just imagine, they loved him more than they loved their mothers, their fathers, their children. They loved him more than they loved their own souls, their own selves. So when he died, it was a shock. Umar radiallahu anhu, the narrator of the hadith of Jibril, he was threatening the people saying, if anyone says that Muhammad died, I'm going to deal with you. You're a hypocrite. You're a munafiq. Muhammad went to meet Allah the way Musa went to meet Allah for 40 days. He'll be back. But when Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu came, the best of this community, and we're going to give a class, inshallah, a program about who Abu Bakr is. وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ مَا Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr, tremendous personality in Islam. He came, he saw the dead body of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he kissed him. And he said to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you taste and smell in death just as good as you taste and smell in real life. He went out to the masjid and he told Umar, Umar, sit down and stop threatening the people. But Umar was agitated, he was upset. Umar, sit down, stop threatening the people. But Umar was under the weight of losing the Khatam al-Anbiya wa Rasul. So Abu Bakr got on the minbar. When he stepped on the minbar, everyone looked because they knew. Never in the history of Islam did anyone step on the minbar an-Nabawi. So they knew this is a special situation. So Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu stood on the minbar, the pulpit of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then he said to the people, whoever from amongst you was worshipping Muhammad, then you should know that Muhammad has died. And whoever from amongst you was worshipping Allah, then you should know that Allah lives. Allah is al-Hayy. He is the living, and He never dies. And then he began to read some ayat from the Quran. Like the statement of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah the Most High, وَمَا مُحَمَّدٌ إِلَّا الرَّسُولُ قَدْ خَلَتْ مِنْ قَبْلِهِ الرَّسُولُ أَفَإِنْ مَاتَ أَوْ قُتِلَ انْقَلَبْتُمْ عَلَى أَعْقَابِكُمْ وَمَنْ يَنْقَلَبْ عَلَى أَقِبَيْهِ فَلَنْ يَضُرُّ اللَّهَ شَيْئًا. Muhammad is nothing but a messenger. He's nothing but a messenger. If he were to die, or he were to be killed defending Islam, calling to Islam, he had many enemies. If he were to be killed in that process, would you people turn back on your heels and apostate from the religion? And whoever does that, whoever apostates because he's worshiping Muhammad or connected to Muhammad or anyone else, then he will not harm Allah one bit. So this is a clear teaching from Jibril to establish on all of the Muslims. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a human being. He doesn't have the knowledge of the unseen except if Allah gives him that ability to see certain aspects of the unseen. He doesn't know when Yawm al-Qiyamah is going to start, the last day. When is it going to begin? Unless Allah, the Most High, gave him the ability to do that. Unfortunately, and the truth must be told, Muslims have gone overboard as it relates to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And they attribute to Rasulullah, and they attribute to other than Rasulullah, like Ali ibn Abi Talib, radiyallahu anhu. They give these human beings attributes and positions that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not allow in the deen, and He has not revealed any authority to do so. So that is an excellent question, Nick. Excellent question. What and why the wisdom behind Jibril coming to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in order to teach him the deen, teach the people the religion, in order to establish the understanding from the Muslims. Muhammad doesn't know everything. In order to show us we have a person who is humble and he's merciful, even to the stranger. The way he allowed Jibril to come and to get so close to him. Even us. Sometimes we sit in the bus, we sit on the plane, we can't even share the armrest with the person who's next to us because we are people who are worrying about our own personal issues. We don't like to share our space. Rasulullah allowed, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that man who seemed to be a stranger at that time to come so close to him. All of those are lessons and proofs as to why. And Allah knows best.
Islam 101.
Rasulullah, 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 Rasulullah,
sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
Islam 101.
Welcome back. And we complete and continue, inshallah, what we've been dealing with today as well as in the last episode. And now we come to the issue of belief in the prophets and the messengers. Allah, as we mentioned concerning the books, if He had left it up to the human beings to decide what's correct and what's incorrect, then we're going to have all types of interpretations and concepts of what's acceptable behavior and what's not acceptable behavior. There's that one individual who's a criminal and he believes he should be allowed to aimlessly wander in the earth and take the life of whoever he wants to take the life of. That's his understanding of what's okay. Despite the fact that the vast majority of people who are around him will not accept that interpretation. So Allah sent the books to let the people know what's okay and what's not okay. He's their creator. And He also sent human beings from amongst them to be examples for them. And He revealed the books on those prophets and those messengers. In the last episode, if you recall, we made mention of something that I want to clarify to make it clear here concerning Jesus, the son of Mary. We've been trying to dispel the myth or the concept that any human being has some special powers other than the powers and the abilities that Allah has given him. But Allah never gives a human being the power or the ability that can compete with His lordship, that can compete with His uluhiyah, Him being the God. He may allow that particular prophet to see something in the unseen, but He doesn't let him know all of the unseen, because then he would be competing with Allah in His knowledge of knowing everything. As it relates to Jesus, we mentioned that Jesus, Muhammad, Ibrahim, Joseph, Noah, none of them had the ability to give life or death. We have to add on to that, illa in yasha Allah, except if Allah allowed them to do so. Because as Muslims, we believe that Jesus, the son of Mary, was born with what they call the Immaculate Conception, without the intervention of a man. We believe that. And if you don't believe that as a Muslim, then you're not a Muslim. We also believe that Jesus did give life to the dead. In the Bible, there's a man by the name of Lazarus. I don't know if that's his real name, but there is a story in there that Jesus gave life to that man. We know as Muslims, because the Quran tells us this, the last revelation, and it's not permissible to judge with any book other than the Quran, as it relates to the books that were revealed. The Quran tells us that Jesus gave life to the dead. He gave the blind the ability to see. He gave the person who was a leper, suffering from the leprosy, He gave him the ability to become cured. But how and why? By Allah's permission. So we want to make that clear. We want to make that point very crystal clear. To deny these miracles would be to deny the book of Allah and that is disbelief. So we believe, as it relates to the prophets and the messengers, that they are the best human beings, they're the best examples, they are people who come to their people speaking the language of their people. They are human beings. Allah did not send prophets and messengers to the people and the prophet was an angel or the prophet was some spirit. No. Allah sent to the people, those people, the people when they see them, they could relate to them. They're human beings. Muhammad was a human being, Moses, Jesus, all of them were human beings. And they spoke the language of their people. And when they came to their people, they came with a good and clean history and background. They were not criminals in the past, so that now when they come to the people to start telling the people, do righteous deeds and do good, the people will be in a position to say, yeah, but you used to be a criminal from amongst us. We know you used to rob banks. We know you used to do this, used to do that. The prophets and the messengers, they were not like that. They were from the best of the people. But there's a very critical point that we have to share with you. Again, reiterating what we've been saying all the time. That all of the human beings make mistakes. They make sins. They forget. They go to sleep. They make mistakes. All of them. And from the human beings are the prophets and the messengers. They make mistakes. And whenever they make mistakes, they immediately make tawbah from those mistakes. The Prophet said in another authentic hadith, كُلُّ بَنِي آدَمْ خَطَّاءُونَ وَخَيْرُ خَطَّائِينَ التَّوَّابُونَ. All of Adam's children make mistakes. And the best of them who make mistakes are those who repent. So, for you Muslims out there, or anyone else who's studying the Quran, I want to share with you something that's from the lata'if of the Quran, from the secrets of the Quran. And I don't mean secret in terms of esoteric knowledge that's only special for a group of people. No, the Quran is not like that. Some special people can accept certain aspects and regular people can't accept and understand other aspects. If you read the Quran from Surah Al-Fatiha all the way to Surah Al-Nas, from cover to cover, you will find that certain prophets and messengers made different mistakes in the Quran when Allah tells us about their story. But immediately after making the mistake that is mentioned in the Quran, you will find in the next ayat where the mistake is mentioned, or the second ayat, never more than the third ayat, you will find that prophet making tawbah and making istighfar, seeking Allah's forgiveness. So that's a sign for us, a sign that number one, the prophets and messengers make mistakes. لِيَغْفِرَ لَكَ اللَّهُ مَا تَقَدَّمَ مِنْ ذَنْبِكَ وَمَا تَأَخَّرَ. That's what Allah said about Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that Allah will forgive you, Ya Muhammad, the mistakes that you made in the past and the ones that are going to come. He made mistakes. But as soon as they make a mistake that's mentioned in the story of the qisas of the Quran, they will make tawbah after the next ayat, second ayat, never more than the third ayat. So it's a sign that they make mistakes. And number two, it shows they're from the best of the people and they're an example for us. So what we do is, as human beings, we make mistakes, but we don't make tawbah right away. We procrastinate. We say, I'm going to make tawbah. When I get 40 years old, that's when I'll start praying. When I go and make hajj, that's when I'll start praying. But the prophets and the messengers, they were not like that. If they made any mistake, they were quick to make tawbah and istighfar. So they're human beings, but they're from the cream of the crop as it relates to Adam's children. All of the prophets, all of the mankind, they come from Adam and they come from Eve. And as a result of that, we all are going to make mistakes, and the prophets are no different. So now we'll move on to the next point, unless one of you has a question concerning what was mentioned already. Muhammad.
If all the books that were sent to the messengers were from God, why we don't follow another book instead of following?
That's an excellent question, Muhammad. If all of the books, as we Muslims believe, were sent from Allah, why don't we follow the Bible? Why don't we follow the Old Testament? Why don't we follow the book of Psalms that's in the Old Testament, the book that was given to Dawood? Why don't we follow that? Because it is, as I mentioned, what Allah said in the Quran about those people who He gave the books to. When the prophets received the revelation and they gave it to the people, and then the prophet died, what did the people do? يُحَرِّفُونَ الْكَلِمَ عَنْ مَوَاضِعِهِ. Those people started changing the rules and regulations of the book. This is not just an empty claim that I'm making. Pork, swine, khinzir, akramakumullah, is something that Bani Israel, the Jews used to not be allowed to eat pork. That's in their book. The Christians who claim that they follow the Injil, the Bible, they eat pork. Because in the Bible, there's nothing in there saying right now clearly that pork is not permissible, that wine is not permissible. Homosexuality, for an example, is something that goes against the fitrah, the natural disposition to say La ilaha illallah. When Allah creates a human being, naturally he's going to believe La ilaha illallah. Also, the man is naturally going to be inclined to a woman, and the woman naturally to the man. But now, that has been changed. So now they're discussing, where I come from, in the country where I live at, in Europe, they're discussing, is it permissible for the priest, or the monk, or the minister, or the vicar, for him to be lesbian or homosexual? Even though in the book, it was clear that this was not something that was permissible. So that's why we take the Quran, because the Quran is clear in its legislation. No one can come and try to change it. But there have been people who made attempts to try to do so. But the Muslims came against them in every age and in every place and every time, and they prevented them. So that's a very good question, Brother Muhammad. Now we move on to the next pillar of the pillars of Iman. And that is, as Muslims, we have to believe in Yawm al-Akhir, the last day. The last day as it relates to this dunya, as it relates to this life that we're living in. Yawm al-Akhir. And it has a number of names in the Quran. When Rasulullah Muhammad came to the Arabs who were in his environment, they used to believe in Allah. Even Rasulullah's father, his name is Abdullah, the slave of Allah. They used to believe that the gods in the Kaaba, they would get them closer to Allah. So they would make intercessors with those gods to get to Allah. So they believed in Allah. One thing they did not believe in is the last day. They thought once you die, that was it. Case closed. So when Prophet Muhammad came, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he taught them that this is an integral part of being a Muslim. That just as Allah created you the first time from nothing, you're going to die, and your body is going to disintegrate, and He's going to bring you back again. But when He brings you back again, there's something to bring you back from. So the second creation is not difficult, just as the first creation from nothing was not difficult. And we'll complete this issue, inshallah, in the next segment. And we ask Allah, the Most High, to make it easy for us and to make it easy for you, and to open our hearts to understand the truth, to understand His words, and to embrace it when it comes to us. This is what we have to say. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على رسولنا الأمين.
Islam. Islam 101. Islam.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome back to a new episode of Islam 101. In the previous two episodes, we've been dealing with the famous hadith of Jibreel and some of the benefits that are contained therein. And we have with us, once again, our respected brothers and our guests, Nikolai, who we are happy to have as a guest. As it relates to the continuation of what we began, we left off in our last episode dealing with some of the issues as it relates to belief in the Iman. The Iman of, or the pillar of an Iman dealing with Yawm al-Qiyamah. The pillar of believing in the 6 pillars of al-Iman, faith. And the pillar specifically dealing with the belief that there is a last day. And as we mentioned before, the Arabs of Quraysh, the Arabs of the Arabian Peninsula, those people who Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam came to, and he started to invite them to the religion of Islam, they believed in Allah. But there were different corrupt beliefs that they had as related to Allah. They believed that the angels, and we've dealt with the angels, a pillar of al-Iman. They believed that the angels were the banat of Allah Azza wa Jal. That the angels were the daughters of Allah. Nasallallahu al-afi was-salam. They used to believe also that Allah Ta'ala was the Rabb, the Lord, the Creator, the Sustainer. They believed in what is known as Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, the Lordship of Allah. But they didn't believe that Allah alone deserved to be worshipped. So they would slaughter for other than Allah. They would try to make their decisions based upon dealing with superstition. The way that the bird flew would determine would they do a particular thing or not do a particular thing. Concerning this issue, the Iman in the last day, they did not believe in any shape, form, or fashion in being raised up Yawm al-Qiyamah on the last day. And Allah mentioned this in a number of ayats in the Quran. For example, He said in the Quran, وَضَرَبَ لَنَا مَثَلًا وَنَسِيَ خَلْقًا قَالَ مَنْ يُحْيِي الْعِظَامَ وَهِيَ رَمِيمٌ. This is a famous incident that happened with one of the arrogant disbelievers during the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When the Prophet was telling them about Yawm al-Qiyamah, the last day, that you have not been created and put on this earth just to eat and to sleep and to walk around like animals. You have a higher goal and objective that you have to fulfill. You've been put here to worship Allah and to do righteous deeds. Then He started to tell them, the last day is going to come, so prepare yourselves by becoming Muslim, by embracing the religion of Islam before death comes to you. And a person doesn't know when death is going to come. So one day, one man, he was sitting there, and he picked up an old bone, a camel's bone. It must have been there 100 years, 50 years, 80 years. And you know when you get the bone that's been there for that long, it's very weak. So he picked the bone up and he started to crumble it in his hands. And the bone started to turn into dust. So the man said, Ya Muhammad, you mean to tell me when we die and we become like this, the Ramim, we become bones and dust, you mean to tell me we're going to be created and brought back to life again? So he was using his intellect. He was using his intellect to deny the fact that Allah has the ability to bring him back to life again. And as we mentioned before, Allah created all of us from nothing. The very first human being was Adam. Allah created Adam from mud. And He said to the mud, be, and he was. Allah created Adam, and He created him from mud, from His own hands. So this, what we have become, the original state of it, was mud. How does a human being, his creation, come from mud? Allah is Qadir. He's able, capable of doing that. And it's not difficult for Him. And then from Adam, Allah created a woman without another human being. From a man came a woman. And then from Adam and that woman, Eve, came countless men and women. So now, when we die, our bones are still going to remain there. Our bones will be there on the earth. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah the Most High, if He can create Adam from mud, and create Eve from Adam, and create from Adam and Eve countless men and women, create Jesus from a woman without a man, then if He had a bone, there's something. He can bring something out of this bone because He's the one who brought something out of nothing when He created Adam. Similar to it is the fact that all of our origins began as a sperm, a small sperm. And look at us now. We're standing here, we're sitting here, we're seeing, we're talking, we're hearing, we're understanding. So you mean to tell me that the one who has the ability to create like this is not capable of bringing you back to life? Of course He can bring you back to life again. We share with you one of the lata'if of the Quran as it relates to the prophets. Whenever the prophets and the messengers make mistakes, they make tawbah, repentance, right away. They're not Allah, so they're going to make mistakes. So they repent right away in the Quran. Read any story about any prophet and messenger in the Quran. He makes a mistake, the mistake is mentioned, the next ayah, the second ayah, the third ayah, he's making tawbah. Unlike us, we may wait 20 years, 25 years. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I've got a question.
Sarah.
I've got a question. As you mentioned, all Muslims have to believe on Allah, on angels, on books, and the prophets. But there's some kind of Muslims who believe Allah, of course, angels, but they don't believe on prophets. So we can accept them as Muslims, or?
Concerning those Muslims who disbelieve in the prophets of Al-Islam, this is a faulty position, and it can be a position that takes them outside of the realm of Al-Islam. I'm going to be careful to say here with a blanket statement that they're kuffar, because we have a group of Muslims who don't fear Allah, and they pass this word of takfir. He's a kafir, she's a kafir. Throwing someone out of the religion is a serious thing, and putting someone inside of the religion who doesn't belong is serious. So for a person to deny one prophet or one messenger is kufr, and if the person knows what he's doing, then this is disbelief. The believers, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said about them in the Quran, they say, لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله. We do not make any distinctions between the Anbiya. The prophets and the messengers are all the same. We believe in all of them. To disbelieve in one is to disbelieve in all of them. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He said in the Quran, كذبت قوم نوح المرسلين. Noah's people disbelieved in all of the prophets. Noah's people didn't meet all of the prophets, but when they rejected Noah's call, they rejected all of the prophets. كذبت قوم لوط المرسلين. Lot, his people disbelieved in all of the prophets. Why? Because if you disbelieve in one prophet, you've disbelieved in all of them. So as Muslims, we pray 17 times a day. We pray Surah Al-Fatiha in our salah, 17 times a day. And Surah Al-Fatiha, this is the statement that we make a dua, Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim. Oh Allah, guide us to the straight path. The Sirat al-Mustaqim. What is the Sirat al-Mustaqim? It is the one that is not too much to the right, too much to the left. We have to stay in the middle in all of our affairs. We love staying in the middle. Not too much love, not too much hate. In the middle. We eat in the middle. Not too much eat, nor do we refrain from eating. We have to be balanced. So as it relates to the prophets and the messengers, there are three groups of people. One group of people who say, well, we believe in Moses, but we reject Jesus and we reject Muhammad. We reject them. They went too far. Then another group of people who say, well, we believe in Jesus and we believe in Moses, but we don't accept Muhammad. That's too far to the other way. For the Muslims, what we do is, we say, we believe and take all of the prophets of Allah. All of them came with the same message. In an authentic hadith that's been collected by Imam al-Bukhari, the Prophet told us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we, the prophets, are the sons. We're brothers, and our mothers are different, but our father is the same one. The meaning of that hadith is, Adam is the father of everyone. The prophets had different mothers, and they had different fathers, but Adam is the Abul Bashar, the father of all mankind. Rasulullah made this statement to show and to prove that our message is one. They all came with the same message, and the message was what? La ilaha illallah. وَلَقَدْ بَعَثْنَا فِي كُلِّ أُمَّةٍ رَسُولًا أَنِ اعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ وَاجْتَنِبُوا الطَّاغُوتَ. We sent prophets to their people, and all of them said to their people, worship Allah and stay away from the false deities. Worship Allah and stay away from the false deities. So that's an excellent question. If you disbelieve in one prophet, you've disbelieved in all of the prophets. But be careful. As Muslims, we have to be careful of not saying to a Muslim because he's doing something or he's not doing something, you're a kafir because you're doing that. You're a kafir because you're doing that. You're a disbeliever. This is from what is not permissible in the religion of Al-Islam. And it is a kalima that is thaqila. It's serious and it's heavy. Taking someone outside of the religion of Al-Islam is serious. And putting someone inside of the religion who doesn't belong there is serious. Even if they're doing a thing that has been described as kufr. But he may be doing that particular thing because of lack of knowledge. Because of compulsion. One of the companions came and he said something. Like the statement, MashaAllah. MashaAllah means it is as Allah willed. You're a male. That's because Allah made you male. You're here today because Allah made you here today. He's a handsome brother, MashaAllah, because Allah made him handsome. So we say MashaAllah. It's the way Allah made it. This companion, he said, MashaAllah wa shitta ya Rasulallah. It is as Allah wanted and as you wanted, ya Rasulallah. Rasulullah became angry. In the hadith of Jibril, he was humble, he was easy, he let him come close to him, he tolerated him. But when the man said, MashaAllah wa shitta ya Rasulullah, it is as you and Allah wanted. Rasulullah took his finger and he started poking the man in his chest and he said, Aja'altani ma'allahi nidda, qul MashaAllah wahdahu. Have you made me a God along with Allah? Say MashaAllah all by himself. So, with that being the case, a person can say something that's disbelief. That man said MashaAllah as if Allah was with Allah. Rasulullah was with Allah. But Rasulullah didn't throw him out of the religion even though he made a statement of disbelief. So we have to be careful. Sometimes we will put people outside of the religion for some things that they say and do, but that's after the hujjah has been established against them, the argument and the proofs. We're going to stop here, inshallah, and we're going to resume this episode, part 2, and we ask Allah for his tawfiq and sadad.
Islam 101.
Rasulullah, 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 Rasulullah,
sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
Islam 101.
Alhamdulillah. Brothers and sisters, my honored guests, before explaining what remains of the hadith of Jibril, I would like to mention that, insha'Allah, Allah willing, in an upcoming episode, we're going to deal with this issue of takfir, because the issue of takfir is a very dangerous and serious affair. It is part of some of the problems that the Muslim Ummah is dealing with right now. Takfir, when you say to another Muslim, you're not a Muslim, and the evil of it, and the severity of it when you're not correct. Because this fitna, this problem, this trial, it has happened. It is as Imam Malik used to say. People never opened up the door of takfir except the next thing that they did was they took their swords out of the sheath. So we're going to deal with that because of its seriousness, inshallah, in the upcoming episode. As it relates to the Iman with Yawm al-Qiyamah or in Yawm al-Qiyamah, the last day, from the lata'if of this particular issue, from the secrets that the scholars of Al-Islam have shared with us, is that the Arabs, they were a group of people who were very prolific and very good in their oratory skills. They were very good in eloquence and in explaining what was on their minds. And that's one of the reasons why the Quran was revealed in Arabic, because of its explicit nature in describing events and in explaining the rules and regulations of this religion. The Arabs, prior to Al-Islam, before Rasulullah Muhammad was even born, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, if the Arabs thought that something was important, they would give that thing many names. They would give that thing multiple names. Like the lion in their culture, in their mindset was important. So they gave the name of the lion, they gave the lion many names. The lion is called the Asad, it's called the Layth, it's called the Labwa, it's called the Abul Harith, it's called Usamah, like my boy Usamah, it's Hamza. So many names because it was important in their culture. Similar, the sword is the same thing. It was something that was important in their culture. Mecca is important, so it has many names. Bayt al-Atiq, Masjid al-Haram, has so many names. Yawm al-Qiyam is the same way. In the Quran, if you were to gather up all of the names for Yawm al-Qiyamah, you will find that Yawm al-Qiyamah, the last day, the belief in the last day, it has a name for almost every single Arabic harf, or letter, or character. Like Alif, for those of you who know some Arabic from the audience in the panel here. Alif, Yawm al-Akhir, the last day. Ba, the Ba, Yawm al-Ba'th, the day that the people are going to be raised up. Ta, Yawm al-Taghabun, the day of mutual collecting, gathering things up. Tha, Yawm al-Thaql, the day that things are heavy. Jim, Yawm al-Jama'. Ha, Yawm al-Hashr. Kha, Yawm al-Khulud, and on, Yawm al-Din. So what happens is, even if a person was a non-Muslim during the Arabs' time, when they read the Quran and they hear Yawm al-Qiyamah with all of these names, the person would know this is an important affair. And that is something we have to give Arabs credit for in the past, that they had a sharp mind and a sharp intellect. This is something that we have to give them credit for. Similar to it is Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Rasulullah, his name is Muhammad, his name is Ahmed, his name is Mustafa, his name is Al-Amin. So as soon as someone hears all of those names, he is new to the city of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He's new in the city. He is the people calling him by all of these names. He knows, without even meeting Rasulullah, this is an important person, just from the strength of the culture. So Yawm al-Qiyamah, it is an important issue. It's not something that we just study for the theory. I come here, tell you about Yawm al-Qiyamah. It's something that, as Muslims, it should make us become muhadhabeen, make the tahdhib of our anfus, make us start to rectify our situation. Take into consideration what you're doing. If you're a person who is stealing people's money unjustly, you're a person who, you're not honoring your parents, you're a person falling into major sins and crimes and indiscretions, like you may commit adultery, you may commit fornication, you may drink khamr. There's a Yawmuddin, the day that you have to come back and pay the debt. The debt of Allah giving you this amana. He gave you life. So you're going to be questioned about everything that you did in this life. So discussing Yawm al-Akhir, it shouldn't be something that's just from the angle of theory. You, Nick, along with me and along with these brothers and our viewing audience, we are all going to be asked, who created you? And what did you have to do? And what did you do about the fact that you were created? The person who says, I don't know who created me and I don't care who created me. The only thing that's important to me is that I drink khamr, I drink intoxicants. He's going to have to suffer the consequences of such behavior. So we want to take any questions that you may have before we continue to the next point of Al-Qadr, inshallah. Any questions? Fadl ya akhi Muhammad.
What is the difference between the Muslim and the believer?
What is the difference between the Muslim and the believer? The Muslim and the believer. This is a good question because what it does is, and it allowed Muhammad, his knowledge of the Arabic language helped him to know that there's a distinction. Because in the hadith of Jibril, Jibril came and asked, what is Islam? That's the first thing. So the person who has Islam is a Muslim. A Muslim. The one who has Islam is a Muslim. And then he asked him, what is Iman? That's the next higher level. The one who has Iman is a Mu'min. Al-Mu'min. The one who believes, a believer. So the Muslim is the Muslim, the one who submitted his will. The next level is Al-Mu'min, the one who has Al-Iman. And then the last level that we're going to come to, inshallah, is Al-Ihsan. The one who has perfection. Al-Ihsan is the Muhsin. And that's the highest level and the third level. So the Mu'min is higher than the Muslim Every Muslim, every mu'min is a Muslim, but not every Muslim is necessarily a mu'min. You have to be on a higher level in that you accept and you embrace all of those arkan, those pillars of al-iman, and you practice them and you apply them correctly, then you reach the level of al-mu'min. Like Yawm al-Akhir. You believe in the last day. So as a result of your belief in the last day, you're going to pray. You're not going to allow the prayer to come and go and then be considered a mu'min. You're not a mu'min. You are a Muslim. You're a person who accepted Islam, but you're weak. You haven't risen up to the next level of believing in the last day, and as a result of your belief in the last day, you go and pray. So we look at the Muslim nation today, and we'll find that the vast majority of Muslims don't even pray. They don't even pray. They live in Muslim countries, they hear the adhan, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Hayya al-Salah, Hayya al-Salah, come to the Salah, come to the Salah, and they turn over in their beds, or they light up another cigarette, or they drink another beer. Still, despite that, the fact that there are Muslims, there's still a chance. So as long as the person doesn't die making kufr and not believing, disbelieving in Allah, he has a chance. But it is a serious issue not to pray, for an example. So the person who believes in Yawm al-Akhirah, he's going to act a certain way and he's going to be on a certain level. Any more questions concerning what we've discussed so far? Now we move on to the next point, inshallah. And the next point is one of the points that has caused a lot of misunderstanding amongst the Muslims. And they didn't stay in the Sirat al-Mustaqim. They didn't stay in the middle. The divine decree, the qadr, the divine decree. Allah knows everything, what's going to happen before it even happens. He knew that we would be sitting here at this table before we even came here. And he knew what we were going to say and what we were going to do. The Prophet said in an authentic hadith, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, inna Allah khalaqa maqadir al-khalaiq 50 sana qabla an khalaqa as-samawati wal-ard. Allah created and He wrote down the maqadir of everything. He wrote everything down 50,000 years before He created the heavens and the earth. Allah said in the Quran, سَبِّحِ اسْمَ رَبِّكَ الْأَعْلَى الَّذِي خَلَقَ فَسَوَّى وَالَّذِي قَدَّرَ فَهَدَى. He made the taqdeer. Glory be to Allah, the one who guided and He created and He made the taqdeer. He wrote everything before it happened. He knew that I would be a Muslim, and He knew that you would be a Muslim, and He knew that you wouldn't be a Muslim. As a matter of fact, Allah's Rasul, Prophet Muhammad said, when Allah created Adam, He took from Adam's loins all of his children and He placed them out. And wallahi, I swear by Allah, this is easy for Allah. The one who created all of us from sperm. This is easy for Him. The one who created the heavens and the earth and the human beings. Right now, they don't even know everything about their own environment and existence. So no one who's a Muslim should say, oh, how is this, how is that? Anyway, He took all of Adam's children and He spread them out, and He caused a light to hit some of them and a light didn't hit others. Rasulullah says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, those who the light hit will become Muslims, and those who the light didn't hit, they will remain as disbelievers. So the Prophet was asked by one of his companions, Ya Rasulullah, if that's the case, everything was written, why don't we just sit down and let whatever happens, happen, and not make an effort? Rasulullah told him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, everyone will find it easy to do what he was created to do. If you're a believer, you'll find it easy to do the things that are good. If you're a non-Muslim, you'll find it easy to do the things that non-Muslims do. So, Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala, Allah the Most High, the Most Knowledgeable, the one who knows everything in His infinite mercy and wisdom, He created everything. But I want to end on this point concerning the qadr. Abdullah ibn Abbas said about the qadr, when he was asked about the qadr, he said, إِنَّهُ طَرِيقَةٌ مُظْلِمَةٌ فَلَا تَسْلِكُوهَا. The qadr is a dark street. Don't go down it. Don't go down it. And we'll explain in the next episode, what did Abdullah ibn Abbas mean, the hibr of this ummah, by that statement. So we ask Allah, the Most High, to make it easier for us and easy for you. We're looking forward to seeing you at the next episode, and we ask Allah for His tawfiq, that He gives us the success and the sadad, and that He protects us from all of those things that we need to be protected from. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا الكريم.
Islam. Islam 101. Islam.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. والصلاة والسلام على نبينا الأمين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. Welcome again to a new episode of Islam 101, where we deal with the basic fundamentals of Al-Islam and explaining the tenets. And today, we're going to continue what we've begun in our previous 3 episodes. And we're dealing today again with the hadith of Gabriel, the hadith of Jibril. And we've arrived at this point to the discussion that's centered around Al-Qadr, the divine decree. In our last episode, we left off by saying the statement of the Hibr, or the Habr of the Ummah, of this nation, Abdullah ibn Abbas. They call him the Hibr, meaning the ink of this Ummah, because he was knowledgeable and he was busy with teaching. And they call him the Habr as well, which means he's like from the ulama, the scholars, the Rabbaniyin, those tremendous scholars. Abdullah ibn Abbas, after the death of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was like the rest of the companions. He began to teach the tabi'un, those people who came after the companions. He was a scholar and a teacher in Medina, and then he went to Mecca. So he had many students who the Muslims should come to know. Mujahid, Qatada, and other than them. They used to ask him questions. And they said to him one time, Ya Abdullah ibn Abbas, what about the Qadr? We want to know about the Qadr. In one narration he said, Al-Qadru sirrullah. The Qadr is Allah's secret. He hasn't shared that with all of us. He didn't tell us all of the details about the Qadr. He left the knowledge of it with him. In another narration he said, the Qadr is a dark street. Don't go down it. So I ask you, if you came to where I come from, the area in the East Coast in America, in New York, somewhere like that, and there was a dark street, an alleyway, would you, Sardar, would you walk down a dark street, an alleyway in the mean streets of New York City? No, of course not. That's the answer, of course not. Well, delving into the Qadr and this issue and trying to deal with it and know all of the details is more dangerous than that. I prefer to go down a dark street in New York City than to try to figure out the details of the Qadr. Because there are certain things that we're not meant to understand every angle of it. And that is what faith is all about. Al-Iman. You just have to believe it. As it relates to Al-Qadr, the divine decree, some people came to Abdullah ibn Umar, radiyallahu anhu, may Allah be pleased with him. They said, Ya Abdullah ibn Umar, we come from a place in Kufa, in Al-Iraq. Our Iraq, the place Iraq. There are some people there who are good students and they're reading about the religion and they believe in their religion, but they deny the Qadr. They deny this belief in the Qadr. There are people who are saying, they're using their minds, how is it that Allah could write down that a person would die on disbelief? How is it that Allah will cause an airplane to crash and 300 people die? How is it that someone can hijack a car in New York? That means they get in the back seat with a gun and they shoot the lady and shoot her kid. How is that? Why would Allah do such a thing? Why? How? We don't believe in this. We don't believe in the qadr. We don't believe Allah knows what's going to happen until it happens. Whoever says that Allah doesn't know what's going to happen until it happens, he's saying that Allah is jahil. Allah is ignorant. But in Al-Islam we say no. Allah is alim. Allah is khabir. Allah is all of that which necessitates Him being the khaliq, the one who knows everything. He knows every single thing. So when Abdullah bin Umar heard that, he said, I want you to go back and tell those people that I'm free from them and they're free from me. And Allah will not accept from them any of their deeds until they believe in Al-Qadr. And then he told them the hadith that his father narrated, the hadith of Jibril that we're dealing with here today. So that was the understanding of the companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam as it relates to the Qadr. And that's what is up to us to understand. Right now, I have 100 pounds, British pounds in my pocket right now, 100. I'll give it to you, 100 pounds. Right now, if you can tell me, what did you have for dinner yesterday before I counted 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He doesn't know. And most people don't know. They're going to have to figure it out. And you're the closest person to yourself and you don't know what you ate for dinner yesterday, but you want to come today and deal with the qadr and say, I don't accept, I don't. Nah. You don't even know what you ate yesterday. So how do you think you've been equipped to deal with the secret that Allah has kept with Himself? He said in the Quran, just so that the person can't say, and he hides behind the qadr. He does something bad. He drinks khamr, and he says, Allah made me do it. It was written before I did it. Allah said in the Quran, أَلَمْ نَجْعَلْ لَهُ عَيْنَيْنِ وَلِسَانًا وَشَفَتَيْنِ وَهَدَيْنَاهُ النَّجْدَيْنِ. Did we not create for the human being and we gave him 2 eyes and we gave him a tongue and we gave him a lip, 2 lips, and we guided him to the 2 ways, right and wrong? So everyone has the ability to say, I'm going to do right and I'm going to do wrong. And no one's going to say, there was a force behind me pushing my head and he was making me do that evil. Not even Iblis, not even Satan, not even Shaitan. Shaitan can do nothing except make wiswas. He can only whisper. He can only whisper. So we have total and absolute control over what we do, and we have a free will that was given to us by Allah, but Al-Qadr is something that we have to believe in it, just as Rasulullah's companions believed in it. So we want to stop here concerning the Qadr. If you guys, you brothers, have any questions.
Yeah, I got a question about Qadr. If I was created for something, how can Allah punish me for doing that thing?
He said if he was created for something, how is it possible that if he was created to disbelieve, how would Allah punish him? That doesn't seem to be fair. That doesn't seem to be just. Again, I'm not going to sit here and try to rationalize the explanation to that. The qadr is the secret of Allah. He is not unjust in what He has written down. Everyone is going to get what they deserved. Everyone is going to do what they were created to do. And Allah ultimately is the one who's going to judge those issues. And He is all just and He is all fair. This is our religion and that's something that we believe in. And that's why Abdullah ibn Abbas, and we take him as one of the examples. That's why he said what he said. Because in this issue, it's like dealing with an atheist. The atheist can continuously argue with you and say, prove to me that God exists. You say, look at the heavens, look at the earth, look at the moon, look at the water, look all of this, what's going on? He says, but show me God. Where is God? You will never be able to show him God. No matter how much you try, no matter what your argument is, there comes a point where that person just has to believe. And this is similar to that. This is similar to that. Anyone else have any more questions?
I got a question.
Nah,
what about the people who never heard of Islam?
What about the people who never heard of the religion of Al-Islam? That's a good point as it relates to the Qadr, because Prophet Muhammad told us that there are 4 people who will be tested Yawm al-Qiyamah, on the last day. The first person is the child who was born and then he died when he was young. The Prophet never came to him. He never heard the message. Another person is the man who became so old that he became senile. So the Prophet didn't come to him when he was in the state of senility. The third one is the person who is dumb. He was tried with being created in a way that he didn't have the ability to understand what people were saying. And the fourth one is the one who was crazy. Yawm al-Qiyamah, on the last day, Allah will have a fire lit for them, a great massive fire, and Allah will say to those people, jump into the fire. Those from amongst them who jump into the fire and they obey Allah, the Lord of all the worlds, they will find the fire will be cool. Those people who don't jump into the fire and they disobey, Allah is going to say to them, had I sent my messenger to you, you would have disobeyed my messengers. So they will have the imtihan. They will have the test, Yawm al-Qiyamah. They will be tested by the fire being kindled. So that is what will happen. Those people who never heard the religion of Islam, they will be tested by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Which brings me to an extremely critical point for my Muslim brothers and sisters. We have a responsibility to give da'wah ilallah, give da'wah to al-Islam. Rasulullah said, tell the people about me even if it's only one ayah. That's why I'm honored to be here today. I feel that this is an honor to be given this opportunity to try my best to make people understand and know what al-Islam is saying. So if you are a person who you don't know much about Islam, you may not be able to articulate Islam. No one is saying come to a studio and do what we're doing. Go to your local masjid and do the Friday sermon. No one is saying that's your responsibility. But you have to give da'wah to Allah. You have to call to Allah in your behavior. If you are a Muslim, the non-Muslims are looking at us and they're saying, if Muhammad was such a good man, then why are you a thief? And why are you a liar? And why are you doing this? And why are you doing that? So we have to make da'wah to Allah. When I came to this country that I'm in right now, this is a Muslim country. When I was traveling here, certain women wore hijab, other women didn't wear hijab. Certain men were smoking, other men weren't smoking. Certain men were praying, other men weren't praying. So what we do is we send mixed signals to the non-Muslims. The non-Muslims don't know. Should they be wearing hijab or not wearing hijab? Should they be smoking or should they not be smoking? If Muhammad was such a good guy, such a good man, then why are you Muslims giving this particular picture of him? So I say that to my Muslim brothers and sisters. You have a responsibility to call non-Muslims to al-Islam. And I say to the non-Muslims, when you look at the Muslims, there are good Muslims and bad Muslims, just as there are good Christians and bad Christians, good Jews and bad Jews. Don't look at the Muslims as the example necessarily. You have to do what Jibril did in the hadith of Jibril. He came and he said, Ya Muhammad, you are the symbol and the example. I'm going to ask you. You have to look at Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as the example. Because people are on different levels as it relates to their understanding and their commitment to the religion. So it's not an excuse that the Muslim did this and he didn't do that. And Allah knows best whether or not the person who uses that as an excuse will be able to get a chance. Allah will forgive him or not. Allah knows best. But we all have to be careful as it relates to giving da'wah to Allah. Calling people to the religion of Islam, even if it's only one ayah. We're going to take a break here, and then we'll come back, inshallah, to deal with the issue of al-ihsan. And it's almost the end of this particular hadith, this tremendous hadith. And we ask Allah to make it all successful and all good for all of us.
Islam 101.
Rasulullah, 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 Rasulullah,
sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
Islam 101.
Bismillah. Welcome back to what is the very last episode and segment to our series in the discussion and the explanation of the Hadith of Jibril. And as we've mentioned so many times in the past, in the previous episodes, this is Islam 101, in which we're trying to do our best to give a concise and a crystal clear understanding of the basic tenets and prescripts of the religion of Al-Islam. As it relates to the last aspect of this hadith, and much can be said, is the third level of the existence of the Muslim, and that is Al-Ihsan. And the one who possesses Al-Ihsan, or perfection, he is on the highest level of existence. The first level is Al-Islam, and he's a Muslim. He's taking care of the 5 pillars of Al-Islam, or he at least believes in them. And he knows to leave any of them alone and to be negligent in any of them is a serious issue. And then the next level, a little higher than that, on the next higher stage and level is Al-Islam, Al-Iman, where he is a mu'min. And now we come to the highest stage, perfection, Al-Muhsin, Al-Ihsan. The Prophet has ordered us to have ihsan in everything, to have perfection. He said in an authentic hadith, verily Allah orders you people with perfection. So if you do something, do it very well. If you slaughter an animal, slaughter it well. Take the knife, he said, and make sure that you sharpen it so as to spare the suffering to the animal. That's what our religion says to us as it relates to the food that we're going to eat. That we don't take a blunt instrument and cause the animal to suffer. We have to have ihsan. We have to sharpen it so that in 1 or 2 goes, and when you strike the jugular vein on the neck, the animal is relieved from any suffering. If Al-Islam has ordered us with ihsan, perfection, in the way we slaughter a rabbit, a bird, a chicken, then what do you think would be the case in the religion as it relates to al-ihsan, perfection, in being a brother, perfection in trying to call people to Islam, perfection in being a husband, being a wife? What do you think our religion would say as it relates to perfection in dealing with non-Muslims? Then, of course, this is more important than a bird or another one of these small animals like a rabbit. So he, in this hadith of Jibril, when he was asked, what is ihsan? What is perfection? He said, perfection is you should worship Allah as if you see Allah. Right now, you brothers are looking at me right now. The audience, they see me right now. As a result of the eyes being trained upon me, I'm going to act a particular way. I'm going to act a certain way. I'm going to behave a certain way. It's like the CCTV, the camera, the closed circuit TV. If you know that the camera is on you, the person is never going to steal from the store. If he knows the camera is on them, as I've seen certain people who work in restaurants, they have to put a camera in the area where they're cooking the food because some of the workers throw things inside of the food because they don't like their job. But if they know that the camera is on them, they're not going to do that. Well, that's what ihsan is. That you worship Allah and you act and believe as if He sees you. And even though, as if you see Him, and even though you don't see Him, you know for a fact that Allah sees you. So that means that the Muslim doesn't allow himself to be found by Allah in a place where he shouldn't be. He shouldn't allow himself to be found or seen by Allah in a condition that he wouldn't allow other people to see him. In an authentic hadith, the Prophet told us to have hayat, to have modesty and shyness. He said, have shyness of the people. Have shyness of Allah the same way you have shyness from the religious man from amongst you. So if there's a man who is known for his being religious, we're going to act a certain way. Those of us who smoke, and smoking is a terrible crime, and it's a sin, and it's haram. I know people who smoke, and they're trying to kick the habit, who at the age of 40, they still don't smoke in front of their parents, out of respect. They don't want to allow their parents to see them smoking. So this is similar to the issue of al-ihsan as it relates to Allah. That a person behaves in a way in which he feels that he sees Allah. And even though he doesn't see Allah, he knows that Allah sees him. And as a result of that, he curtails his behavior, and he behaves in a way that is showing that he is conscious of the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala most high is viewing him. Finally, as it relates to the hadith of Jibril, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam made mention of some of the signs of Yawm al-Qiyam, of the last day, and one of those signs is what was mentioned concerning the Arabs competing with each other, the money and the opulence that Allah has given the Arabs, where they can make the buildings that they have and they're competing with each other. One of the things of this hadith that I want to make mention with you from the signs is that there are many signs that he told us about, and we'll deal with them as time goes on. But one of the things that this hadith goes to show, it goes to show the impermissibility of Muslims competing with each other, where they're wasting money and they want people to look at them. Why do the people build the big buildings like that? So that they can say, look how much money I spent on that building. So that the architect, the one who designed the building, can say, look, my design is better than your design. And there are people who need, from our ummah, from our nation, who need that money more than that building going up into the sky. That's not the way of Islam. Islam doesn't have anything against building nice buildings. The math that goes behind building, the technology that goes behind and inside of the building is from our religion. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's when we waste money and we start to compete with each other at the expense of what is more important than that. So we say, as a revert, I say this as a revert, that the Arabs in this hadith were mentioned specifically because the Arabs are supposed to be an example for the ummah of Muslims. It is their language. The people sitting here, most of us don't speak Arabic. So we can't pick up the Quran and just understand the Quran. The Arabs have a responsibility to make da'wah to al-Islam and to be examples for the good, and not examples that are for what is not acceptable or what is evil. So that is, in a nutshell, so to speak, the explanation and some of the benefits of the hadith of Jibril. There are other things that could be said, but because we're going to mention these issues, inshallah, in the future, in more detail in the future episodes, we didn't get all the way deep into all of the issues again, because it's what? Islam 101. Islam 101. We want to make it where it is easy on the palate, easy on the mind, and we ask Allah to make it easy for us. So if you brothers have any questions today or for the last part of the segment, feel free. Yes?
There are people who say La ilaha illallah, no God but Allah. What about them? What should we call them? Are they Muslims? Are they...
They say there's no God but Allah? Mm-hmm. If they say no God, there's no God but Allah, yes, they're Muslims if they also understand La ilaha illallah and Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, and they take the rest of the pillars of al-Islam, they're Muslims. It's just that that's a faulty translation, that's all. There are other gods other than Allah, as we mentioned. Jesus is a God, money is the God. In India, they have over 365 gods, a God for every day of the week. Every day of the week in India. And some of their gods that they worship are funny gods, like worshiping monkeys, worshiping cows. I've been to India, and we were in traffic jam for 2 hours because the cow sat in the street. And the people didn't want to tell the cow to move because they believed it was God. That's what happens when mankind is left to his own vices and his own understanding and his own interpretation. The cow is God. Is that possible? That the monkey is God? No, this is not possible, and it's not befitting. So they are Muslims, but it's not the correct explanation or translation of La ilaha illallah. And that's why when Rasulullah Muhammad came to the Arabs of Quraysh, they knew the language very well. So when he said to those people, say La ilaha illallah, they knew right away what it meant. They knew La ilaha illallah means there is no God worthy of worship but Allah. So therefore that means that the gods that we have around our Kaaba, La ilaha illallah means that these gods don't deserve to be worshipped. Which entails mean we're going to lose our economic foothold here. The people who come from Sham, they come from Syria and Jordan and that area. They used to go to Mecca to trade. In the summer they go here, in the winter they will go there. So in the winter time, the people of Syria in that area, they will come to Mecca. And they would trade and they would give money for the gods. So the people with Rasulullah would make a lot of money. And then they will go back. So La ilaha illallah, as soon as the Quraysh heard that from Rasulullah, they knew La ilaha illallah meant what? There's no God worthy of worship but Allah. So this doesn't deserve to be worshipped. Al-Lat and Al-Uzza and Manat, they don't deserve to be worshipped. They're false gods. So that means we're going to get hit in our pocket financially. They understood that concept. Today, unfortunately, if you asked an Arab in Arabic, what does La ilaha illallah mean? He'll say, there's no God but Allah in Arabic. That's because the Muslim Ummah, the nation, we have to get back to the basics of the religion. Which brings me to another point, and that is, in these episodes, you would have witnessed that I use a lot of Arabic terms. I've been told over and over again that I have to be careful and cognizant of not using terms because I can't take it for granted that the Muslims know the terms, nor can I take it for granted that the listeners, whether they're Muslims or not, can understand what I'm intending from the content of what I'm saying or the context in which I'm saying it in. So I first want to apologize. I should try al-ihsan and be a perfect example in what I'm saying, but sometimes I forget. So I want to apologize, first of all. Second of all, we'll do our best to come back to try to explain what this term is and what that term is, and we'll try to stay away from the Arabic terms altogether. But for my Muslim brothers and sisters, the religion of Al-Islam is a religion that was revealed in the Arabic language. And it was revealed in Arabic for some wisdom that's with Allah. And one of the wisdoms is the Arabic language is a precise language in the way that it is. It is an eloquent language. It is the last book for you to know what Allah is wanting and commanded. So everyone has to make an effort to learn as much Arabic as he can possibly learn. And this is one of the signs that I saw that convinced me that Al-Islam was the truth. That if you take the average Muslim off the street, and the majority of Muslims are not Arabs. Arabs are a minority. Take the Muslims from Africa, Indonesia, and you ask them, give me all of the words that you know in Arabic. You will see that he knows 1,000 words. He may not be able to speak Arabic fluently and put those words into sentences, but he knows a lot of the original language of Muhammad, the last prophet and Nabi. Whereas, if you ask a Jew or if you ask a Christian, tell me 15, 20 words that Jesus spoke, the Aramaic of Jesus. He's not going to be able to tell you 10 words. He's going to claim he believes in the Bible, but he doesn't know any words of the original language that Jesus spoke. That is a clear sign that things were lost along the way in that Bible. Some of them even think that the Bible was revealed in English. No, Jesus spoke Aramaic and Moses spoke Hebrew, and the majority of the people who connect themselves to those two religions, they don't know either language. Whereas the normal Muslim, wherever you find him, I know Muslims who are in Alaska, Anchorage, Alaska, they're Eskimos. Eskimos, they know words in Arabic, 1,000 Arabic words. This is one of the signs that Al-Islam is the religion of truth. Do you brothers have any more questions concerning the hadith of Jibril? Any more?
About Al-Ihsan. If the motive behind the man that he does not smoke in front of his dad is a fear of him, is that called Al-Ihsan?
As it relates to fearing the human beings and being in a position where you don't want them to see you doing something that's wrong, that is a part of Ihsan, and that's from our religion. But we should fear Allah, the ultimate fear. We should fear Allah, the ultimate fear. We're going to stop here with this hadith of Jibril, this most important hadith in the religion of Islam. And we ask Allah to accept this effort from us and to make it easy so that you could and would have understood what our intent and our goal was behind in explaining this particular hadith. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا الأمين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين والسلام على من اتبع الهدى.
Islam. Islam 101. Islam.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'. Welcome once again to a new episode of Islam 101. And I'm your host, Abu Usamah Adh Dhahabi. We have before us today, in today's episode, inshallah, another very important hadith that was narrated to us by that tremendous companion who was from one of the youngsters, from amongst the young companions who Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to pay particular attention to. And that was the long and far-sightedness of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam as it relates to him building a nation of people who are going to be responsible for carrying the message of Al-Islam throughout the four corners of the universe. He used to take close attention and pay close concern to those youngsters or the shabab from the Muslims who he saw that they were given intellect by Allah Azza wa Jal. People like Abdullah ibn Abbas and Usamah ibn Zayd and Jabir ibn Abdullah. From them, may Allah be pleased with all of them, is the companion Abdullah ibn Umar. May Allah be pleased with him as well as his father. In this particular hadith that's been collected by Al-Imam al-Bukhari as well as Al-Imam Muslim. And any time a Muslim hears that a hadith has been agreed upon by these two imams, that hadith is called in Al-Islam muttafaqun alayh. It has been agreed upon by the two sheikhs, Al-Bukhari and Muslim. So if you ever hear the Shaykhan narrated this, the Shaykhan here is not Abu Bakr and Umar. The Shaykhan here, the two sheikhs, is not Munkar and Nakir. The Shaykhan here is Al-Imam al-Bukhari and Muslim. And for those English-speaking Muslims, there is a book that has been translated from Arabic into English that I would advise you to get. It is the book that is called Al-Lu'lu wal-Marjan, فيما اتفق عليه الشيخان, the pearls and the oysters, the hadith that the two illustrious sheikhs agreed upon, Bukhari and Muslim. And this book contains all of the hadith that Bukhari and Muslim agreed upon. So if you have that book in your home, you can read that book and you don't have any doubt that every single hadith in that book is authentic. Because whenever a Muslim hears or reads or sees that the hadith is muttafaqun alayh, it's agreed upon by Bukhari and Muslim, then it is an authentic hadith. Today's hadith is such a hadith. Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him and his father, he said that the Messenger of Allah told us sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Buni al-Islamu ala khams. Al-Islam has been built upon 5 pillars. He went on to explain those 5 pillars. Al-Islam has been built upon the shahada, the statement of a person saying, La ilaha illallah Muhammadan Rasulullah. La ilaha illallah, there is no God worthy of worship except Allah. And Muhammad is his messenger. La ilaha illallah, no other God deserves our ibadah, our worship, except Allah. Muhammad Rasulullah means there is no human being, no matter who he is, the imam or the leader of a masjid, the imam or the leader of a particular madhab or Islamic ideology, there is no human being who deserves unconditional obedience except Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the Prophet and Messenger of Islam. The second pillar is to establish the salah 5 times a day. And the third pillar is that you give the zakat or the poor due. The fourth pillar is that you fast in the month of Ramadan, the blessed month of Ramadan, which is the month of the Quran. It is the month in which Allah revealed the Quran. It is the month that we find the night that is known as Laylatul Qadr taking place in this particular night. The night of power, which is better than 1,000 months. And finally, for a person to make Hajj or pilgrimage to Mecca. These are the 5 pillars of Al-Islam. And this is the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that has been narrated by Abdullah ibn Umar. As it relates to the first pillar, the Shahada, I would like to make it clear, inshaAllah, that the most important principle in the religion of Al-Islam is that Al-Islam is a religion of monotheism. It is the religion in which we worship only one God. That God has certain characteristics, certain names and attributes, things that He does, things that He doesn't do, things that are beyond our perception and ability to conceive, things that we believe. That is the single most important principle in Al-Islam. If a person's concept of who Allah is or who Allah isn't, then what's going to happen? If their concept isn't correct, whatever comes after that from the other pillars is also going to be corrupt and it's going to be problematic. So the Muslim who doesn't believe in Allah correctly, if he wants to pray, but he believes that a saint in the grave can give him the arzaq, he can bestow upon him his sustenance, then there's going to be a problem with that man's prayer. I don't care how sincere he stands before Allah to pray, if he believes that the dead man in the grave can hurt or can help him, then there's going to be a problem. If he believes that if he puts a tamima or a talisman around his arm or around his neck to protect him from the evil eye or to protect him from magic, and he relies and depends upon that tamima instead of depending upon Allah, then there are going to be some problems in his fast. There are going to be problems in the way he makes Hajj. So we have to become a group of people who are muwahhidun, people of a tawheed. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he gave dawah, he called the people to al-Islam 13 years in Mecca. 13 years. And all he said to the people over and over and over again was, Ya qawmi qulu la ilaha illallah tuflihu. Oh my people, say la ilaha illallah and you'll be successful. He did not encourage them to pray. He did not tell them to pay zakat. He did not tell them to do anything other than to understand and to conceive correctly La ilaha illallah for 13 years. And then when he made the hijrah, or he migrated to Medina, and he set up the Islamic State in Medina, that's when the other aspects of legislation were introduced by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that goes to show the importance of at-tawheed. He said in the authentic hadith that is critical. Man qala la ilaha illallah nafa'athu yawma min dahrihi. Whoever says la ilaha illallah and he believes it and he works by it, it's going to benefit him one day. If the person dies saying la ilaha illallah and knowing it and understanding it, and he dies falling into the major sins, there's something he's not doing from al-Islam, something that he is doing that's a major sin, but he really understood and he believed in la ilaha illallah, he will come out of the hellfire eventually. As a matter of fact, he will be under the mashi'ah of Allah. If Allah wants, Allah will punish him, and if Allah wants, Allah will forgive him, and he may not even go to the hellfire. So that goes to show the importance of la ilaha illallah. Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu came and he asked Rasulullah one day, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Ya Rasulullah, man as'adun nasi bi shafa'atik yawm al-qiyamah. Ya Rasulullah, who will be the happiest, most successful person from the Muslims who will have a right to your intercession, yawm al-qiyamah, on the last day? Who will be the one who will have this honored position? The Prophet told him, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Man qala la ilaha illallah khalisan min qalbihi. The one who said la ilaha illallah with sincerity. So, it's really important, Akhi Muhammad, Ilman, Sarda, my friend and my guest, Nick. It's important, my respected viewers, that we understand la ilaha illallah as a statement is not enough. Yawm al-Qiyamah, the man will come and he will say, oh, let me go back to the earth so that I can do more righteous deeds. Allah said, you're just saying a word. It doesn't mean anything. He doesn't really mean that. So just to say La ilaha illallah, even though it's beneficial, we have to understand La ilaha illallah, it has some conditions and it has some keys that we have to work by. La ilaha illallah is a key to paradise. But like every key, it has some teeth. If you just put a key in the knob without the teeth, it's not going to open the door. And we're going to deal with that, inshallah, the conditions of La ilaha illallah at another time. La ilaha illallah, Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. Muhammad is the one who, what he says, you have to embrace it and take it unconditionally. That is the first shahada in al-Islam. That we have to follow the Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam without asking how, when, and why. Whether you understand it or you don't understand it. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam is the example. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا مِن رَسُولٍ إِلَّا لِيُطَاعَ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. We have not sent any messenger except that the people will obey him unconditionally without asking any questions. That's the meaning of La ilaha illallah. And we have some episodes that are coming, inshallah, that are going to deal with the importance of al-ittiba', following Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and also the aqsam of at-tawheed, the different categories and levels of at-tawheed. Now we go to the next issue, the issue of as-salat. As-salat, brothers, is the most important rukn from the arkan of al-Islam, al-amaliyah. It is a pillar of action. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah is what you believe. It's in your mind, in your heart. There are no actions connected to it. As for salat, it is the first pillar of actions and the most important pillar of action. The Prophet told us, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, al-ahdu alladhi baynana wa baynahum as-salatu. Man tarakaha faqad kafara. The difference between us and non-Muslims is a salah. Whoever leaves it, he is not a Muslim. Abu Huraira, may Allah be pleased with him, said that the companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not see the abandonment or the tark of any action as being kufr other than the salah. The companions were of the opinion that if a man left off the prayer, he was a kafir. And look how many Muslims have abandoned the salah today. Allah mentioned in the Quran a group of people in which he praised them. And then after praising them, he mentioned the group of people who came after them. And he said, Tabarak wa ta'ala, فَخَلَفَ مِن بَعْدِهِمْ خَلْفٌ أَضَاعُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَاتَّبَعُوا الشَّهَوَاتِ فَسَوْفَ يَلْقَوْنَ غَيًّا. After mentioning those good people, he said, and then there came after them a group of people who they lost the prayer, they abandoned it, they lost it, and they followed their desires. Verily, those people are going to enter into the hellfire. We're going to stop here as it relates to the explanation of this particular hadith, and we'll continue, inshallah, after the break. And we want to hear from what some of our respected panel members will have to say concerning what has already preceded.
Islam 101.
The Muslims in particular will have very good knowledge of Islamic religion and Islamic law, and then will run their lives according to the injunctions of Allah. It will enable them to know how to live peacefully with them, and at the same time practice Islamic religion or follow the injunctions of Allah as requested and required by Allah.
Islam 101.
Welcome back to Islam 101, where we've been discussing the hadith of Abdullah bin Umar that explains to us in clear and perfect terms the 5 pillars of Islam. As it relates to the first pillar, the shahadatain, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, we've explained that. And now we've begun to explain the issue of as-salat and the importance of the salat. If anyone is in any doubt concerning the importance of the salat, he should take into consideration the fact that the Prophet told us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the very first thing that the slave will be asked about Yawm al-Qiyamah is his prayer. On the last day, when he was raised before Allah, he's going to be asked about his prayer. If his prayer was good, he did it on time, the way it was supposed to be done, with khushu', fear in Allah, concentration, it's going to have an impact upon all of his other deeds and actions. If his prayer was not good, he didn't make it, he made it according to the way he wanted to make it, then all of his deeds are going to suffer as a result of that. So the most important pillar of actions is the pillar of as-salat. No one leaves it except that his Islam is in question. Do you brothers have any questions concerning the first two pillars that we mentioned? Nick?
Well, I noticed that Muslims are praying all together. They are getting in groups and praying shoulder to shoulder. And why is it so? Can't they pray separately, one here, second here?
Yes, concerning the observation of Nick living in a Muslim country, he's making a distinction between the salat of al-jama'ah, the salat in which the Muslims make in a group. The 5 prayers that we do during the course of the day should be made in the jama'ah if the person has the ability to do so. He has the qudrah, and the ability to do it is determined by the religion and not by his desire. So that is the community prayer where people are required to come together. Today, in the prayer of al-Fajr, I may stand between Muhammad and I'll stand between him. And then for the next prayer, Dhuhr, I'll stand between this brother and then another brother. And the next day, the next prayer, I'll stand between 2 other people. And we spend our time doing that through the course of the week or the month or the year. During that time, I get to know my brother. I get to know him. He gets to know me. During that time, we become people who are disciplined and we know how to tolerate each other. Islam is a religion of being social and socializing with other people. Even in an example of this particular worship or ibadah, we follow behind that imam, and it's all examples and signs of being disciplined and having the ability to follow the one who is leading us. Also, it serves community purposes as well. When he goes missing, when I don't see him after a week or so, I begin to ask, where is Fulan and where is Fulan? As the Prophet used to do, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He used to have the tafaqqud of his ashab. If he didn't see someone after a long period of time, he would begin to ask, where is so-and-so and where is this person and that person? So it has a lot of social value to it. The prayer that the man makes in the jama'ah, in the group, is 27 times better than him making the prayer by himself. 27 times better. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't have the ability or the opportunity to pray by himself. Every prayer is better to pray individually except the obligatory prayer. A man should pray in his home so that his children can see him and his wife can see him. He should pray and leave them in the prayer in the home where he's praying his sunnah and the nawafil, those prayers that are not an obligation. So he does pray individually, but there's a community responsibility, and Islam is a religion of community. As a matter of fact, the lone sheep gets devoured by the wolf. When the person is by himself, then the shaitan, the devil, Satan, comes to him and he finds him an easy prey. So that's one of the benefits. Any more questions concerning the salah or the shahadatain? Now we move on to the zakat. As it relates to the zakat, in many ayahs of the Quran and many ahadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so many verses have put together the salat and the zakat. They go hand in hand. And the zakat is the 3rd most important pillar. More important than fasting, more important than hajj. A person who is fasting in the month of Ramadan, but he's not praying, wallahi, he doesn't have a fast. How can you fast and go to sleep all day and you don't pray? That's not the correct fast. Salat is more important than fasting, and the zakat is more important in terms of it being a pillar than the zakat. So these 2 verses, these 2 pillars are put together in so many ayahs of the Quran. Like Allah Ta'ala said in the Quran, فَإِن تَابُوا وَأَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ فَإِخْوَانُكُمْ فِي الدِّينِ. If they make tawbah and they establish the salat and they give the zakat, he mentioned them together, then they are your brothers. الَّذِينَ يُقِيمُونَ الصَّلَاةَ وَمِمَّا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ يُنْفِقُونَ. Those people who they establish the salat, and from what we provided them with, we gave them money, they spend from that money. So a zakat and the salat, they go together. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, he said in an authentic hadith, I've been sent to wage war and to call the people to worship La ilaha illallah and to accept me as the messenger of Allah and to establish the zakat, to establish the salat and to give the zakat. If they do that, then they will be safe from me. He will continue to give dawah and to wage war against those people who try to extinguish the light of al-Islam until they establish the salat and the zakat. And the zakat is, again, a community issue. It is 2.5% that's taken out of the money of a given person. It could be a man, it could be a woman, it can even be a child. If they have enough money that has been in their possession for a whole year, for a whole Muslim lunar calendar, they have enough money, they should take 2.5% of that and give it to the poor people. Today, as you all know, the people are singing songs for the poor people in Africa. Many of the artists are coming together, the singers and musicians are coming together in London, in Germany, all over the world. They're going to sing some songs to raise money for the impoverished African continent. In al-Islam, if the Muslims were given the zakat and practicing this pillar of al-Islam, we would empower ourselves to almost eradicate. We will be able to get rid of and do away with poverty as it relates not only to the Muslim world, but even to the other people of the world who are suffering from poverty. People who are dying from starvation. So, as zakat is a religious issue that would do away with that. Our religion itself, if we looked at the religion of Islam and the legislation of al-Islam, we would come to appreciate the wisdom behind such an issue. After that, we come to the issue of as-siyam, or fasting in the month of Ramadan. All of the arkan of al-Islam, the ones that entail actions, the person does them when he has the ability to do it. If he has the ability to pray standing up, he should do so. But if he doesn't have the ability, then he doesn't have to do it, standing up. As it relates to the zakat, he gives the zakat if he has the money. But if he doesn't have the money, then he doesn't have to do it. He doesn't have to do it. Similarly, the fast of Ramadan is the same way. It is the salat which is the only pillar that you have to do it all the time. Whether you're sick, whether you're sleeping, whether you're traveling, you always have to do that prayer and make up that prayer. If you are sick, you pray sitting down, you pray lying down. But as it relates to the zakat, as it relates to fasting, the person only has to fast if he has the ability to do it. If the woman is pregnant and she's having a baby, or she delivered the baby, or she's in a situation where she can't fast, then she doesn't have to fast in the month of Ramadan. That is the obligatory fasting of the Muslims in the month of Ramadan. We abstain from eating, drinking, and having physical sexual relationships with our wives from the time that the sun comes up to the time that the sun comes down or sets. And during this time, it is not a time of going to sleep and taking it easy. It's a time of praying, a time of reading the Quran, a time of doing good deeds, giving your zakat during the month or at the end of the month. It is the time of, in al-Islam, historically, when the most important war was waged, the war of Badr, which we're going to talk about, inshallah, in the future. So it's not, as the Muslims understand today, a time of sleeping and taking it easy and not doing anything during the course of the day. It is the time of ijtihad, making efforts. That's the fast in Ramadan. And then finally we have the Hajj to the Baytullah al-Atiq, the Masjid al-Haram. The very first masjid that was built for the worship of Allah in the earth was and is the Masjid al-Haram in Mecca. Ibrahim, or Abraham, was a prophet who went there. Moses went to Mecca. Jesus is going to come back, and he also went to Mecca. And when he comes back, as we believe as Muslims, he's going to make Umrah, Hajj in Mecca. It is a place where the prophets of the past used to go. There's a place in Mecca that is called Dhul Hulayfa, that is close to Medina, on the way to Mecca. Rasulullah told his companion, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Sallu fi hadha al-wadi al-mubarak, فَإِنَّ سَبَعِينَ مِنَ الْأَنْبِيَاءِ صَلُّوا فِيهِ. He told them, pray in this blessed valley. For verily 70 prophets, from the Anbiya, from the prophets, they prayed in that place. So the prophets and the messengers themselves, they used to go to Mecca and they used to perform Hajj. Was I there? Wallahi, I wasn't there, nor were you guys there. No one was there when that happened, but that's part of what we believe. If a person is going to be a mu'min, he has to believe in all of the prophets and the messengers, and in part of believing in the prophets and the messengers is that's what Rasulullah told us about them, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. So when we go to Mecca, we put on the ihram, and that is the clothing that is well known, where you have the white upper portion and the white lower portion, and everyone wears the same clothes, and we stand before Allah as servants. I don't say equal, because this man may have more taqwa, more fear of Allah than the next man. That man may have more taqwa than the next man. So we don't say we stand before Allah as equals, but we stand before Allah with the same dress, and there are no distinctions between the white person or the black person or the Arab or the non-Arab. Another example of the social aspect of Islam. Our religion is a religion of being social and socializing with each other and taking care of the community welfare. Those are the 5 pillars of Islam that the religion is built upon. Any one of these pillars is missing or is not being practiced correctly, then a person's Islam is going to be comparable to how bad he is missing out on practicing that particular rukn or pillar. So I want to ask you guys a question concerning the 5 pillars of Islam. Does anyone know all 5 of them very quickly to close out the segment? Does anyone know all 5 of them? What about you, Nick?
Well, difficult to remember the time.
Well, we'll leave it for another time, because now, unfortunately, and I'm sad to say, the time has come for us to once again bid you farewell. From here at Islam 101, we once again thank Allah for the opportunity to bring forward to you these issues and this information, and we ask that Allah accepts it from us and He establishes all of our feet and our hearts firmly upon the kalima of tawheed, the word of la ilaha illallah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islam. Islam 101. Islam.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'. Welcome once again to a new episode of Islam 101. We have with us here today some of our respected guests. To my left we have Brother Saleh, Brother Sulaiman, and we have Sardal and my respected guest Nick. Today we're going to deal with another extremely important topic and concept in Islam that's centered around Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the Prophet and Messenger of Allah, the Prophet and Messenger of Islam, salawatullahi wassalamuhu alayhi. And that is the concept that he has been sent as a mercy to all of the worlds. And this concept comes to us from an ayah from the Quran itself, a verse from the Quran, in which Allah tabaraka wa ta'ala said, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. And we have not sent you, O Muhammad, except as a mercy to all of the worlds. He is a mercy to the alameen. And as any and every Muslim knows, in Surah Al-Fatiha, the Al-Quran, the Al-Kitab, the first chapter of the Quran that we read at least 17 times every day when we make our prayer, we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for a number of things, and we praise Allah. From the things that we say in Surah Al-Fatiha is, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Allah is the Lord of all the worlds. All praises are due to Allah, the Lord of all of the world. So, Al-Alameen, it is everything other than Allah. That is the definition that has been given to the Alamun by the ulama of Al-Islam. The Alamun is what? Kullu shay siwa Allah. Everything other than Allah. It is all of the creation other than Allah, because Allah is the creator and He is not the created. So as it relates to this ayat and the issue of what we're dealing with today, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ, this ayat, this verse goes to show that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a mercy to all of the worlds, everything in existence. He is a mercy to the Muslims. He's a mercy to the non-Muslims. He's a mercy to the men. He's a mercy to the children. He's a mercy to women. He's a mercy to plants and vegetation. He's a mercy to the jinn. He's a mercy to the malaika, or the angels. He is a mercy to all of the worlds. As it relates to this issue of Rasulullah Muhammad being a mercy to all the worlds, Allah has made mention in the Quran a number of characteristics concerning Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. For an example, He mentioned in the Quran, فَبِمَا رَحْمَةٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ لِنْتَ لَهُمْ وَلَوْ كُنْتَ فَضًّا غَلِيظَ الْقَلْبِ لَنْفَضُّ مِنْ حَوْلِكَ. It was a rahmah, a mercy unto you, Ya Muhammad, that you were easy with these people. Meaning the people that were following him from the companions. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to deal with them in an easy, kind, and a just way. Some of the people prior to Islam, for an example, they used to intake a lot of intoxicants. Some of them used to do things that were from the major sins, like carry on with extramarital relationships, and other than that. When Rasulullah came, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to that environment, he did not make the consumption of intoxicants and alcohol haram or prohibited right away. Instead, he did it with a tadarruj. He did it step by step and in stage by stage. So this ayat, we have made you to them a rahmah, and had it not been for the fact that you were easy with them, they would have dispersed from amongst you. This is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's sign to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that that's one of the many favors that Allah bestowed upon him. So that ayat goes to show that the Prophet of Islam sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he used to deal with his companions, and he used to deal with his enemies, and he used to deal with the people of Medina and Mecca in a way in which he showed them a lot of mercy. Concerning the rahmah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam on the creation, the mercy that he used to have on the creation, there was no discrimination with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam as it relates to this mercy. He didn't hold the mercy only for the Arabs. He didn't hold the mercy only for his relatives, but he was indiscriminate with showering his mercy upon everyone, close and far. For an example, we take the situation with the women and the children. He said in an authentic hadith, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Inni uharriju ad-da'ifain al-mar'a wal-yatim." Verily, I am concerned for and with the condition of the two weak people. The two weak people, the woman as well as the orphan. The woman, because in any given society you will find the woman is oppressed. Like in our society, in the US, in the West, the woman has been reduced to a sex object. So if you want to sell a car, put a naked woman on the billboard. If you want to sell toothpaste, put a naked woman on the billboard. If you want to sell a mobile phone, put a naked woman on a billboard. So she has been oppressed in that she's been reduced to being a sex object. Also, in addition to that, in the times of Jahiliyyah, the pre-Islamic times, the women, they had no rights. They didn't have the right to inherit. If a woman gave birth to a female child, the father will take the child as soon as the child came out of the womb, and he will go to the desert and bury the child alive. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam came with a religion that made all of that impermissible. It gave the woman rights. It gave her rights over her body. It gave her rights over who she can marry. It gave her rights over inheritance. It gave her right and gave her the ability to get divorced. So he was a rahmah to the women. One time Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was making the prayer, and he used to like to make a prayer that was long when he used to be the salah. So he had the intention of making the salah, but when he went into the salah, he heard the crying of a baby, which is a proof that women and children can come to the masjid in al-Islam. And it's from the culture of the people when they prevent women and children from coming to the masjid. When they rely upon weak and fabricated hadith, جَنِّبُوا مَسَاجِدَكُمْ السِّبْيَانُ وَالْمَجَانِينَ. Keep your crazy people and the children away from the masjid. This is not an authentic hadith. During the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, women and children used to be in the masjid. And an example of that is this point that we're making right now. He would have the intent of making the salat and praying for a long time, but he would hear the crying of the baby. And then he would shorten the prayer. After he gave the taslim, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, he turned around to the people and he said, I wanted to prolong the prayer, but I heard the crying of a child, and I didn't want to make things difficult for the mother, so I shortened the prayer. And he told every imam who leads the people in the prayer, إِذَا صَلَّى أَحَدُكُمْ بِالنَّاسِ فَلْيُخَفِّفْ فَإِنَّ مِنْ وَرَائِهِ الضَّعِيفِ وَذِا الْحَاجَةِ وَامْرَأَ وَالْمَرِيضِ. If any of you wants to make the prayer, the leader of the prayer, the imam, then shorten your prayer, make it easy, make it light, make it simple. For verily behind you in the congregation, there is the one who is sick, the one who has something to do, the one who is weak, and also you have the woman who may have her child. So that's one of the glaring examples from his sunnah in which he used to try to make things easy upon the women and the children. He would also go to the masjid and he would make the salat, and his grandchildren, like Al-Hasan wal-Hussein, radiyallahu anhuma, may Allah be pleased with his two grandchildren, the two sons of Ali and Fatima. They used to get on his back when he would make the sajda. And out of fear of getting up and causing them to fall over, he would remain in the sajda position or the prostration position for an extended period of time. After the salat, the companions would ask, Ya Rasulullah, why did you stay in the sajda position for so long? He would explain to them, because my grandsons, Hassan and Hussein, got on my back and I didn't want to get up to make them fall over. Maybe one of them would have hurt themselves. So that's an example of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam being kind to those people who he considered to be from the weakest of the community, the women as well as the orphan. That orphan is the individual who he loses his father at a young age. And anyone who is in a position where he lost his father, he knows the fitna or the trial of growing up as an orphan. He shouldn't have a complex or an uqta because he's an orphan. No. The best of the creation, the khairun nas, and the sayyid of Bani Adam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself, he was an orphan. Rasulullah grew up as an orphan. So if a person is an orphan, he has an imam, yuqtada bihi. He has an imam who preceded him, who's an example for him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But as it relates to the orphan's life is a difficult life because the child that does not have his father, he doesn't have the person who's there to defend for him, to fend for him, to protect him, to provide for him. His rights are easily usurped and taken away. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to look out for the rights of the orphan. And he said in an authentic hadith, أَنَا وَكَافِلُ الْيَتِيمِ كَهَاتَيْنِ فِي الْجَنَّةِ وَجَعَلَ أُصْبَعَيْهِ هَكَذَا. He said, I will be in the paradise along with the one who takes care of the orphan. So I'm an individual who, if I hear a hadith like that, that hadith would encourage me to be responsible for an orphan, to become the kafil, the one who's responsible for the tarbiyah and the upbringing of an orphan, because I want to be like that with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Jannah. And why did he do like this as opposed to doing like this? Why did he split between his fingers as opposed to putting his fingers together? The scholars of Islam said the wisdom behind that is because in the Jannah there is a place that is called the Maqam al-Mahmud, the special place that has been designated for Rasulullah and Rasulullah only, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. No one will share with him in that place. No Nabi, no angel, no prophet, no messenger, no angel, not even his wife or his child, no wali, no individual will be in that Maqam al-Mahmud, in that special place. They will be close to him, his family will be close to him, the kafil of the yatim, the one who takes care of the orphan, will be close to him, but no one will be in that place with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because he is the khatam of the anbiya and the rasul. He is the seal of all of the prophets, and he is the best of Adam's children. So those are some examples of how he was a rahmah to certain segments of the society, in particular the woman as well as the orphan. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was also a rahmah, a mercy to the animals, in the way that he dealt with the animals, and in the legislation that he gave concerning the animals. And we'll deal with that, inshaAllah, when we return from this break. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا الكريم.
Islam 101.
If you're 18 or if you're 80, if you've been Muslim for 50 years or 5 minutes, this is a show for you. You know, when 5 times a day our foreheads touch the ground in prayer, we beg for what's most important in our lives. We want to be good people, better Muslims. We want to serve Allah Almighty with all our hearts. In this show, Let's Talk, every week we're going to talk about Islam and life, how to relate with other people and how to serve Allah. We'll have studio guests, we'll have a live studio audience, there'll be an email for you to write to, talk@huda.tv. So if you're looking for something different, looking for something that will make you think, maybe even touch your heart, this is the show for you.
Islam 101.
Welcome back to Islam 101, where we've been discussing the concept and the theory that Muhammad is a mercy to all of the worlds. And as we mentioned in the last segment, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was also a mercy to the animals. He was a mercy to the animals in the way that he treated the animals himself, and in the way that he has legislated that Muslims should also deal with and treat the animals. He said in an authentic hadith, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, دخلت النار امرأة في حرة ما أطعمتها وما تركتها تأكل من حشاش الأرض. There was a lady, a woman, who entered into the hellfire because of a cat. She held the cat in her home, and she didn't feed the cat, nor did she allow the cat to go out in the earth to eat from the insects of the earth. So as a result of that, that lady went into the hellfire because of her cruelty to the animal. So that's a clear proof and a clear indication that Al-Islam is a religion that takes care of the rights of the animals, and how Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself made a point that if you're going to hold and be responsible for taking the freedom of an animal, then you're responsible for treating the animal right by making sure you give the animal a place to live that's comfortable, and you also feed the animal correctly. Similar to it is that he made it impermissible for the Muslims to brand the animal on his face. There's a man, he owns camels, sheep, cows. So when he sends his animals out to the pasture to graze, he wants his animals to be distinct from the animals of other farmers, other herders. So what he does is, he brands the animal. He wants to put on the animal a mark that would signify that it's his animal. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam made it impermissible for someone to brand the animal on the face, because that is the ta'veed to the animal. We mentioned as well in one of the episodes that have gone by that he told us sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, إن الله كتب عليكم الإحسان في كل شيء فإذا قتلتم فاحسن القتلة وإذا ذبحتم فاحسن الذبحة وَلِيُحِدَّ أَحَدُهُمْ شِفْرَتُهُ وَلِيُرِحْ ذَبِيحَتَهُ. Verily Allah has imperfection on everything. He has ordered you to be the best that you can be in whatever you do. So if you kill, kill well. If you slaughter, slaughter well. One of you should take your knife and be sure to sharpen the knife very good so as to keep the animal from suffering. We find in the Western world, they hit the animal over the head with a sledgehammer. They take electrodes and they give the animal electric shock. The chickens, they put the chicken in boiling water and they kill them by drowning them and scorching them to death. If someone were to take a chicken and to burn them like that in burning water, scorching water in Islam, that meat is impermissible to eat and the individual is also sinning. So all of those are some of the many examples of how he, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, used to be kind to the animals. From the miracles of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is an incident that took place when he was sitting down and a camel walked up to him and a camel started to make a noise. All of the people sitting around looked at the camel and they wondered what was going on. The camel was talking to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Some people, when they hear something like that, because of their lack of faith, they'll think that this is a bedtime story for children. But we say, Allah, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the one who brought us out of the wombs of our mothers, the one who all of these miracles that are going on around us on a daily basis, signs, we say that he is capable of doing any and everything. We don't have a problem with believing in issues like that. The camel said to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in his own language, a language that Allah allowed Rasulullah to understand, that my owner is oppressing me. He puts a lot of burden upon me and he doesn't give me enough food to eat. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam called the companions and he said, who is the owner of this camel? A man said, I'm the owner of the camel, Ya Rasulullah. Rasulullah said to him, verily this camel has complained to me that you overburden him in the work and you also don't give him enough food to eat. So if any of you possesses animals, then take care of your animals. Inna dhulm, dhulumat, yawmul qiyamah. Verily oppression will be signs of darkness, causes of darkness, yawmul qiyamah, even as it relates to the animals. So we're going to stop there as it relates to this particular segment so that we could take some of the questions of our respected panel here, because I'm sure they have a lot of issues that they want to have dealt with. So, Nick, let's start with you, Nick. Any questions?
Yeah, well, to be back to the question of female rights, I want to ask you a question. What are the female rights in Islam now? And how it's compared to female rights feminists are struggling for?
That's an excellent question, Nick, and actually it should be a topic unto itself. Muslims, as I mentioned in this segment, Muhammad is a rahmah to all of the worlds. In particular, he was a rahmah sent to defend and to take care of the rights of women. So, we've been mentioning over and over again, and we want to continue on this path, that we have to remain in the middle course. The Sirat al-Mustaqim. Al-Islam looks out for the rights of women. Gave her the right to divorce. Gave her the right to have a free choice in her will to get married to this one or not to get married to that one. Gave her the ability to inherit. Gave her the right to have something to say as it relates to the way the family structure is going to function. She has too many rights. There is a verse or a surah in the Quran, a chapter called Surah An-Nisa, the 4th surah of the Quran, the 4th chapter, all about the rights of the women. So Islam came to protect their rights, but we have to remain in the middle. We want to stay away from the extremes of the feminists, those women who want to be equal to the men. We say without apologizing, as Allah said in the Quran, وَلَيْسَ الذَّكُرُ كَالْأُنْثَى. The woman is not like the man, and the man is not like the woman. Both of them are perfect in the way that Allah has created them, and they both have their separate, unique jobs and roles and responsibilities. So the feminists, they seem to want to be exactly like men. They want to dress like men. They want to act like men. They want to be men in female bodies and in female minds. And this is something that is rejected by the religion of Islam. We take care of their rights, but we make the distinction, as the distinction was made in the religions that came before us. The religion that Jesus brought, the religion that Moses brought, the religion that Abraham brought, all of them made it clear that the men had a role to play and the women had another role to play. And the role of the women is not a role of being subservient. That's not their role. They are worshippers of Allah. They are the Ama of Allah, the handmaidens of Allah. The man is Abdullah and the woman is Amatullah. He's the slave of Allah and she is also the servant of Allah. Both of them have been created to worship Allah, and He put rules and regulations that are general to both of them and certain rules and regulations that are specific to both of them. And each sex, they have to be happy and satisfied with how Allah has created them, as Allah said in the Quran, وَلَا تَتَمَنُّوا مَا فَضَّلَ اللَّهُ بِهِ بَعْضَكُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ. The men should not wish and desire to be like women in what Allah gave them virtues in, nor should the women desire to be like men in those things that Allah has given the men virtues and darajat, levels over the women. So that's an excellent question. If we were to remain in the middle and we found the happy medium, then both sexes will live in harmony with each other. But when the man wants to become a woman, he wants to become a homosexual, or the woman wants to become a man, she wants to be a lesbian, she wants to be equal to the man, that's when there's going to be corruption in the earth and there's going to be problems, because people lose the role. The child is not the parent and the parent is not the child. The leader is not the one who's the subject and the subject is not the leader. Everyone has to hold on to his role. Any one of you want to ask a question? Saleh.
My question is that if it is true that Islam came to provide women all rights taken away from her, why is a man allowed in Islam to be a leader, an imam, and a woman is not allowed?
That's an excellent question as well, Saleh, because right now we're dealing with this issue, especially in America, where for the first time in the history of Islam, and Allah knows best, a woman led the Muslim men and women in the Friday congregation prayer. This is the first time this has ever happened in Islam. And that is a classic example of people going overboard. وَلَا تَعْتَدُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُعْتَدِينَ. Don't go overboard. Don't go outside of the limits that have been ordained by Allah. Allah doesn't love those people who go outside of the limits that have been ordained by Him. As it relates to the salat and the question of Brother Saleh, why is it that the woman can't lead the men in the salat? Why is that? Well, there are a number of reasons behind that, a number of wisdoms behind that. First of all, the woman does not pray all month long. There is a time of the month where the woman can't pray as a result of what happens to her naturally. As long as she has not reached the age of menopause or there's no medical issues going on with inside of her, she's going to have a monthly cycle. And it is a well-known fact, during this time, her hormones are all over the place. She is feeling a certain way. As a result of that, Islam said the woman does not have to pray during this particular time. This mince, akramakumullah, is an adha. It is a hurt for the woman at that time, so she doesn't have to pray. So that is one reason that disqualifies her from leading the men in the salat. Another issue is that the positions of the salat and the way that we pray and the way that we make our movements in the prayer. He says, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, inna aqrab ma yakun al-abd ila Allah wa huwa sajid. فَأَكْثِرُوا فِيهَا بِالدُّعَاء. The closest that the servant is to Allah is when he's in sajda, when he's prostrating. So increase your dua while you're prostrating. The son of Adam, the human being, he has ego, he can be arrogant, he has izzah, honor. When he becomes humble, he puts his head on the ground and he says, I recognize Allah as being the one who created me, and therefore I'm going to submit myself physically in this position. That's one of the clearest manifestations of the humility of the servant, showing that he worships Allah and recognizes Him as the Almighty God and Creator. Well, in that position, even though it's a virtuous position, in the prayer and in what it's saying, nonetheless, it's not a position that is befitting for a woman to be in front of men. A woman should not be in front of men in such a position. Al-Islam has ordered us that we have separation of the two sexes in Al-Islam. And we don't apologize about that separation. So that's one of the reasons also why women cannot lead the prayer. This is quite an important topic, so we'll add on to it in the upcoming episodes. We're going to take leave from you. And we ask Allah to put His mercy and His rahmah upon all of us, and may He make it easy for us and easy for you. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you in an upcoming episode, inshallah.
Islam. Islam 101. Islam.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome to another episode of Islam 101, and I'm your host, Abu Usamah Adh Dhahabi. This is the second episode of a very important topic that we've been discussing, and it is a topic that centers around the Messenger of Allah, Muhammad, the son of Abdullah. May the peace and blessings of Allah forever be upon him and upon his family members and his companions. And it is the topic that comes from the ayat of the Quran, the verse of the Quran, in which Allah the Most High said, "And we have not sent you, O Muhammad, except as a mercy to all of the worlds." So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a mercy in the way that he dealt with people, and he also is a mercy in the way that he has legislated in the religion of Al-Islam. Allah Ta'ala has mentioned in the Quran so many ayats that make it clear for us that the religion of Al-Islam is an easy religion to practice. And He has not made difficulty upon us in this religion. As He said, Allah does not burden a soul beyond its ability. If a person cannot pray standing up, he's allowed to pray sitting down. If he's not able to pray sitting down, he's allowed to pray lying down. If he has difficulty moving and he's lying down, he can pray just by moving his eyes or moving his fingers. If he doesn't have the ability to fast in the month of Ramadan, he doesn't have to fast. He doesn't have to fast if he's traveling. There was a man who was traveling with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the heat was extremely hot. The man lost consciousness and he fell out. They went and they brought him through by pouring water on him and fanning him. Rasulullah, seeing the commotion, he asked, "What's going on over there?" They say, "Ya Rasulullah, that's so-and-so. He was fasting during the journey and he fell out. He lost consciousness." The Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in this authentic hadith, "Laysa min al-birr as-siyamu fi safar." It is not righteousness that you fast while you're traveling. In another trip, when they were traveling, they were making dua, supplicating to Allah, and they were raising their voices. "Oh Allah, give me this. Oh Allah, help me. Oh Allah, forgive me. Oh Allah, I need this. Oh Allah." And they were shouting. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam told his companions, "Be merciful, be gentle upon yourselves, because you're not calling on one who doesn't hear. Allah is a Sami'. He hears the ant walking on the ground. He can hear his footsteps. He hears everything. You don't have to shout. Be easy on yourself. So the Prophet ﷺ used to have mercy upon the people, and the religion that he was sent with is a religion that has mercy on the people, and it makes things easy for the people. He says, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Inni bu'ithtu bil hanafiyyat as-samha. I have been sent with the religion that makes things easy for the people. If a person finds himself in any place, any time, in any condition, you can rest assured that Al-Islam has legislated a way for him to exist and to coexist with those people in that particular environment or in that particular time, and he still will be practicing his religion. This is the religion of Al-Islam. It is the Hanafiyyah Samha, the religion that is forbearing, and it takes into consideration the people's condition. What is your opinion if there was a religion or a legislative body that said, once a person gets married, it's not permissible for him to ever get divorced. You have to remain married forever, even though it's clear that the person that you marry is not compatible to you or for you. The person is a tyrant. There's something about that individual that you don't like. Well, in Catholicism, for an example, the people believe once a man and a woman come together, then no one should wring asunder what God put together. This is not consistent with the reality of the existence of human beings. We make mistakes in the mates that we meet. So therefore, Islam has come with a religion that has legislated, taken into consideration what the people need to make their lives fulfilled, to make their lives happy. This is the Prophet of Al-Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who brought the Quran, and the Quran said, Allah has not made anything difficult for you in your religion. Yes, there is a level of sacrifice, and there is a level of commitment, and a level of application and effort that every Muslim has to make. You have to get up early in the morning to make the salat, the morning prayer of al-fajr, before the sun comes up. That requires some time. But do we say that it's difficult? No, it's not difficult. Why? Because if one of us was told by our boss at the job, I want you to be at work today, report at work and be behind your desk at 4:30 or you're losing your job, you will find that that person is there 4 o'clock, and then he's drinking his coffee and his tea and he's eating his croissant before the work begins, because that is his dunya, that's his livelihood, that's his life. So why wouldn't Allah, the one who created him, have more right that he attend to that job, the job of making the salat at such an early time? So we can't mix up the issue. Islam requires some effort, but everyone has the ability to do what Al-Islam has required of him, or it wouldn't have been legislated on us. And if a person really doesn't have the ability to do something, then Al-Islam overlooks that. But we have to be a group of people who are trying to do our best to fulfill the responsibilities of Al-Islam. We're going to stop and take some of the questions from our panel here, because they had many questions from last week. So we're going to give him an opportunity. Sulaiman, what do you want to say, Sulaiman?
We said that the Prophet Muhammad was sent to all the Makkah, and also we defined the al-alamun, that everything beyond Allah. My question is this: does the Prophet Muhammad was sent to the al-jinn wal malaika?
Was the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam sent to the jinn? And the jinn are spirits that were created from a smokeless fire. And was he sent to the angels? And the angels are creation, as we mentioned, that were created from light. Was he sent to them as well? Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sent to the thaqalain. He was sent to mankind and to the jinn. And mankind and the jinn, they are similar in terms of they are mukallafun. They're responsible to pray. They're responsible to believe in Allah. They're responsible to do the ibadat, or the forms of worship in Al-Islam. So he was sent to the jinn, and he gave dawah, or he called and he invited the jinn to Al-Islam on a number of occasions. And there is a surah in the Quran, Surah Al-Jinn, that speaks about that. So he was sent to the jinn, yes. He was not sent to the malaika. The malaika, They do not need any dawah. They do not need to be told about Allah. Because they, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, la ya'sun Allah. They do not disobey Allah. وَيَفْعَلُونَ مَا يُؤْمَرُونَ. And they do what they are commanded to do. They do not have the capacity to disobey Allah. So there's no need to send them any messengers or any prophets. So he was sent to the jinn and he was sent to mankind, but he was still a mercy upon the jinn. He's a mercy on the jinn in that he makes dua for all of the salihin in his tashahhud, when he asks for the rahmah of Allah on the salihin. From the salihin are the malaika. So he's a rahmah to the malaika as well. Any more questions? Sarda.
My question is concerning prayer. I know some people who are, for example, man praying with his wife. But there are some people who are not accepting that man and woman pray in one row together. So what you can say about it?
Concerning men and women praying together, men and women can pray together in the masjid. No doubt about it. He says, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, خَيْرُ صُفُوفِ الرِّجَالِ أَوَّلُهَا وَشَرُّ صُفُوفِ الرِّجَالِ آخِرُهَا وَخَيْرُ صُفُوفِ النِّسَاءِ آخِرُهَا وَشَرُّ صُفُوفِ النِّسَاءِ أَوَّلُهَا. The best line, the best row for the men in the congregation prayer is the first row. And the worst row for the men is the last row. The best row for the women is the last row. And the worst row for the women is the first row because of the close proximity between men and women as it relates to the last row of the men and the first row of the women. So that goes to prove that women and men pray together in the masjid. As for man and a woman praying together, the husband and the wife praying in the same line, it is not permissible under any circumstances for men and women to pray in the same line. It is not permissible. It is not permissible and it's not from al-Islam. But instead, the man prays in front and the woman prays behind the man. That is the correct way. Whether it is in the masjid or whether it is at home. As it relates to what we witnessed recently in America with the woman leading the prayer for Salat al-Jum'ah, as we mentioned, this is from the khurafat. This is from the evil. This is from the innovations. This is possibly from the kufr and the disbelief that we see from certain people who are claiming Islam, and they are being supported and helped by the enemies of Islam because they want to rip and destroy the hijab, the partition that Allah has made between men and women in our religion. Nick.
I'd like to ask, Christians believe that Jesus Christ was sent to atone our sins, and that he was a real mercy. But Muslims believe that Muhammad was sent as a real mercy. Who of them is real?
That's a good question, Nick. The Christians say that Jesus is a real mercy to mankind because Jesus, as they claim, died and he washed away the sins of any and everyone who takes him as their Lord and Savior. And the Muslims say that Muhammad is a mercy unto mankind because he brought the religion of Islam and so forth and so on. Which one of them is truly the mercy that was sent by Allah? I say, being in the middle course is always matloob. It is desired. Both of them were mercies unto the people. Both of them. Jesus was a mercy as well as Muhammad. Because both of them came with the message to take the people out of the depths of darkness. To take the people and prevent the people from worshiping other than Allah. And Jesus never called the people to worship him. Allah said in the Quran, Isa, Allah will say Yawmul Qiyamah. Did you say to the people, take me and my mother as two guys along with Allah? He said, glory unto me. He would never say such a thing. We'll continue this point, inshallah, after we return from this break. May Allah make it easy for us and make it easy for you. Come back. We're looking forward to seeing you.
Islam 101.
Rasulullah, 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 Rasulullah,
Islam 101.
Welcome back, respected viewing audience. As we were mentioning prior to the break, Jesus, salawatullahi wassalamuhu alayhi, never ever claimed to be the Son of Allah, nor did he ever claim that he deserved to be worshipped along with his mother, along with Allah, the Most High and the Most Glorious. And in our religion, it has been made clear that monotheism is the way. We don't take Muhammad as the Son of God or Allah reincarnate, nor do we take any other human being or created thing for that matter. As for Jesus dying for the sins of someone else, Allah has mentioned in the Quran, no one will be held responsible to carry the burden of someone else. Where is the justice that Jesus has to suffer and die for the sins of other people? And what about the millions and millions of people who lived and died prior to Jesus? What about their sins? Why all of a sudden in the middle of or at the last part of the existence of mankind, God finds a need to send a son who's going to die for everyone's sins? That's not just and that's not fair. Why should my son be responsible for a crime that I've committed? No. You are responsible for your own crimes and your own issues. And when Jesus comes back, salawatullah wa salamuhu alayhi, may the peace and blessings of Allah forever be upon him, because he is a prophet and a messenger of Islam. When he comes back, he's going to do away with all of this falsehood and all of these lies that have been attributed to him. So we would like to say, and we don't want to get off this point, but we would like to say, Jesus never claimed to be the Son of God. Not in the Bible and not in other than the Bible. And if you were to read the Bible, you'll find that that people are consistently and constantly reevaluating and rechanging the Bible. It used to be that in John 17 it said that God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son. Now they found in other parts of the Bible, there were other people described as the begotten Son of God, like David was considered to be a begotten Son of God. And other begotten sons are mentioned throughout the Bible. So it's not unique to Jesus. So now they changed the New King James Version. They said he so loved the world that he sent his only unique Son. Because over there is begotten, so they can't say his only begotten. So this is how the Quran has remained constant, and the Bible and other than the Bible has been changed. So we don't believe in this concept that any human being will be responsible for carrying the burden of another human being. Not in this life and not in the next life as well. So both of them were mercies, but Muhammad's rahmah, his mercy was ashmal and a'am. It was more universal than Jesus. It was more complete than Jesus, because Jesus is under the umbrella of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When he comes back, he's going to judge by the Quran. He's going to destroy the swine. He is going to be under the religion of Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Do you have a question?
We heard that there is a verse in the Quran that calls to terrorism. What would you say about this? Is there a verse true that calls to terrorism?
Is there a verse in the Quran that calls to terrorism? Of course there's not a verse that calls to terrorism, but there is a verse in the Quran that uses the origin of the word irhab, that they use terrorism comes from that word. But the verse itself is not calling to terrorism, and we're not going to open that subject now, because we're going to deal with that issue when we talk about jihad and terrorism. Are they the same? And we'll explain it at that time, inshallah. Any more questions? As it relates to the issue of Muhammad being a rahmah, a mercy to all of the worlds, we want to make it perfectly clear that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, may the peace and blessings of Allah forever be upon him, he came with a religion, and his religion, al-Islam, that he brought was a religion that sought to make things easy for the people. It taught the people how to take it easy upon themselves. There were 3 companions who wanted to raise their level of practice and application. So they went to the homes of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and they asked his family members to share with them some of what he used to do when he was in the privacy of his home. So they told him he was just a regular person. He used to be in the service of his family. He would sew his own clothes. He would help us do this. He would help us do that. So those three people said, you know, what Rasulullah does at home is a little. We can do more than that. So one man said, as for me, I'm never going to get married. I'm just going to worship all the time and abandon getting married and dealing with women. Another one said, and me, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to pray all the time, all night and all day. The third one said, and as for me, I'm going to fast for the rest of my life. Every day I'm going to fast. So they went. When Rasulullah came home, his family members told him about his three visitors who came in his absence. He immediately went out to the masjid and he stood on top of the minbar and he said, Ma balul aqwam. Pay attention. He said, what is the situation with certain people? He didn't even call them out. He didn't want to embarrass them. He didn't want to make them feel ostracized, isolated. So he gave a general statement that they would know who he was talking about. You see the rahmah of Rasulullah, the hikmah of Rasulullah, wisdom, how he dealt with people. What is the condition of some people who say, I'm never going to get married, I'm going to pray all the time, and I'm going to fast all the time? Rasulullah said, Wallahi, inni a'lamakum billah, wa atqakum billah, wa akhshakum billah. I have the most knowledge about all of you relating to Allah. I'm the Nabi, the Rasul, the Prophet and the Messenger. I have the most taqwa of all of you. And I fear Allah more than all of you. But I pray at night and I sleep. I fast sometimes and I break my fast. And I marry women. فَمَنْ رَغِبَ عَنْ سُنَّتِي فَلَيْسَ مِنِّي. So whoever rejects my sunnah, my way, he wants to do other than what I'm doing. I'm balanced. I'm in the siratul mustaqim. I get married, but I don't allow the woman or my wife to make me forget Allah's rights. No, you get married and you take care of the rights. You give Allah His rights, you give your wife her rights, you give your body your rights. And I also fast and I break my fast, as well as I pray and I go to sleep. Whoever forsakes my sunnah of being balanced, of having mercy upon me, on the people, whoever does that, then he is not from me. And that was the legacy, part of the legacy that the Prophet brought, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He is the one who told us in an authentic hadith, لا يكون الرفق في شيء إلا زانه ولم ينزع من شيء إلا شانه. Rifq, being gentle and easy, was never put inside of anything. Inside of someone's heart, inside of the home. You want to write a book? Write the book in a nice way. You want to send an email? Put rifq in the email. Write it nice. Being gentle, kind, and easy was never put inside of anything except that it made that thing beautiful. It beautified it and embellished it. And it was never taken out of anything except that it made it ugly. So if a person has had rifq taken out of his heart, easiness, gentleness, if it's taken out of the heart, then it's going to make the heart ugly. If it's taken out of the home and the people are rough and tough and coarse, then that home and its occupants are going to be ugly. In the email, instead of writing the rough, tough email that strikes at the nerve of the recipient, if you put rifq in it, it's going to beautify it and embellish it. So that's the dawah and the call that the Prophet brought, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, and that we have to be upon. Gentleness in all of our affairs. But that doesn't mean that there's no shiddah in the deen. That there's no being rough and tough. No, sometimes you have to be rough and tough. Sometimes a circumstance may require that you're rough and tough. And that is the meaning of hikmah. I want you guys to write this down. Hikmah. What is hikmah? H-I-K-M-A-H. Hikmah is putting everything in its proper place. Putting everything in its proper place. وَدْعُ شَيْءٍ فِي مَحَلِّهِ. Putting everything in its proper place. Allah is Al-Hakim. That's it. The definition of hikmah. Putting everything in its proper place. That's enough. Allah is Al-Hakim. He has hikmah because He puts everything in its proper place. He knows who to make rich, who to make poor, who to make a woman, who to make a man, who to guide to Islam, who not to guide to Islam. So when a person finds himself being miskeen or faqir, he's poor, he doesn't say, oh Allah, why did you make me poor? Why did you make me miskeen? Why did you make me faqir? Allah made him miskeen and faqir, made him poor because Allah has al-hikmah. He knows who to make what. So a man will not be considered to be Hakim, and a woman will not be considered to be Hakima until they could put everything in the proper place. So as it relates to rifq, you have to know when to be soft. And as it relates to shidda, being rough and tough, you have to know when to be rough and tough. A man who is confronted with an imminent danger that is confronting him and his family, what is he going to do? Stretch out the olive leaf to say to a person, hey, come and harm me and harm my family? No, in Islam, we don't believe in that concept. If your enemy slaps you on the cheek, give him the other one. If he takes your land, give him your water. If he takes your shirt, give him your pants. No, Islam says everyone has the right to self-preservation. So protect yourself and protect your family under the rules and regulations of Islam. So we wanted to make that point so that we will be sure that our listeners, as well as our students here, will remain in the middle. Everything is not about gentleness and rifq, but rifq or gentleness is the asl. It is the origin of giving da'wah. It is the origin of calling and inviting people to Islam and in dealing with people as well. The Prophet described the believers, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he said, the example of the believers in their love for each other and their mercy towards each other and their concern for one another is like the example of one body. If one part of the body hurts, then all of the body suffers from sleeplessness and from fever. So if I get a toothache and I want to go to sleep, my body doesn't say, this problem is with the tooth, Abu Usamah. The rest of us, are we going to go to sleep? And only the tooth is affected by the pain. No, the whole body is going to remain awake, worrying about the tooth, suffering from the tooth. That's how the Muslims are. Our Muslims who are in Sudan and Darfur, the Muslims suffer and we worry about what's going on there. Palestine, we're worried about what's going on there. Iraq, how is it possible that a Muslim in Egypt, for an example, in the UK, in the USA, he can go to bed every night, his belly is full, he's comfortable, he's warm, he goes to bed every night without thinking about the condition and the plight of other Muslims? La. Part of the mercy of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the religion that he brought is that we should be concerned and worried about all of the Muslims because we are like the one single body. We are like the one single body. The Muslims, they support each other. They're like a solid cemented structure. One brick goes there, the next brick, and they support each other. That's the example of our religion that was given to us by Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And for that reason, ikhwani, we find during the lifetime of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he started calling to the religion of Islam, many of his companions were persecuted. Many of them were executed for no other reason than that they said, La ilaha illallah. That used to be heavy on the heart of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So Allah revealed the description of his situation. And he said, فَلَعَلَّكَ بَاخِعُ نَفْسَكَ عَلَى أَلَّا يُؤْمِنُ بِهَذَا الْحَدِيثِ أَسَفًا. It may be that you will fret yourself to death, Ya Muhammad, that your people do not accept this religion. That was the rahman, the mercy of Rasulullah on his people and on the creation. And that's how we have to be. So we're going to bring this episode to a close. May Allah Ta'ala make us those people who are ruhama, those people who have mercy, and may He shower us with His mercy as well. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islam. Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam Islam 101.
Bismillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome once again to a new episode of Islam 101, and I'm your host, Abu Usamah Adh Dhahabi. We have with us our respected panel of students of knowledge and our respected friend and colleague, Nick, who is still interested in the religion of Al-Islam. May Allah Azza wa Jal guide him to this deen. Today, inshallah, we're going to deal with some verses from the book of Allah, the Quran. And the Quran is the greatest miracle that Muhammad has been given by Allah. The prophets and the messengers of the past, they used to be strengthened by miracles. Jesus had the miracle of medicine, being able to heal the blind, to give life to the dead, to breathe life into the bird, because the people during that time were preoccupied with medicine. So he came with a miracle similar to what his people were known for by Allah's permission, not on his own accord. And similar, Musa, he was dealing with the people, Moses was dealing with the people of Egypt, the Pharaoh of Egypt, who were extremely gifted as it relates to magic. And Moses brought that which was the truth, which defeated the magic. And it seemed to be something similar to magic, but it wasn't magic. It was the truth from Allah. So Allah used to strengthen his prophets and messengers with miracles. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam had a number of miracles. He pointed to the moon and the moon split, and we believe that. He sallallahu alaihi wa ala alihi wasallam used to eat, and the food used to make the dhikr of Allah, the tasbih. It used to make the remembrance of Allah, and the people can hear it around him. So he had a number of miracles, but his greatest miracle that is still withstanding today is the miracle of the Quran. And the Quran is the kalam of Allah. It is the speech of Allah. From him it began. Allah spoke these words. So it is the actual kalam and the actual speech of Allah, and therefore it is worth our interest, worth our time as Muslims, and other than that, to spend some time with the words of Allah. For verily, the words of Allah will cause the hearts to become tranquil. So we're going to deal with the science that is known as a tafsir, and we're going to deal with some of the interpretation and explanation of the tafsir of a surah of the Quran. The surah that we're going to deal with in particular is Surah Al-Inshirah. Al-Inshirah. That is surah number 94 of the Quran, and it is a Meccan surah. So all of the surahs of the Quran are divided into either Meccan surahs or Medina surahs. Every surah of the Quran is either a Meccan surah or a surah that is from Medina. What is the meaning of a Meccan surah and a Medina surah? The Meccan surah, all of those surahs that were revealed before the hijrah from Mecca to Medina. And the Medina surah are all of those surahs that were revealed after the hijrah. So don't make the common mistake of saying the Meccan surah are the surahs that were revealed in Mecca, and the Medina surahs were revealed in Medina, because there are some surahs that were not revealed in Mecca or in Medina, and yet they're either Meccan or they're Medina surahs. Both the Meccan surahs and the Medina surahs, they have their characteristics. We're not going to get into that in today's class. We'll deal with that at another time. So Surah Al-Inshirah is a Meccan surah. It was revealed before Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam made his hijrah from Mecca to Al-Medina, his migration from Mecca to Al-Medina. And it's one of the smaller surahs of the Quran. Small in terms of the size, but it is large in terms of the meaning. And the Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Urtitu khamsa, lam yu'tahunna ahadun min qabli." I have been given 5 things that no other prophet was given before me. And from those things he says, "Urtitu jawam al-kalam." I've been given the jawami al-kalam, the ability to say something small, but it has far-reaching implications. That is in his actual speech, and obviously if his speech is like that, then what about the Quran? So, Surah Al-Inshirah is a smaller surah, but in its meaning and its implication, it is expansive. And that's what it means. If someone were to ask you, Al-Inshirah, what is the meaning of it? It means the expansion of the breast. The expansion of the breast. Allah said in the first ayat, and the word Al-Inshirah comes in the first ayat, Ya Muhammad, didn't we expand for you your breast? That was a favor unto Allah. A favor from Allah unto Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that Allah expanded for him his breast. This has two meanings. The expansion of his breast has two meanings, brothers, two meanings. The first meaning, the expansion of the breast, is Allah expanded his breast so that he would be inclined to Islam, and so also that he would be able to deal with his many adversaries, his enemies, and he would still be able to be just with them and merciful to them, even though they were trying to harm him and extinguish the light of Al-Islam. Because whenever you come with Al-Islam or you try to tell people to do right, there are people who are going to stand against you. If you're giving da'wah and you're calling for other than Allah, you may get angry and you may fight back, you may push back. But if you're giving da'wah to Allah, you're going to be patient. You're going to eat humble pie. You're going to be a person with humility for the sake of Allah. That's if your da'wah is for Allah. As Allah Ta'ala said in the Quran, قُلْ هَذِي سَبِيلِي أَدْعُوا إِلَى اللَّهِ. Say to them, Muhammad, this is my way. I call to Allah. I don't call to myself. Jesus didn't call to himself. Allah said in another ayat of the Quran, who is better in speech than the one who calls to Allah? So the da'wah, the call has to be to Allah. When a person is teaching so that people can know who Allah is, when he sees something from that individual what he doesn't like, he doesn't take it personal. So Allah Ta'ala is mentioning in this first ayat how he opened Rasulullah's breast, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. As he said in another ayat of the Quran, anyone who Allah wants to guide, Allah opens his chest to Al-Islam. Allah will open his chest if he wants to guide him. So what happens is, before a person becomes a Muslim, he looks at the Muslims and he says, you have to pray 5 times a day? I don't think that I can wake up early in the morning and pray at that time. I don't think so. The woman says to herself, I see how the Muslims cover their faces and they cover themselves, they cover their bodies, the Muslim woman, and it's hot in places like Egypt and other than that. I don't think that I can never dress like that. She may be in the streets of New York where a person can wear whatever he wants to wear, believe in whatever he wants to believe, and no one's going to look at you a second time. But the person says, if I become a Muslim, they're going to make fun of me, they're going to ridicule me. But if Allah wants to guide that individual, Allah opens his breast to Al-Islam as a favor unto him. So that is the meaning of the first ayat. Alam nashrah laka sadrak. Didn't we open your breast and we made it so that you can tolerate your enemies? Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was calling the people to la ilaha illallah, to worship Allah. He didn't want their money. He didn't want to be a king over them. And yet the people treated him very unkindly. One man in particular by the name of Dhul Khuwaysira, and his children are present today. 1,423 years. His afrakh, his baby chicks are present today. Those people who kill people indiscriminately and they blow people up, they're from the baby chicks of this man, Abu Khuwaysira. Anyway, this man, he grabbed Rasulullah by the collar, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he twisted his collar and he said, Ya Muhammad, give me some more money. Give me some more money. You would have thought that Rasulullah would have told one of his companions, kill this man. For someone to take Rasulullah and to manhandle him like that is kufr. For you to take this Quran and just to rip the page out or to throw it across the floor is kufr. And look what we find happening now today, where Muslims are being imprisoned. People who say that they respect democracy and people's freedoms and civil liberties, they take the Quran, the Kalam of Allah, and they flush it down the toilet. For no other reason other than they don't respect our religion. If you accuse a man of doing a crime, that's one thing. That man still has rights in every society. And this is a holy book that shouldn't be flushed down the toilet or disrespected. Even the Bible, the Muslim cannot take the Bible and throw it down in the toilet, because inside of the Bible are certain things that are the truth. And even though we don't take that book as being the book that is from Allah that should be followed right now, we still can't disrespect someone else's holy book. So where's the democracy? Where's the freedom? Where's the rights of the people? Ala kulli hal. Anyway, as it relates to this first ayat, the first way we understand opening the chest is didn't we open your chest, Ya Muhammad, and we guided you to al-Islam, and we also made you a person who can tolerate your enemies? That's the first meaning. The second meaning of this ayat, Alam nashrah laka sadrak, means Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam had his chest open 2 times. He had his chest open physically 2 times. Open heart surgery, without anesthesia and without any tools. Why? The Muslim doesn't find that impossible, nor does he find it difficult to believe. The creator of the heavens and the earth, that's easy for him. If he wants to do something, all he says is be, and it becomes. The first time that his chest was open was when he was a young lad of about 5 or 6 years old, and he was in Mecca. He was playing in the desert with some children from Mecca, and a man came, and the man happened to be an angel, but the children didn't know that. The children thought it was a man. They took Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, this man, and put him on his back, and then he started to open up his chest. The children saw it and they ran away. They went to the people in Mecca and said, there's a man there, he's killing Muhammad, he's killing him. Rasulullah said sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when the angel opened up his chest, he took his heart out, and he took from his heart a khayt, a piece of string. And then he said to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, هَذَا حَظُّ shaitan minka. This is the part of shaitan that was inside of you. And he took it out, and then he washed his chest with the Zamzam water and put it back in the heart of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and sewed his chest back up. Alam nashrah laka sadrak. So that was the first time that his chest was open as a favor to him. What was the favor? The ni'mah, or the favor, was that his heart was washed and the string of shaitan was taken out in preparation for him to leave a hayat tayyiba. He led a life from when he was young, and the people knew him to be a righteous person. As he grew up amongst the people in Mecca, they knew him as Muhammad al-Amin. They didn't know him as Muhammad a criminal, Muhammad the one who stole the money. He was Muhammad al-Amin. So we'll come back, inshaAllah ta'ala, in the next segment of this episode to continue the explanation of this verse and the verse that comes after it. And may Allah make it easy for us and easy for you.
Islam 101.
The Prophet ﷺ have informed us that we should not obey no one on the account of disobeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the superiority is to Allah's command. So if the husband tells his wife that I want you to shake hands with my colleagues, with my business partners, no, even if it leads to divorce. If the husband says to his wife that you have to party with me, with partners and so on, no, you have to take your hijab off, no. By any means, communicate with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Definitely Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows your language, and He will be very happy to answer your call.
Islam 101.
Welcome back, viewers, Ikhwani Fillah. As we've been mentioning in the first part of today's episode, we've been discussing Surah Al-Inshirah, and we're dealing with the first ayat concerning the opening and the expansion of the breast of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The second time that his chest was opened was when he became a prophet and a Nabi in a famous incident known as Al-Isra wal-Mi'raj. He sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sleeping in the house of his aunt Hani, who was in Mecca, and the angel came to him while he was sleeping, and the angel opened his chest and took his heart out and washed it with Zamzam water again, and then his heart was put back into his body, and then he was given a choice, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He was given a choice of choosing between milk or khamr, and in another narration between honey or khamr. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam quite naturally chose the milk or the honey, and he left off the khamr. Jibril, who was the angel who came to him, after seeing this choice, he said, Salawatullah wassalam alayhi, لَقَدْ اخْتَرْتَ الْفِطْرَةِ you have chosen the fitra, Ya Muhammad. You chose the milk, which is beneficial. You didn't drink, you didn't choose the khamr or the intoxicants, the liquor, the alcohol that goes against the fitra. After that, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was given an animal by the name of al-baraq. Al-baraq was an animal that we believe in that had the ability to travel at the speed of light. And as we know in this life right now, the fastest means of travel is the speed of light. And al-baraq actually traveled that particular speed. So he, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, rode this animal that was described to us in some authentic hadith. He rode that animal from Mecca to Bayt al-Maqdis in Jerusalem. And in Bayt al-Maqdis in Jerusalem, he led the salat in Masjid al-Aqsa, and behind him was all of the prophets and the messengers. Jesus, Moses, Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, every prophet that ever came, Noah, Adam, everyone. They prayed behind Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that's why we say that if someone called Abu Hanifa the Imam al-A'zam, we say about Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, there's no Imam like Abu Hanifa after Imam Abu Hanifa. But to say he's the Imam al-A'zam is ghulu. It's going overboard. The Imam al-A'zam was Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam because he led the salat in Bayt al-Maqdis as the Imam, and he was the Imam of the Rusul and the Anbiya and the Muttaqeen who were behind him, salawatullah wassalamuhu alayhim ajma'een. After leading the prophets and the messengers in salat, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was taken by Jibreel up to the 7 heavens. On the first heaven he met another prophet, and the second he met another one, the third he met another one, fourth another one, and then he went to the 7th heaven. At that point Jibreel said, Ya Muhammad, I have to stop here. No one can go beyond this point except the one who has been invited, and he was one who was invited, and he went the rest of the way where he had the opportunity to have the ability to speak to Allah directly. And the salat was given to him. There were many issues that happened in the Isra wal Mi'raj. Now is not the time for that discussion. Inshallah, we'll dedicate an episode to that. The point that we want to focus upon is, Alam nashrah laka sadrak. Did we not open for you your breast, Ya Muhammad, 2 times? The first time when you were young, in preparation for an nabuwah, in preparation to live a good life, and we took out of you the string of shaitan. And the second time was in this incident, doing the Isra from Mecca to Al-Medina. So anyway, what was the favor of the second opening of the breast? What was the favor? What was the ni'mah of Allah? It was in preparation for that tremendous trip that he was going to take. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was taken from that point to this point, traveling at the speed of light, or even faster. And then he was taken from Bayt al-Maqdis all the way to the 7th heaven, and beyond that, to the Sidra al-Muntaha, to the lotus tree, where nothing else can go beyond that point. And that's beyond this heaven that we know. And then the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So that type of trip, ikhwani, is going to require some special preparation. We all know, because we've rode in airplanes, we all know, if you ascend into the heavens and you don't take care of the oxygen, then you're going to crush yourself to death. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam traveled without an oxygen tank. There was nothing that was there to help him to deal with the pressure except the quwwah of Allah and the qudra of Allah. And as Muslims, again, we do not have problems in believing these issues as Muslims. We don't have problems believing in these issues. The Nabi of al-Islam, the Prophet Yunus, Jonah, he was in the belly of the well, and the well went all the way under the sea. Again, the concept of the pressure and crushing the person as he goes down. But this is easy for Allah. All he has to do is say, and it's going to happen. So that was the preparation that Allah Azza wa Jal gave him in order to handle that particular trip. So that's the tafsir, or the explanation of this first ayat of the Quran. So as not to lose the audience and not to lose the students here, we're going to stop here, inshallah, in this episode by addressing some of the questions that some of the brothers may have. So if you have any questions, you can ask them now. Nick, you have a question?
Yeah. My question is concerned about tafsir. It's in the interpretation of Quran. I know that some Islamic scientists did interpretation of Quran. Quran is one, and there are few interpretations. How is that?
There's an ayat in the Quran that says, if the Quran was from other than Allah, you will find in the Quran much ikhtilaf, many differences, contradictions. So how is it that the scholars can interpret one ayat and it has multiple interpretations? Like this, al-inshirah. One interpretation is that it meant Allah put His favor upon you and He guided you to Islam. And He made you able to have a tahammul, to carry and deal with the people and to be tolerant. And then the other tafsir is also that He opened your breasts. Well, this does not conflict with that. They have insijam and they harmonize and there's no problem. So this is true and that's true. In Surah Al-Fatiha, the Sirat al-Mustaqim, guide us to the straight way. Some scholars from the Mufassirin said the Sirat al-Mustaqim is al-Islam. Some say the Sirat al-Mustaqim is al-Ikhlas, being sincere. Some say the Sirat al-Mustaqim is Abu Bakr and Umar, the way of Abu Bakr and Umar. Guide us on the way of Abu Bakr and Umar. That's the Sirat al-Mustaqim. Some scholars said the Sirat al-Mustaqim is the way of the companions. If you look at all of those statements, they do not conflict. They harmonize. The Sirat al-Mustaqim is the way of the companions. And it is the middle course. And it is the way of Islam. And it is the way of sincerity. And it is the way of all of the companions. So there's no conflict. So this shows the beauty and the richness of the Quran and the richness of the Arabic language, that one ayat or one word can have multiple meanings. You're not going to find those scholars come in and one gives an interpretation, he says it's red, and the other one says it's black. That's a conflict there. It's not going to happen like that. Multiple interpretations that coincide and they harmonize, that shows the richness of the Quran and the need that we have as Muslims to acquaint ourselves with the Book of Allah. Even though we are non-Arabic speakers, this is the Kalam of Allah. Any more questions?
Yes. My question is that, as you said earlier, that Quranic surahs are classified into two, Meccan and Medina surahs. What is the difference between these two classifications?
That's a good question, Saleh. I didn't see you writing that down, and I was wondering to myself, is Saleh going to miss this point or not? And I was going to ask you, mashallah. Excellent job. As it relates to the surahs being classified as Meccan surahs or Medina surahs, both of them have their peculiar characteristics. And those characteristics took into consideration the condition of those two different periods. The Meccan surahs are surahs that deal with the Tawheed of Allah, letting the people know who Allah is and who Allah isn't. When Rasulullah came, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, with the call of Islam to the people of Mecca, they didn't believe in Allah correctly. They didn't believe in Yawm al-Qiyamah. There were people who were proudful about their origin, about their language. So as a result of that, the Quran dealt with those issues. Dealt with the issue of who Allah is. Allah is one. He is self-subsistent. He doesn't beget, nor is He begotten. قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ لَا أَعْبُدُ مَا تَعْبُدُونَ. All of these ayats were revealed dealing with the condition of the people at that particular time. Similar to that are those ayats and those surahs that begin with the huruf al-muqatta, alif, lam, mim, yasin, taha. These surahs are usually Meccan surahs because when Rasulullah would sit with the kuffar and he would begin to read the Quran and he would say to them, alif, lam, mim, it would cause the people to look. This is their language. And then it would cause them to pay attention to what he was reading. And then one of them would say, Wallahi, this is not the kalam or the speech of a human being. So it dealt with those issues, the Meccan period. The Meccan surahs dealt with the issue of Yawm al-Qiyamah, the description of the Jannah and the Nar, because these are things that the people of that time, in that era, they did not believe in them. So these issues were being dealt with to bring the people's attention, to bring them up to speed, to get them to understand these aspects of the religion. Whereas the Medina period, that's the period where the Islamic State was established. Now that there's an Islamic community and an Islamic state in Medina, now there's a need for the legislation of community issues. The issue of the salat, the issue of zakat, the issue of fasting in the month of Ramadan, the issue of how to perform the Hajj correctly, the issue of waging the campaigns of al-jihad, the issue of the distribution of the war booty, the issues that were concerning inheritance, who to marry, who not to marry. So the legislative ayat or verses came down in the Meccan period. So both periods are distinct. And I want to bring this to your attention, and we're going to deal with this a little later, inshallah. From the fiqh of one of the great scholars of al-Islam, Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah ta'ala. He said, whenever the Muslims find themselves in a particular time or place, they have to look at their condition. If their condition is similar to the Meccan period, they have to deal with their life according to that period. If their situation is similar to the Medina period, they have power, they have an Islamic state, they should deal with the situation similar to that. And we'll deal with that, inshallah, in more detail when we come back, because it's an important point. And we close out here, sadly to say we have to close out. But we're looking forward to seeing you once again in an upcoming episode. And may Allah give you life and hidayah.
Islam. Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam 101.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Walhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'. Welcome to another episode of Islam 101. And this program is designed to try to give a concise and crystal clear and message about the basic tenets and teachings of al-Islam. And our audience is an audience that we recognize is mixed and is diverse. So we're going to try to keep it very basic, and we'll do our best to try to stay away from saying Arabic terms, Islamic terms, without trying to translate them or without translating them. And we just ask that you bear with us. As it relates to what we've been dealing with for the last few episodes, it was and is Surat al-Inshirah, the expansion of the breast. And we've arrived now to the statement of Allah Ta'ala, and we took off of you your wizr, and we'll explain the wizr. And we took off of you your wizr, الَّذِي أَنْقَضَ ظَهْرَكَ, the wizr that caused your back to be weighted down. So that is what we're going to deal with today. This ayat here is one of the clear proofs of the Quran that goes and shows that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even though he was a prophet and a messenger, and even though he has the special position in the Maqam al-Mahmud, a special place in paradise that's only for him, no other human being will share with him in that place, even though that is the case. And he is the best of Adam's children. Out of all of the children that Adam has, because all men and women are from Adam, Muhammad ibn Abdullah is the single best and most superior of all of the descendants of Adam. Despite that fact, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was nonetheless a human being. He was a human being. Tell them, Ya Muhammad, I am only a human being like you people are human beings. But revelation is given to me. I'm given revelation. So because of the revelation, he has received an exalted position like his brothers from the other prophets and messengers. All of the human beings, they have weaknesses. Only Allah, the Most High, is perfect. And that is why one of the names of Allah is As-Salam. As-Salam means the one who is perfect, and He's far away from any imperfections. It also means the peace giver and the one who peace originates with. But the real meaning of As-Salam is the one who is far from having any deficiencies. He doesn't forget. He doesn't oppress. He doesn't die. He doesn't need a wife. If Allah Azza wa Jal needed a wife, then that's a proof that He's da'if, He's weak. Men, we have desires, so we need women, and women need men. And as a result of that, that's a proof that there's a need. So there's some weakness in there. Whereas Allah is As-Salam, far removed. Allah is from any imperfections. He is also Al-Quddus. Al-Quddus, which is commonly translated as being holy. But there's a better translation of the taqdees of Allah. The fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is holy, meaning He again is the one who is exalted and worshipped. So as it relates to this issue, Rasulullah was a human being. And as such, He made mistakes. He made mistakes as a human being. As Allah ta'ala mentioned in the Quran, so that Allah will forgive you for the sins that you made, the mistakes that you made, the ones that you made in the past, and the ones that you're going to make in the future. He was making the prayer one night in his home, doing the night prayer, the tahajjud prayer, and he would stay in prostration position for a long time. The tahajjud prayer is the night prayer, as I mentioned. Our mother Aisha, the wife of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, would come in, and she looked at his feet, and his feet began to swell, and they began to crack on his heels. She said to him, Ya Rasulullah, why do you do this to yourself? Why are you praying so long? And Allah has forgiven you for all of your sins, your mistakes, the ones in the past and the ones in the future. Rasulullah said, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Ya Aisha, Afala akun abdan shakura. Hey Aisha, should I not be a servant who is thankful to Allah? Why shouldn't I continue to prostrate and make prayer, even though this is taking place on my foot? I still should be thankful to Allah. We're going to deal with the Sunnah, inshallah, in the future, in another episode. But part of the Sunnah are those things that were said or done in the presence of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and He allowed it. In this case, He allowed Aisha to say, Ya Rasulullah, why do you do this when Allah has forgiven you for all of your sins, the ones in the past and in the future? That was something that He made iqrar. He was quiet about it. So that means that it was truthful, because nothing can be said or done in His presence. If it was wrong, He would have to stop it. Because if something was said or done in His presence and He allowed it, then it means that that's part of the religion, because He gave His consent. So when Aisha made that statement and He allowed her to say it, it goes to prove that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a human being. In addition to that, ikhwani, alam nashrah laka sadrak. We said opening the breast, the first time it was done was when he was a young man. Shaitan, or the angel, came and took his heart out and took a string and said, this is the piece of shaitan. This is the piece of shaitan that was in your breast. Every human being has a devil, a shaitan that runs inside of him. Rasulullah told us in an authentic hadith, Inna shaitan yajri fi bani Adam majra dam. Shaitan, Satan, he circulates in every child of Adam, in every human being, just as his blood circulates. But all he can do is whisper. He can tell you, do this, do that. That's all. So that's a clear proof. When his breast was open and the string of shaitan was taken out, it's another clear proof that he's not Allah reincarnate. He's not created from the nur of Allah. He doesn't have some spectacular, miraculous abilities other than what Allah has allowed him to do as a human being. So here, this ayah says, وَوَضَعْنَا عَنْكَ وِزْرَكَ. And we took off of you the wizr, that sin that caused your back to cause you to be weighted down. So Rasulullah ﷺ is teaching us something in this verse, and that is, the prophets and the messengers are human beings, and they make mistakes as human beings. But they don't make mistakes when it comes to relaying the message. They make mistakes in the normal life, and we'll deal with that a little bit, inshallah. Rasulullah ﷺ, like his brothers from the prophets and the messengers, if and when they made mistakes, they sought the forgiveness of Allah right away. And in addition to that, the mistakes that they made had a physical impact on them. In this case, it would bother Rasulullah to the point where he would physically feel the weight and the pressure of such a sin or a mistake that he made. Whereas the other human beings, what happens if a man, he doesn't make salat? There are some people in our listening audience, our respected brothers and sisters from the religion of Islam. The person doesn't pray. And he treats that issue as if it's a light issue. As if it's a fly flying in front of his face, annoying him, and he just shoos the fly away. Get away, fly. That's it. Anas ibn Malik, radiallahu anhu, he said, the believer is the one who, he sees his mistakes and his sins as if they are a mountain about to fall upon him and crush him. And the munafiq, the hypocrite, is the one who sees his sin as a fly that annoys him, and he just says, get away from me, fly. So there may be a person who doesn't pray. And as he's sitting there, the fact that he doesn't pray doesn't come to his mind until an opportunity like this presents itself. Someone says to him, why aren't you praying? And then he thinks about it. And even then, he's not going to pray still, even after he hears the reminder. The prophets, they were not like that. And those who are on the way of the prophets, they should not be like that. The mistake and the sins that we make, they should have a physical, and they should make a physical impact upon us. And that's what this ayat is saying. This ayat is saying that we should be affected by our sins. And it should have its manifestation on the person. And that is what used to happen with the people who we call the Salaf, the pious predecessors from this nation, the nation of Muslims. You would see within their faces, and you would see in the color of their skin, that they would become upset as a result of a particular sin that one of them would do. So Allah is mentioning the second favor in this verse. The first favor is, we opened up your breasts. The second favor is, we took off of you the wizr, الَّذِي أَنْقَضَ ظَهْرَ, that caused your back to go down. وَرَفَعْنَا لَكَ ذِكْرَكَ. The third favor is mentioned. And we raised your remembrance, Ya Muhammad. So those are three favors that Allah has mentioned. He opened up his breast and he expanded his breast in the two ways that we mentioned. By physically, literally having it open by the angels, and also by guiding him to the religion and making him tolerant of his adversaries and his enemies. The second favor is, we took off of you the sin that caused your back to go down. And that's a favor from Allah. And the one who is a mu'min, a believer, when he falls into sins, he should feel bad about it. He sleeps and he tosses and turns. He flips over on his bed because of what he did. And number three, Ya Muhammad, from our favors is, we raise for you your dhikr. We raise for you your remembrance. What is the meaning of that? The meaning of Allah raising the remembrance of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is manifested in many ways, like the salat that we pray every day. Before we even pray the salat, the mu'adhin says, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. He makes the adhan, and in every adhan across the Muslim world, in Europe, in America, because Al-Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world today. It is the fastest growing religion. So we are finding masjids opening all over the world. And we have to make the call of prayer. From what we say in the call of prayer is, we bear witness. I bear witness that Muhammad is the Messenger of Allah. So there's not an hour in the day, because it's nighttime here, it's daytime somewhere else. And the world is always like that, night and day. Every hour of the day, there is an adhan going off, and Muhammad's name is being mentioned. Allah raised his dhikr, his remembrance. In addition to that, Allah raised his remembrance in that the majority of Muslims, if you were to collect them in one field and you were to ask them, what's your names? You're going to find that Muhammad is the most common name amongst the Muslim men. Some people say it is the single most common name even in the world today. More common than John, more common than Bob, more common than any other name. Definitely amongst the Muslims, it is the most common name. Allah raised his remembrance. In addition to that, when we actually make the salat, when we go to the masjid, when we enter into the masjid, part of the dua, and the dua means the supplication. Part of the dua of going into the masjid is that you send salutations of peace and blessings upon Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When you're making the tashahhud, the tahiyyatu lillah, what we say when we're sitting in the kneeling position of al-jalsa is that Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Every Muslim in the world is saying that who prays. Every Muslim. Every khatib, or the orator who's going to give the Friday sermon, when he gets on the minbar, he mentions Rasulullah's name. So that is part of the understanding of this ayat. And we'll come back, inshallah, with the continuation of this particular verse. And we ask Allah, the Most High, to give us the hidayah, which is the guidance, and to give us the success in this life and the next life, until we return.
Islam 101.
Rasulullah, 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 Rasulullah,
sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
Islam 101.
Welcome back, our dear and respected audience. We left off on the point of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam having his remembrance raised by Allah as a favor unto him in this life as well as in the next life. In the next life, the horn will be blown, as the Muslims understand, by one of the angels who's responsible for blowing the horn. All of creation will lose consciousness, and then the horn will be blown a second time. Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam will be the first one who would rise up. When he comes through, he will find Musa was already there, standing at the throne of Allah, and he doesn't know, was Musa exempt from losing consciousness, or was Moses awakened before him? Because in the Quran, it tells us that Moses lost consciousness while he was living in the earth when he asked Allah for the ability to manifest himself so that Musa could see him. So the point, Rasulullah ﷺ will be awakened and he will arise first. And then he will knock on the door of paradise, the door of Jannah. And he will be the first one to be allowed into the paradise. So in this life and the next life, his remembrance has been raised up. As for what some Muslims believe when they go overboard and they leave the Siratul Mustaqim, the middle path, the path of the companions, the path of Al-Islam, they go too far to the right or the left, and they imitate the Christians by saying Muhammad is Allah reincarnate. Muhammad is more than a human being. As for what they say in paradise, on the throne of Allah is written, La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah. We say no, that is not authentic. That's from the affairs that are unknown, and it's not permissible for us to tread in those waters without a proof. There's another issue as it relates to Muslims. In our homes, many times we have the little plaque that has written in Arabic, Allah, and then we have the other one, Muhammad. And you'll go into the home of the unsuspecting, sincere Muslim, and you'll find over the mantelpiece, he'll put Allah's name here on the plaque and Muhammad next to it. We say, this is not good etiquette. This is not an acceptable act in Al-Islam. And it goes against the Sunnah. And it goes against our Aqidah. The Aqidah of Al-Islam wants to close the door of shirk being manifested, polytheism, and making and ascribing partners with Allah. So what we should do is, if you're going to have those plaques, you have Allah here, and then you have Muhammad's plaque here, the name of Muhammad low. Allah here, and Muhammad under the plaque of Allah. This is what Rasulullah used to do, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He took for himself a ring in order to stamp the letters that he wrote to the leading leaders of that time. And his ring had his name engraved in it. On the bottom it was Muhammad. In the middle, Rasul. At the top, Allah. Normally it would be Muhammad, Rasul, Allah. But how could the name of Muhammad be higher and above the name of Allah? Sabbih isma rabbika al-a'la. Allah is al-a'la. He is the highest. Al-Islam ya'la wa la yu'la alayhi. The religion of Al-Islam is uppermost, and nothing should be put over the religion. I shouldn't take another book and put it on top of the Quran. Al-Islam is above. I shouldn't take the laws and rules and legislation of democracy or another kind of ruling system and put it over the ruling system of Al-Islam. So what about Allah Azza wa Jal? We don't put Muhammad's name equal to Allah or above Allah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us from that. So Allah Azza wa Jal has raised his name and raised him in this life and in the next life. Before I take some of the questions of the panel here, I want to go back so that I can make something very clear about the mistake of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He's a human being and he makes mistakes. And his mistakes are made to show us Allah is Akbar, He's the greatest. Allah is A'la, He's the highest. Allah is A'zam, He is the most magnificent. And the fact that he made mistakes also teaches us our religion. One time, he made Salatul Dhuhr, Salatul Asr, and he only prayed 2 rakat. 2 rakat. For those who don't know about the prayer consists of 4 things that we have to do. 4 rakat. We don't have the time to really get into that in detail. Instead of praying 4, Rasulullah prayed 2, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. After the salat, a man came by the name of Dhul Yadain, and he said, Ya Rasulullah, did you forget to make 4, or has the salat been shortened from 4 to 2? He said, I didn't forget, nor has the salat been shortened. He said, well, Ya Rasulullah, you only prayed 2 rakat. Rasulullah asked the other people, is it true what Dhul Yadain is saying? They say, yes. And so he told the people, get back in the line, stand up for the prayer, and then he made 2 more rakats, and then he made the sajda of a sahu, the sajda of mistake. For our non-Muslim audience, we don't have time to get into that, but we wanted to show this point that he would make mistakes in the religion as it relates to these issues to show us what to do if one of us made too many rak'ah, or we didn't make enough rak'ah, or we made some mistake in our salah. Even in the ayat of the Quran, عَبَسَ وَتَوَلَّى أَنْ جَاءَهُ الْأَعْمَى. The blind man came to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the blind man came seeking the guidance of Al-Islam, and he wanted to know about the religion. But at that particular time, Rasulullah was giving dawah and calling the chieftains of his people to the religion. So the blind man came at that inopportune time. Rasulullah, he frowned and turned away as if to say to the blind man, not now. He didn't frown and turn away out of arrogance. He didn't frown and turn away to say, you don't deserve that I pay attention to you. No. He frowned and turned away because he was saying, if these people become Muslims, they have the power and the wherewithal to protect the religion and to protect you and to protect the other people. So leave me right now to give them dawah, to call them. But Allah revealed this ayat. Abasa wa tawalla. He frowned and turned away. And let Rasulullah know, hey, these people don't have more rights to listen to the call of Al-Islam than this man. So that was our way of learning from this particular mistake. But the mistake that he did, it wasn't intent, nor did it have an iota of negativity connected to it. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So let not anyone in the audience from the Muslims believe that I'm here saying Rasulullah is just a man like that. He is a human being, but he's not just a man. He's a human being who has been given miraculous abilities by Allah. He's been given the Quran and other miracles. And as a human being, he's going to make mistakes. So, we're going to stop there, inshallah, and we'll address the questions that any of you may have. Anyone on the right, anyone has a question or an issue? On the left, Saleh.
Christians say that Jesus is sinless, and it is pointed out in the Quran as what was said earlier, that the sins of the prophet was taken off of him. Isn't that denoting or pointing to the priority of Jesus on the
That's
prophet?
A good point. The Muslims should believe that Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a human being and he's going to make mistakes, and he has made mistakes, and the Quran has established that. But the Christians claim that Jesus was sinless and without mistakes. So isn't this clearly an indication of the superiority of Jesus over Muhammad? Well, we say no. Muhammad is superior to Jesus, But we say that without any negativity, because we don't make distinctions between the prophets. According to the Bible, and I don't necessarily believe this, according to the Bible, it is said, when the people were looking to crucify Jesus, he went into a garden and he was praying and he was nervous and sweat was coming out of his forehead, off of his brow, and he was asking Allah to allow this cup to pass him by, and he was praying, and then according to the Bible, he said, "Oh my Father, oh God, why have you forsaken me?" I know, and I'm nowhere near to Jesus, Ibn Maryam. I know that I can never make that statement. That is a major sin in Islam. Allah said, "Oh my servants, tell them, those who have gone overboard and you've done a lot of sins, don't give up hope of the rahmah of Allah. Allah forgives all sins." In an authentic hadith, Rasulullah said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Inna min al-kaba'ir al-qunut min rahmatillah." From the major sins is for a person to give up hope from the rahmah of Allah. So if Jesus said that, and this is in their Bible, I don't believe he would say something like that, because I think and I believe that the prophets are above that. But according to that Bible, he gave up hope and said, "Oh my Lord, oh God, oh my Father, why have you forsaken me?" And Allah Ta'ala tells in the Quran, Allah does not break his promise. He says that about the regular people. And we're going to come to that, inshallah, in the next ayat. Inna ma'al usri yusra. So, according to that Bible, Jesus gave up hope. In addition to that, this concept that they give us about Jesus being the soft, easy-going lamb, according to the Bible, Jesus went into the temple, and the people were buying and selling in the temple, and he overturned the tables of the money lenders and the businessmen in the temple. By what right would Jesus knock their money all over the floor and turn over their property and break their property? That's according to their Bible. You can't come and just take my stuff and throw it on the floor. This is my property. So we don't believe that those things happen. Allah knows best if that happened or it didn't happen. But the point that I'm trying to make is every human being is going to make mistakes and every human being is going to sin. Have a question, Sulaiman?
When we are talking about interpretation of the Holy Quran, does it ask conditions?
Concerning the interpretation of the Quran and the tafsir of the Quran, does it have any conditions to it? Yes, it has a number of conditions that anyone who wants to interpret the Quran, he has to be careful. Don't come to this Quran and just give it your own interpretation according to what you want to interpret. From the conditions is number one, the Arabic language. The importance of the Arabic language. The tafsir, interpretation of the Quran, has to be consistent with the Arabic language. Has to be supported by the Arabic language. Number two, the Quran cannot contradict other aspects of the Quran or the interpretation. You can't come with an interpretation that contradicts another aspect of the Quran. For an example, there's a deviant group of Muslims who are actually outside of the fold of Al-Islam, to be honest with you. They are called the Qadianis. They take the ayat of the Quran in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that Rasulullah is the Khatam of the Anbiya and the Rasul. Muhammad is not the father of any of you men, but he is the seal of the prophets. He is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets. These people come and they say, the meaning of this ayat is that our leader, Ahmed Ghulam al-Qadiani, he is the one who stamps the seal of prophecy. That's his interpretation, that he is the Khatam. He stamped the approval that this man was a prophet after Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. Well, that particular interpretation contradicts the Quran and it contradicts the authentic Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So it can't contradict. Can't contradict the Quran, nor can it contradict the Sunnah. In addition to that, from the conditions of the interpretation of the Quran and the tafsir of the Quran and its explanation is that explanation has to be in accordance with what the companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and may Allah be pleased with all of his companions, what they understood. They were the ones who the Quran was revealed upon. when the verses of the Quran were revealed, they were revealed upon the companions. So, as such, they understood the Quran better than everyone else. They were the ones who knew the interpretation of the Quran, and as a result of that, the Quran and its tafsir and explanation, it has to be in accordance to what those companions understood. Which brings us to another very important point, and that point is, today, science has unraveled and has shown how the Quran spoke about scientific miracles. And we'll deal with that at another time in the next episode. We hope to see you in the next episode so that we can do the continuation of the explanation of the Quran. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islam. Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam 101.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Respected viewers, we're once again here at Islam 101. And we're dealing with the tafsir and the explanation of Surah Al-Inshirah or Surah Al-Sharh. Surah Al-Inshirah is the surah in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is reminding Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam of some of the mercies and some of the favors that he bestowed upon Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And from those favors is the fact that Allah guided him to the religion of Al-Islam and chose him as the Nabi. So he is Mustafa and Mukhtar, salawatullah wa salamuhu alayh. And Allah Ta'ala just didn't choose him to be the Nabi and the Muballigh anillah, the one who's calling and inviting to Allah, but He made him equipped to handle the message of giving a da'wah. And He opened up his chest to make it easy for him to have a tahammul, or to be in a position to deal with what he saw and what he received from the bad behavior from those people who were his enemies. In addition to that, we may mention about how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala physically had his open heart surgery done to him. How Allah Azza wa Jal sent the angels to him, and open heart surgery was performed upon Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam without any anesthesia or without any of the fine and precise tools and utensils that are well known today when they're being used in the hospital. And from the favors of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala upon Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that were mentioned in this surah, which is a Meccan surah, is the fact that Allah Ta'ala has taken off from him his wizr or his awzar, the mistakes that he has made as a human being. And He has forgiven him for what has passed from his previous sins and what is to come. Which does not mean that he ever made a mistake in making the tabligh of the risala. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam never made any mistakes in terms of what Allah ordered him to do. The religion is complete. Today, I have completed for you your religion, and I have perfected for you my favors upon you, and I am pleased to choose for you as a way of life, Al-Islam. So the deen is mukmal. Allah Ta'ala completed the deen, the religion, And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not leave one stone unturned. So we don't want someone to come in to say or to claim, this is a proof he made a sin. He may have not relayed what he should have relayed. No, he relayed the message in its totality. And finally, up to this point, we've dealt with the favor that Allah bestowed upon him, which was the favor of raising his remembrance in this life as well as the next life. Today, inshallah, we will continue to talk about some of the other favors that Allah has bestowed upon him as it relates to the completion of the surah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala went on to say, verily with difficulty there is ease. And he repeated it, verily with difficulty there is ease. When we look at the book of Allah and we look at the authentic sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we'll find that Allah has repeated certain ayat over and over and over again. Like in Surah Ar-Rahman, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny, is repeated in Surah Ar-Rahman over and over and over again. In the authentic sunnah, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam would say to the people, ad-dinu nasiha, ad-dinu nasiha, ad-dinu nasiha. And he would repeat a particular thing multiple times. One of the wisdoms behind that is to show the importance of the thing that is being said. To show that what is being said and what is being repeated is important. Another reason is to show the emphasis or the ta'keed about that particular thing. So here we have this methodology being used right here. فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا إِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. We don't want to get into the linguistics of this particular surah or this ayah, even though linguistically some things are happening that are important. Like the fa and the inna. And we have some students here who are students studying the Arabic language. So we know that inna is from the adawat al-ta'keed. They are certain that the Arabs used to use to show the emphasis of a particular thing. So Allah mentioned the ayah twice, and He used inna twice to show this is a serious point that has to be understood. فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. Verily with difficulty there comes ease. Verily with difficulty there comes ease. This ayat should be considered with the backdrop of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam's history as a prophet and Nabi. When he went to Mecca and he started calling the people to La ilaha illallah, the people stood up and they opposed him. And they said, we're going to fight him for making the gods into one God. Inna hadha la shay'un ujab. That's what they said. Has he made the many gods into one God? Inna hadha la shay'un ujab. That's a strange thing. We're going to lose money. How can he say that? Our fathers didn't understand the religion like that. So they were against him. And when they were against him, he was weak and he was oppressed when he was in Mecca. The position of the Muslims was a position of weakness, to the point that the Prophet ﷺ would pray at the Kaaba, and when he went into prostration, went to sajda, the non-Muslims would come and put on his shoulder and his back the dung of some of the animals, and they would have a laugh at the expense of Rasulullah ﷺ. Not a single companion would stand up in order to defend him, out of fear that if anyone were to stand up, the non-Muslims will kill everyone. That's how weak, and that's how weak and insignificant their military might and power was. That's how it was in the beginning. That was the usr. That was the difficulty of that particular time. Being kicked out of your city. They were boycotted for 2 years. They couldn't eat properly. That was a difficult time. Bilal ibn Rabah al-Habashi, the Amin of this ummah and the Mu'adhin of this ummah, Bilal radiallahu anhu, he was taken to the desert and put on the floor of the desert, and the hot rock was placed on his chest. Khabbab ibn al-Arat, also one of the weak Muslims. Sumayya, the mother of Ammar, and her husband Yasir, al-Yasir. Those people were oppressed to the point where they killed the boy's mother and father right before his very eyes. This was the difficulty at the beginning of al-Islam. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestowed the favor upon Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and gave his religion dominance over the peninsula of the Arabs. Allah is the one who sent his messenger with the religion of truth, and he proclaimed his religion over all of the other religions. And Allah is enough as a witness. But at the beginning it was difficult. And then at the end of Islam, after he made the hijrah to Al-Medina, Allah Azza wa Jal gave his religion the idhar and the dhuhur and the dominance and the power over the whole peninsula, to the point that he made the fath of Mecca. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam traveled from Al-Medina and he went to conquer Mecca, the place where he began his dawah. And they used to give the call and they used to practice Islam in private, in the privacy and the secrecy of their homes. But when he went and he conquered Mecca, he was in a position of authority. He went into Mecca and he went in without being molested. Everyone ran away. There was no force or no power to prevent him from entering into Mecca. So when he entered into Mecca, brothers and sisters, and this is an important point, he went into the Kaaba and he saw that the people drew pictures of Ibrahim making al-azlam. He was making divination with arrows, as if Ibrahim decided affairs by pulling out an arrow. If I pull this out, this means I shouldn't travel. If I pull this one out, it means I shouldn't get divorced. If I pull this one out, I shouldn't invest. Al-azlam, rijsum min amal al-shaytan, fajtanibuh. This is an evil thing in Islam. Rasulullah saw that and he said, Ibrahim did not do this. Ibrahim was not a mushrik. He was not a polytheist. Anyway, when Rasulullah saw the many idols around the Kaaba and he returned to Mecca powerful, he took out a piece of stick. He found an oud. And then he took the stick and he started knocking the idols over one by one. Say unto them, the truth has come and falsehood has fled. Verily, falsehood is an ever-fleeing thing. He didn't go into the Mecca to destroy the Kaaba with a big axe. He didn't go into Mecca to destroy the Kaaba with a big bazooka, a stick, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him the power and the istikhlaf in the earth. So at the beginning of Islam, it was difficult, and at the end of Islam, Allah ta'ala gave him the nasr. He gave him the victory. So this ayat is saying, فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ Yusra, inna ma'al usr, yusra. Verily with difficulty there is ease. Verily with difficulty there is ease. Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi has narrated an authentic hadith that the Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, lan taghlab usrun wahid yusrain. One difficulty will never defeat two eases. In this ayat, for those people who are studying Arabic language, in this ayat, al-usr, it is with the al-ta'rif, al-usr. So we know it's talking about a specific difficulty. But yusr is nakira. We don't know which yusr. It can be multiple yusrs. But al-usr is one. So he says, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, lan taghlab, usrun wahid, yusrain. One usr, because it's al in both ayats. So that's for the people who are studying Arabic. Abdullah bin Abbas, Ikhwani, concerning this particular ayat, he said, if anyone is suffering from a problem or an issue in this life, difficulty, and he's looking for the ease, then you should always remember, when Allah sends down the difficulty on you from the sky, because it's in the qadr, when Allah sends it down, verily Allah sent behind it the ease. So if the usr, if the difficulty were to go into the grave, the yusr will go into the grave as well. We'll come back, inshallah, to finish the interpretation, explanation of this ayat. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us of those people who love the Quran. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islam 101.
Welcome to this new episode of Focus Point.
The new generation has the habit of reading more than before.
Jewish question was named basically the problem of Jews who lost their function in society.
Islam 101.
Welcome back to our program, Islam 101, in which we're dealing with the ayats of Surah Al-Inshirah. We've now arrived at the statement of Abdullah ibn Abbas, the Habr of the Ummah, the Imam of the Ummah, as it relates to the Quran. The one who the Prophet ﷺ took inside of his cloak, and he made a dua and he said, Allahumma faqihhu fi deen. And in another narration, in the ta'wil, oh Allah, teach him the religion and teach him the explanation of the Quran, the tafsir of the Quran. Abdullah bin Abbas, he said, if you're suffering from a problem or an issue that has been sent down to you from the sky by Allah, a proof that Allah is above the seven heavens, it was sent down because it was decreed. He said, don't give up hope, because along with the problem, Allah is going to send down the ease. And if the problem that was sent down, the trial, the fitna, if it was sent down and it goes into a hole, then the ease is going to follow it into that hole. So Allah never gives anyone a problem except that the ease is coming. But you have to have patience, as the Prophet said in an authentic hadith. And he mentioned this hadith to Abdullah bin Abbas when he was a young boy. The end of the hadith says, وَعْلَمْ أَنَّ النَّصْرِ مَعَ الصَّبْرِ وَأَنَّ الْكَرْبِ مَعَ الْفَرْجِ وَأَنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. Know that victory comes with patience, and getting out of the problem comes with the problem that you have is going to be solved, and with difficulty there is ease. So with that being the case, it's not acceptable for any Muslim to decide to kill himself because of the problems that he has. A Muslim never thinks about an intihar, where he's going to take his life. This is not permissible. Something that's going on in a person's life, he loses a leg or a limb, gets divorced, loses a loved one. He doesn't say, life is over now, I'm going to kill myself. This is not acceptable. He commits suicide. Her husband took another wife, for an example, and she feels she can't handle it, so she takes and she swallows a number of pills in order to kill herself. This is not permissible. Why? فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. إِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. With difficulty there's ease. Some of our young brothers, they're not married. They don't have the ability to get married because they are poor. They're du'afa, fuqara, masakin. They don't have the ability. And it's very difficult with the shahwa of being young. So the boy is saying, I need a way out. Where is the way out? Where's the way out? So instead of making the ghadd al-basar and lowering his eyes, he says, I'm just going to go and I'm going to carry on an illicit relationship with another woman because I can't be patient. Or he makes a nikah to his hand. Nasallallahu alayhi wa salama. La. Al-Islam doesn't allow you to do that. You have to have a sabr. You have to be patient. And with your sabr, Allah, with your patience, Allah is going to bless you. Whoever has taqwa and he fears Allah, Allah will make a way out for him from his problem. And he'll provide for that individual from where he doesn't expect. So with difficulty, there is ease. Do not take the easy way out, which is to kill yourself. Whoever kills himself in this dunya, that is what he's going to do in the akhirah. He'll take something to poison himself. He'll shoot himself over and over again. He'll stab himself over and over again in his grave. He'll throw himself off of a mountain, off of a high place over and over again in his grave. So remember, Muslims, you Muslims, with difficulty there's ease. And that also applies to non-Muslims as well. Because Allah is the creator. And Allah does not burden a soul beyond its ability and beyond its scope. Everything that happens to you happens because of some wisdom. And everything that happens to you happens because you have the ability to deal with it and to solve it and to get through it. So we remember this ayah. These two ayahs that were repeated for those who have doubt. فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. And then again, إِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. So we're going to address any of the questions or concerns or comments that some of our brothers may have. Does anyone have anything? تفضل أخي صالح.
As we heard that Bilal was not from Arabian Peninsula, and he was a slave. How was he made as a muazzin of this ummah, and he was a slave?
Concerning Bilal, radiyallahu anhu, wasn't an Arab. That's true, he wasn't an Arab. Bilal ibn Rabah is an Ethiopian, Abyssinian, from Al-Habasha, from Ethiopia. And the question is, how was he made to be a mu'adhin if he was a slave? First of all, Bilal won his freedom from slavery before they made hijrah from Mecca to Medina. Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu had a lot of money, and he purchased the freedom of Bilal from his owner, Umayya ibn Khalaf, la'anatullah alayhi. Umayya ibn Khalaf used to oppress Bilal and other than Bilal. So Abu Bakr came and purchased his freedom and let him go free, fi sabilillah, let him go free. So by the time they went to Medina, he was a free man. He was no longer a slave. And the fact that he became the mu'adhin of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam goes to show that a free slave can be the mu'adhin. A free slave can be the imam in the salah. And in the books of the madhabs, for you Muslims that say a man can't be a slave or a free slave in order to be the imam or the mu'adhin, that's kalamun farigh, la dalil alayhi. There's no proof about that. He told us sallallahu alayhi wasallam in the hadith of Al-Irbad ibn Sariya radiyallahu anhu, when he gave them a serious maw'idah, a serious exhortation, وَإِن تَأَمَّرَ عَلَيْكُمْ عَبْدٌ حَبَشِيٌّ رَأْسُهُ كَالزَّبِيبَ. You people should listen and obey. عَلَيْكُمْ بِالسَّمْعِ وَالطَّاعَةِ. You have to listen and obey your leader, even if your leader happens to be a raisin head slave. A person who has a raisin head, meaning a black person. A black person could be the leader. The one who is the leader over the Muslims should be the one who is the most competent and the most qualified. And being a slave or an ex-slave doesn't have anything to do with the issue. إِنَّ أَكْرَمَكُمْ مِنْ اللَّهِ أَتْقَاكُمْ. The one who has the best position, the most honorable of you in the sight of Allah is the one who has the most taqwa. Not the one who's white, not the one who's black, not the one who's Arab, but the one who has the most taqwa. And this is one of the beautiful aspects of Islam that was appealing to me. Don't get me wrong, there are Muslims who are racist. Arabs who are racist to non-Arabs. There are Muslims who are racist. I've seen and suffered from racism from Muslims, no doubt about that. But the religion of Islam doesn't allow racism. It eradicated racism because of the ayat that we mentioned, Inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. The best of you in this religion is the one who has the most taqwa. La fadla lil arabi ala al ajami wala lil abyad ala al aswad. Kullukum banu Adam wa khuliqa Adamu min turab. There is no virtues of an Arab over a non-Arab or white over the black. All of you are from Adam, and Adam was created from the dirt. So that's an excellent question. Do you guys have any more questions?
I want to ask you about suicide. Suicide is one of the greatest sins, as I understood. But how to be with people that are very ill? They are dying. They are suffering a lot, and they want to stop their suffering by killing themselves. How to deal with that? Should they continue their suffering or should they stop it?
Concerning the people who are suffering, is it permissible for someone who has a terminal disease or illness and they're going through a lot of suffering, like people who have HIV/AIDS, and it's full-blown, and we've seen with our own eyes the suffering that they go through. People who are taking chemotherapy and they have progressed forms of cancer and they go through a lot of suffering. Is it permissible for us to kill them or for them to kill themselves? La, this is not permissible in the religion of Islam. First of all, because as we mentioned, La yukallifu Allahu nafsan illa wus'aha. Allah does not burden the soul beyond its scope and its ability. That person has the ability to do that. But we have to stop here. And inshallah, we'll begin the next segment, probably with that, if Allah gives us life. We hope to see you again in the next segment, which will be our last segment. As-salam ala man ittaba al-huda.
Islam. Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam 101.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah amma ba'du. Welcome once again to another episode of Islam 101, which will be, inshallah, the very last episode concerning the explanation and the tafsir of Surah Al-Inshirah. Last week, we ended, because the time seems to fly by in these episodes, with the question of Nick concerning suicide and whether or not a person was allowed to commit suicide due to the fact that he was suffering from a disease or an illness that caused him undue duress, stress, and pain. Someone has a serious disease, and the ayat of the Quran is saying, فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا إِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. Verily, with difficulty there's ease. With difficulty there's ease. So, where is the ease for this individual who's dying and he's suffering, as we've seen certain people suffer? Is it allowed for him to take his own life? We said no, it's not permissible by any stretch of the imagination. Number one, because of the ayah, لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. Allah does not burden a soul beyond his scope and his ability. Whatever happens to an individual in this life, he has the ability to handle it, or Allah would not have decreed it upon that individual. So he has to be patient. And we told you that the Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that an-nasr, help, victory comes with a sabr. Victory is going to come with you being patient. And you have to believe that, even with the one who's suffering, victory and ease is going to come with this situation. Does that mean he's going to become well again? I'm not saying that, I can't promise that. But Allah, Azza wa Jal, the Most High, every time the Muslim, for an example, is suffering, that is a purification for him. It is a tazkiyah and a tahara for him. And that's why Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whenever someone was sick, he would say to them, Tahur, inshaAllah. Tahur. It's a purifier for you. You're becoming clean from your sins. So be patient. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he was dying, he suffered from a serious headache. And he used to have to suffer from twice the pain of the normal man. But he was patient, because you're becoming pure in order to go to the Jannah, inshaAllah. Another reason why it is not permissible is because of the ayat in Surah An-Nisa, in which Allah Ta'ala told us, إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْمُرُكُمْ أَن تُؤَدُّوا الْأَمَانَاتِ إِلَى أَهْلِهَا. Verily Allah has commanded you people to return the amana, or the trust, back to its rightful owner. So if someone has left this mushaf, this Quran, as a trust with me, I have to give it back. I marry a man's daughter, and he entrusted me to take care of his daughter. I have to take care of the amana, the trust. Similarly, Allah has given us all an amana. And the amana that Allah has given us is, one of the amanas is the bodies that we have. This is an amana. You cannot do to your body any and everything that you want to do. You can't put tattoos on your body. You can't chisel your teeth. Women can't pluck their eyebrows. Men can't cut their beards. You can't do anything to this body except what Al-Islam has allowed. So when you die, Allah is going to ask you about the amana. So from the amana is that you have to protect your life. And you can't do drugs. You can't do things that are going to compromise the safety of the amana. You have to give it back to Allah when you die in the correct way. Another proof, ikhwani, is the man who was making jihad with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he was stabbed by the enemy. And he couldn't be patient. He wasn't patient. So he put his sword in the ground and he jumped on the sword, thus committing suicide, and he killed himself. Rasulullah said that man is in the hellfire. He was supposed to be patient with the wound. Either he became cured from the wound or he died. But in another hadith, the one who committed suicide, in the hadith al-Qudsi, in which Allah said, Badarani abdi, my slave was in haste. He wasn't patient. He wasn't patient with what I decreed. So he has to go to the hellfire. So it's not permissible for a person to commit suicide in that circumstance. It's not permissible. Anyone has any other questions before we complete the tafsir? The last ayahs that we're going to deal with, brothers and sisters, our respected viewers from our non-Muslim friends, is that Allah Ta'ala ended the ayah by saying, so ya Muhammad, once you're finishing your toiling and your struggle, once you finish toiling and struggling, then turn to Allah with complete raghbah. Turn to Allah with complete devotion and concentration. So we have to look at these last two ayahs in light of all of the other ayahs. Did we not listen to all of the favors that Allah is mentioning, and then look at them in light of the last two ayahs? Ya Muhammad, did we not expand for you your breasts? And we took off of you the thing that caused your back to go down? And we raised your remembrance in the dunya and in the hereafter? And verily, with difficulty there is ease. With difficulty there is ease. So therefore, once you finish toiling and struggling, then turn in complete devotion to Allah. After all of these favors that Allah has bestowed upon you, Ya Muhammad, and your job is done, now turn your attention to completely and absolutely worshiping Allah in complete, total submission and devotion. As your shukr, you should thank Allah for all of the favors that He bestowed upon you. So, what we learn from that are a number of things. As human beings, Allah Ta'ala has given us a number of favors. And if you were to count the favors of Allah, never would you be able to count all of them. Some of us are married, we have good wives. Some of us have children. Some of us, we know some people who are afflicted when they came out and they were born, they have handicaps. For lack of a better word, even though I don't like using the word handicap, because in reality, some people who are handicapped are in a better condition than those people who are not handicapped. The real handicapped one is the one who has eyes, but he can't see. He has an intellect, but he doesn't use it. He's the one who's really handicapped. Where the man who may not have his physical eyes, but he has spiritual eyes by which he can see with. He's not handicapped. But for lack of a better word, some of us look at how some of those people who are handicapped, how they are, and we say, Alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not create me like that. People were walking on all fours. Some people, their lower extremities are cut off. Other people, their heart outside of the body. He has half of a lung, one kidney, all kind of issues. So Rasulullah told us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, don't look at people who are above you, people who have more than you. Look at the people who are below you. Because when you look and you compare your situation to the people below you, it will cause you to be more grateful and thankful for Allah giving you what He has given you. But if we live our life saying, look how much money this one has, look how much money that one has, look how big his house is, then we can open the door to forget the favors of Allah that He put upon us. So everyone has a lot of favors that Allah has bestowed upon him. You have good health, you have a good mind, sound body, you have enough food to eat that day, you have security where you're living at, your parents are still here, you have children, whatever your case is. Whatever Allah has blessed you with, turn to Allah in complete and total submission. Once Allah has gotten you through a trial or a tribulation, once you're through it, don't forget Allah. Don't be like those people who forgot about Allah and Allah made them forget about themselves. When the person is flying in the plane and the plane starts to go through turbulence, or he's in the ocean and the waves are sending him to and fro, he makes dua. Say, oh Allah, please help us, please help us. If you get us through this, we'll do this and we'll do that. Once Allah arrives them and causes them to arrive safely, look at them. فَإِذَا بِهِمْ يُشْرِكُونَ. They go back to making shirk with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The wife, she has a baby, she has a difficult pregnancy, the baby could lose their life, the mother could lose their life. So they say with dua, oh Allah, if you deliver us a good child, we're going to worship you and we'll be thankful. And then after the child comes out, everyone is okay, the baby, the mother, everyone's okay. They go back and they make the tamima around their arm. They worship other than Allah Azza wa Jal. So the point from all of this is, when Allah takes you from point A, and you're going through the toils and the struggles of your life, and then He saves you from that problem that you were making supplication to be saved from, once you finish that, Give thanks to Allah by making the salat of al-fajr, by making all of the prayers, by doing the wajibat of al-Islam, those obligatory deeds. How is it possible that Allah, the Most High, can order the Muslim woman to wear hijab, for an example, but she says, no, I'm not going to wear hijab. And then when something comes into her life, in terms of a challenge or a struggle, very quickly you'll find that she'll turn to Allah in complete sincerity and devotion. Allah gets her through the problem, and lo and behold, the girl doesn't put the hijab on still. No, there are signs that are going on around us constantly, and we have to be thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for what He has given us. In addition to that, from what we benefit from this ayat, something very important concerning the devotion of Allah and the concentration that the servant has to have in relationship to that devotion. And that is, the ayat told Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, فَإِذَا فَرَقْتَ فَانْصَبْ. And if you finish toiling and struggling, once you finish your work, turn to Allah in complete devotion. That goes to show that when a person is going to worship Allah, make salat or other than that, he has to be focused. He cannot allow the dunya to come into conflict and to mix with his ibadah or his worship with Allah. And so that's why the Prophet ﷺ, he legislated a number of things. When we have to pray, he says sallallahu alayhi wasallam, La salata wa huwa yudafi al-akhbathan. There's no salat for the person who has to go to the bathroom. He has to use the bathroom, and he's feeling the pains and the call of nature saying, come to the bathroom. Islam says, don't get up and pray in that condition, because you're not going to have complete devotion and concentration on your salah. Go ahead and use the bathroom. You shouldn't hold in gas. You shouldn't hold in the urine, akramakumullah, or other than that. You should relieve yourself and free yourself so that you would have the complete devotion to Allah Azza wa Jal. We'll be back to complete, inshallah, this surah, and we ask Allah to make it easy for us and easy for you.
Islam 101. Islam 101.
Welcome back to Islam 101. And the point we left off on is the fact that in al-Islam, Allah's Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Muhammad, he has brought us a religion, and he has taught us when it's time to turn to the ibadah or the worship of Allah, we have to be totally and completely focused on the job at hand. So therefore, if the time comes where we're going to pray Salat al-Isha, the last prayer of the day, or maybe Salat al-Dhuhr, the middle prayer of the day, and food is placed at the time of the prayer, then he told us sallallahu alaihi wasallam to go ahead and eat the food. And the companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what they used to do was, like Abdullah ibn Umar, Abdullah ibn Abbas, whenever the food would be put down there at the same time that the salat was started in Rasulullah's masjid, they would sit and they would eat, and they wouldn't rush. They would take their time. They wouldn't rush, feeling I have to eat very quick to go catch up to the salat. No, it's permissible. Also, he says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that it is not permissible for a person who is making umrah or hajj to get married or to marry someone off. He said, لا ينكح محرم ولا ينكح. The one who's a muhram, he's in ihram. He has his ihram for hajj or umrah. If he's in the state of ihram, he cannot marry someone, nor can he marry his wali, his girl, his daughter off, because that will make him become unfocused as it relates to the job at hand, which is the umrah or the hajj. Similar to it is what the scholars of al-Islam say. There's no hadith preventing this, but it is makruh for the young man to get married in the month of Ramadan. You brothers are very young, 20, 21, 22, and all of you are unmarried. Some of our listening audience, even from the girls who are young, it's disliked for you to get married in the month of Ramadan. It's not haram. No one can make it haram because there's no dalil or proof to make it haram. But since we've been commanded to leave alone drink, food, and having sexual relationships in the month of Ramadan, if a person were to get married, the shaitan will come and he will open up the door of a shahwa. He would open up the door and he may make you weak and you succumb to your desires of wanting to have relationships. So, Ramadan is a time where you have to be focused. So therefore, the scholars of Islam said that it was disliked for young people especially, or the person who can't control himself, to get married in that month. But if the person has the ability to control himself, it is permissible to do so. So that is the tafsir of Surah Al-Inshirah. We look forward, inshallah, to dealing with some other surahs of the Quran and explaining them according to what is acceptable in the Arabic language, according to what goes with in consistency and harmony with the Quran and the Sunnah, and according to what the ulama from the companions and other than the companions gave us from the tafsir of the Quran. So if there are any questions, inshallah, we'll entertain any questions you may have. Sulaiman, عندك شيء؟ تفضل.
There are some chapters in the Holy Quran. These chapters was opened with some of alphabets. They call it in Arabic al-huruf al-muqatta'a. What do you want to say about this surah?
Concerning the ayats that are known as the huruf al-muqatta'a, certain verses of the Quran begin with the words or the letters alif, lam, mim, alif, lam, ra, yasin, sad. What do we have to say about these issues? First of all, no one knows the meanings of these issues. When you read the tafsir of the Quran and they say Yasin means Ya Insan, O mankind, there's no proof for that. Doesn't mean that. Yasin is a name of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There's no proof for that. You can't believe in that because there's no mustanid. There's nothing that you can use. There is nothing that you can use to support or to prove that. So we say that those ayats, Allah knows the reality as to the meaning of those ayat. They're from the mutashabihat of the Quran. Those ayahs are clear. Say Allah is one. Verily the religion with Allah is al-Islam. And whoever chooses other than Islam as a religion, it will not be accepted for him. All of those ayat are clear. That is the mother of the book. Most of the book is clear like that. But also in the Quran or ayat, there are mutashabihat. We don't know the meaning of them. La ya'lamuha illa Allah. No one knows the meaning of them except Allah. So Allah went on to say in this ayat, as for those people who have diseases in their hearts, they're the ones who go after trying to figure out what is the meaning of this ayat and that ayat. Alif Lam Mim, Alif Lam Ra. He spends 3 days, 5 days, wastes people's time saying it means this, it means that, it means this. And there's no proof for what he's claiming. As for those people who are grounded in knowledge, the rasikhuna fil ilm, those people who have iman and knowledge, they say, Amanna bih, kullu min inda rabbina. We believe in all of it. We believe in Alif Lam Mim, we believe in Qul huwallahu ahad. All of that is from our Lord, whether we understand it or whether we don't understand it, and we accept and embrace and recognize some of those ayat are not understood, and they're not meant to be understood until Yawmul Qiyamah, when Allah makes the issues clear between the people. So that's our position. And we shouldn't be like the munafiqeen, those hypocrites. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave examples of the Quran, in the Quran, He will give an example by mentioning the gnat, He'll mention the fly, He'll mention the bee, He'll mention the snake in the Quran, He'll mention the cow, He'll mention the camel, the horse, He'll mention the donkey, akramakumullah, He'll mention the elephant, He'll mention the ghurab or the crow, He mentions the spider, He mentions all of these issues in the Quran about animals and insects. And He mentioned what the munafiqun, the kuffar, the disbelievers, the hypocrites, what they had to say. Allah Ta'ala said concerning those people, that those people say, why is it that Allah gives these examples? Allah's not shy to give an example of the Quran, of whatever, of a mosquito, a gnat, or bigger than that, or smaller than that. The similitude of the gnat is this. The similitude of the one who worships other than Allah is like the one who is like the spider's house. And the spider's house is weak. The worst sound is the braying of the ass, of the donkey, and so forth and so on. The non-believers say, why does Allah give those examples in the Quran? A snake, a whale, a cow, a fish, this, that. Why is that? What did they want? What does Allah want by that example? Allah said, as for those who believe, they know it's the truth from their Lord. And they don't have a problem with accepting it. So, Ikhwani, one of the signs of the people of deviation, the people of desires, Ahl-al-Ahwa and Ahl-al-Bid'ah, the people of deviation and the people of desires, may Allah protect me and you from being from amongst them. One of their signs is they go after and they look after these ayat and these issues. There was an incident that happened with a young man by the name of Sabah during the time of Umar radiallahu anhu. That man used to go and he would take the ayat of the Quran, especially in the last portion of the Quran, those ayats that are a bit difficult to understand for the normal person. And he would go around asking the people, what's the meaning of this ayat? What's the meaning of that ayat? Confusing himself and trying to confuse the people. Umar radiallahu anhu was the Khalif. He said, bring that man to me, bring that boy. They brought him to Umar and he was tied up. He said, why are you asking these questions? He said, I want to know, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. So Umar radiallahu anhu took some palm fiber leaves, wrapped them up, and he began to give him the had from the hudud of Allah. And he began to hit him. That man said, okay, Amir al-Mu'mineen, if you're hitting me to kill me, then kill me once and for all. Don't keep hitting me. Kill me once and for all. But if you're hitting me so that I'll stop what I'm doing, then the shaitan, the jinn that was inside of me, making me ask those questions, he went away now. I've learned my lesson. So Umar radiallahu anhu, what did he do? He put that boy outside of the city and exonerated him. Or he expelled him from the city. I'm sorry. He said, you have to live outside of the city. We don't want you to be around the Muslims out of fear that those pollutants that are in your mind, in your head, in your heart are going to spill over into the Muslim community. And that's how the leaders and the ulama of al-Islam in the past, that's how they used to deal with the people of desires. To protect the Muslims from going astray, they would ostracize them and isolate them. Al-Imam Malik, rahimahullah ta'ala, was in the masjid. The man came and he started asking about an ayat of the Quran. Ar-Rahman, ala al-arsh istawa. Allah is over his throne. Allah is not everywhere. Allah is over his throne and he sends the rain from the sky and the rahmah from the sky. He answers your dua when you raise your hands and they go up to the sky. He is over the throne in a way that befits his majesty. He's not in my pocket. He's not inside of my ear. He's not under the nail of my big toe. Allah is over the arsh, stawa, in a way that befits his majesty. So people wanted to use their intellect. So the man came and he wanted to ask Al-Imam Malik, I want to debate you about this. Istiwa of Allah. The fact that Allah is above the throne. Let's debate, you and me. Al-Imam Malik had the ability to take that man and to twist him up like a pretzel and eat him and spit him out. But Al-Imam Malik did what? He took his two fingers and he put them in his ears and he said, as for me, I know that Ar-Rahman is over his arsh, over his throne. And I'm not in doubt about that issue of my deen, my religion. As for you, you're in doubt. Go and look for someone who you can debate about the religion, who's in doubt like you're in doubt. They wouldn't give these people the time of day to debate and to discuss with them. And Imam Ahmed, another Imam of the Sunnah, a tremendous personality in al-Islam, and we're going to deal, inshallah, with the mihna and the fitna of Imam Ahmed, the trial that he was put through in order to defend the Sunnah and in order to defend the kalam of Allah and its reality. And Imam Ahmed, in his book, Usul Sunnah, the fundamentals of the Sunnah, he began by saying that as-sunnatu indana al-iqtida bima kana alayhi ashabu Rasulillah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. The Sunnah to us is following what the companions were upon, doing exactly what they were doing. And it was also what? Tark al-jidal. And it was also doing what? Not arguing in the religion about these issues. So that's Surah Al-Inshirah. It was a pleasure bringing it to you. Inshallah, you got some benefit. Hopefully we'll bring more surahs of the Quran similar to this. And may Allah accept it from us and from you. If there were any mistakes that were made, we ask Allah to forgive us because this is the kalam of Allah. And may He establish our feet firmly in our hearts upon the kitab and the sunnah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islam Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah amma ba'd. Mashahiduna al-Kiram, respected viewers, brothers and sisters, nurahibu bikum. We welcome all of you to a new segment and a new episode of Islam 101, where we're teaching the fundamentals and the basics of the religion of Islam. And today we're going to deal with another critical and extremely important issue, which is the Sunnah in Islam. What is the Sunnah? What is the meaning of the Sunnah? When we say the Quran and the Sunnah, what do we mean by the Sunnah? We've already dealt with certain aspects of the Quran and the tafsir of the Quran, and inshallah we'll continue on that path. But today we want to divert the issue a little bit by bringing the second source of legislative abilities in this religion, dealing with the Sunnah. The Sunnah in the language of the Arabs, it simply means a tariqah, a way, the path in which someone is going to do something. But as it relates to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Sunnah means multiple things. So the person has to know who is doing the talking. Is the one who's talking about the Sunnah from the jurists, the fuqaha of Islam? Or is he from the muhaddithin, those people who are the scholars of al-hadith? Or is he from the usuliyin, those people who deal with usul fiqh? Because all of them have different interpretations of the Sunnah. We don't want to confuse the issue, but it's really simple. The Sunnah really means the statements of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his actions and those things that were done in his presence. And he saw it being done, and he gave his consent by either being quiet, by smiling at it, by saying it was okay, or by asking the people to give me a part of that thing that you did. So those three things constitute the Sunnah of Abul Qasim, Rasulullah Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So it is the statements of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like he said in an authentic hadith, Rakat al-Fajr, khayru min ad-dunya wa ma fiha. The two rakat, the two prostrations, the two rakat that a person prays before he prays the morning prayer, the Sunnah prayer, they're better than the dunya and what is in the dunya. So to pray those two rakat are the Sunnah because it's from his statement and he encouraged the people to do it. So that's an example of his statement. As an example of his actions, Aisha radiyallahu anha, she said, كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يصلي ركعتين خفيفتين قبل صلاة الفجر. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to pray two short, light rak'at before the Fajr prayer. So that's an example of him actually praying that particular prayer. And number three, an example of the prayer being made and he allowed it to be done. He sallallahu alaihi wa ala alihi wasallam prayed the obligatory Fajr prayer, the morning prayer, with the group of Muslims in congregation. After the prayer, Rasulullah was exiting the masjid. He was leaving the masjid to see a man praying by himself. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam waited. He waited until the man finished the prayer. He asked the man, أَجُعِلَتِ الْفَجْرِ أَرْبَ رَكَعَاتٍ? Has the morning prayer been made to be 4 rakat? I prayed 2. Now you're praying 2 more? The man said, no, Ya Rasulullah. But when I came to the masjid, I never made the 2 rakats before the obligatory prayer. So now I'm praying them now after you completed your prayer. And Rasulullah ﷺ remained silent and he left the masjid. So the sunnah in this case is that the man prayed the 2 rak'ah of al-fajr before the obligatory prayer that we're supposed to make it. He prayed them after the fajr prayer, which goes to show that part of the sunnah is praying those 2 rak'ahs if you miss it after the fajr prayer. So that's the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the definition. So the sunnah once again consists of 3 things: the statements of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the actions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and those things that were done in his presence, and he gave his consent by remaining silent, by smiling, by saying it's okay. Those 3 things are the sunnah. Also, the sunnah are those things that are opposite of what is an obligation. That's to the fuqaha of al-Islam, the Islamic jurists. The fajr prayer is an obligation. But the 2 rakat that you pray before fajr is not an obligation, it's the sunnah. So the sunnah can be the opposite of what is an obligation. You don't have to do that. That's the sunnah. But you must do this. This is an obligation. That's the meaning of the sunnah as well. So the sunnah has multiple meanings. The sunnah also can mean the aqidah or the ideology and the minhaj, the methodology that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam brought. Right now, the Muslims, we want to return al-Islam to its former place of supremacy in the earth. We want the honor, the izzah, and the power and the might to return back to the Muslims. Well, there's a way about going about accomplishing that. We have to accomplish it according to the sunnah, and we have to be from Ahl Sunnah. The sunnah in this case means the correct ideology, believing in Allah correctly, and also the correct methodology, in that we go about bringing the Islamic state into existence the correct way, or adding on to our strength the way Rasulullah and his companions did, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. As it relates to that last aspect of the sunnah, the scholars of al-Islam, they used to write books like Al-Imam Ahmed wrote his book, Usulu Sunnah, the fundamentals of the sunnah. And in that book he's talking about the aqidah, the ideology and the methodology that's correct of al-Islam. His son Abdullah ibn Ahmed ibn Hanbal also wrote a book, Kitab al-Sunnah. And in his book, the book of the Sunnah, Kitab al-Sunnah, Abdullah ibn Ahmed ibn Hanbal, he wrote about the issues of what we believe in, what is correct for the Muslim to believe as it relates to Allah and other than that. And we have a lot of books like that the scholars of al-Islam wrote. Sharh al-Sunnah by Imam al-Barbahari and other than that. So those are the definitions of the sunnah. The most important definition as it relates to what we're dealing with here today is the sunnah that consists of 3 things. The statements of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, those things that he said, the things that he did, and what was done in his presence, and he allowed it to be done. There is a misconception as it relates to the sunnah that many people have, and we want to clear up this misconception. Some people believe if the thing or the particular issue is not in the Quran, then it is from the sunnah. And it's up to you. You have a choice. You can leave it or you can do it. It's up to you. And as I said, this is a misconception. Because the sunnah, the things that come in the sunnah, the authentic hadith, the practices of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his statements, some of his statements are an obligation and some of his statements are not an obligation. And that's why we have to get knowledge of the religion. Let not anyone think from amongst the Muslims or other than the Muslims that if Rasulullah said it and it's coming from him, then it's only the sunnah. No, there are things that he said that are an obligation upon us to follow. He prophesied and told us that the Muslims are going to suffer from a lot of differing and a lot of infighting. So he gave us some advice as to what we can do to be saved. He says, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, alaykum bi sunnati وَالسُنَّةِ الْخُلَفَاءِ الرَّاشِدِينَ الْمَهْدِيِّينَ مِنْ بَعْدِ عَضُّوا عَلَيْهَا بِالنَّوَاجِذِ. When the time comes, when the Muslims are disagreeing amongst themselves, they're fighting each other, there's a lot of conflict with the Muslims amongst themselves, not dealing with the kuffar, amongst themselves. He said, I advise you to take my sunnah and the sunnah of the rightly guided khulafa, or leaders of al-Islam after him. Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, may Allah be pleased with all of them. So that hadith helps us to understand that during the time of trials and tribulations, it is not up to you. If you want to do it, you can do it. If you want to leave it, you can leave it. And you call that the sunnah? No. It's an obligation for us to leave off that which is going to lead to more trials and tribulations. And it's an obligation upon us to eradicate and to get rid of all of those issues that are causing the ikhtilaf, or the points of differences to remain between the Muslims. He also says, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, Man raghiba an sunnati falaysa minni. Whoever rejects my sunnah, he's not from me. And this is not talking about the one who rejects and he doesn't do the prayer that's not an obligation. Because if a person chooses not to do a prayer that's not an obligation, no one can blame him. The man came and he said, Ya Rasulullah, if I made halal haram, if I made halal halal, and I made what's haram haram, meaning those things that Allah said are halal, those things that He said are haram, I treat them as halal and haram, permissible and impermissible. And if I pray the 5 daily prayers, and I fast in the month of Ramadan, and that's all I do, will I go to Jannah? Rasulullah said, yes, you will be successful. The man said, Wallahi, I swear by Allah, that's all I'm going to do. Then the man left. Rasulullah said, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, after he turned around, قَدْ أَفْلَحَ إِن صَدَقَ. If that man does what he said he's going to do, he's going to be successful. So he said, I swear that all I'm going to make is the 5 daily prayers. I'm not going to make the 2 rak'ahs before Fajr, the 2 or 4 rak'ahs before Dhuhr, the 2 or 4 after Dhuhr. I'm not going to make witr. He swore all I'm going to do is I'm going to do the 5 daily prayers. And I'm only going to fast the month of Ramadan. I'm not going to fast Mondays or Thursdays, which is the sunnah. I'm not going to fast the middle of the month, which is the sunnah. I'm not going to fast on the day of Arafat, which is the sunnah. The 6 days of Shawwal, which is the sunnah. So no one should understand that the sunnah is only what Rasulullah said. But what Allah said is an obligation. There are things from the sunnah that are an obligation upon every Muslim to follow. And to be against the sunnah, not to practice these things, which is an obligation, can lead a person to destruction. Allah told us in the Quran as a warning, let those people know who go against the command of Rasulullah, let them know that they may be afflicted with a serious fitna, which is shirk and kufr, disbelief, or that they may be afflicted with a grievous punishment. Why would Allah Azza wa Jal, Allah the Most High, Allah the Most Great, why would He punish someone simply because the person didn't want to do something that was not an obligation upon him? If that was true and that was the case, then the vast majority of Muslims will be setting themselves up to get punished, because most of the Muslims are not holding on to that aspect of the sunnah, the forms of worship that are additional from the sunnah prayers and the sunnah fast. So what Rasulullah said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, from it is that which is from the sunnah and is an obligation. And from some of the things that he said is that which is from the sunnah, but it is not an obligation. As it relates to the sunnah in general, whether it is the sunnah that is an obligation, or whether it is a sunnah that is not an obligation, whatever the case is, the Muslim is encouraged. The Muslim is commanded. The Muslim has to be from the person of the sunnah. How many hadith do we have where the Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, man la yutir falaysa minna. Whoever doesn't make the witr, he's not from us. Meaning, he's not from those people who will be raised up Yawm al-Qiyamah who did the witr prayer. And they will be from the people who love the sunnah, honored the sunnah, held on to the sunnah. No, we have to do our best to try to bring life to the sunnah, to spread the sunnah, to teach the sunnah. We have to do that. That's a part of our religion. And in addition to that, we have to look at the sunnah as being a source that will save us during the times of trials and tribulations and during our lifespan here on this earth. The great Imam of Al-Islam, Al-Imam Malik, rahimahullah ta'ala. Al-Imam Malik used to say about the sunnah, The Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is similar to the Ark of Noah. The Sunnah of Rasulullah is similar to Noah's Ark. Whoever gets on it and he rides it, he'll be successful. Because when the winds of adversity and the waves of fitna and hawa, the waves of trials and tribulations, when they're blowing all around the Muslim, when he rides the Sunnah and he wraps himself up with the Sunnah, he will be saved. We'll come back inshallah and we'll continue this most important issue concerning the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And may Allah make us from Ahl Sunnah.
Islam 101. Islam 101.
Welcome back, dear respected viewers. As we've been mentioning the importance of the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that it is the second source of legislation in Islam. The first source is the Quran, and the second source is the Sunnah, and they both complement each other and they harmonize with each other. Concerning the importance of the Sunnah, which Imam Malik described as being like the Ark of Noah. Whoever rides on it, he will be successful. And whoever abandons it, the way Noah's son abandoned his father's boat, then he's going to be destroyed and he's going to be drowned by the waves of fitan and adversity. Concerning the importance of the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I would like to give you viewers an example to show you how critical it is to be upon the Sunnah and to embrace the Sunnah. If you can imagine that there were two men, one man was left on an island and he was given the Quran in its totality, and he memorized the Quran and he understood all of the Quran, but all he had was the Quran. Another man was left on another island and he was given all of the Sunnah, the authentic Sunnah. He was given it all. Which of the two men do you think will be better equipped to practice Islam? The one who will be better equipped to practice Islam is the one who has been given the Sunnah. Why? Because in the Sunnah, there are many rules and regulations that are not even found in the Quran. The Sunnah contains all of the rules and regulations that are found in the Quran. And those rules and regulations are explained in detail in the Sunnah, but not vice versa. All of the rules and regulations of the Sunnah are not found in the Quran in detail. They're found in the general ayats, like the statement of Allah, وَمَا آتَاكُمُ الرَّسُولُ فَخُذُوهُ وَمَا نَهَاكُمْ عَنْهُ فَانْتَهُوا. Whatever the Prophet gives you, take all of it. And whatever he prohibits you from, leave it. So everything in the Sunnah is in the Quran based upon that verse. Whatever the Prophet gives you, take it. Whatever he prohibits you from, leave it alone. So, if the person is left on an island with only the Quran, he won't know how to welcome the new baby and have an aqiqah. That's the process and the celebration of welcoming the new baby. He won't know how to bury the Muslim when he dies. He doesn't even know how to pray the prayers of al-Islam. He doesn't know the details. How to raise his hand to begin the prayer, where to bend, where to stand up, what to read, how to make sajda, the prostration. But the Sunnah gives you all of those details. So should a Muslim understand that we don't need the Quran or we don't need the Sunnah? La wallahi, la wallahi. The Prophet prohibited that. He says, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, لا يتكئن أحدكم على أريكته يأتيه أمر مما أمرت به فيقول ما وجدنا في كتاب الله أخذنا به وما لم نجد تركناه. Do not let any of you recline with comfort on your couch, and something from my Sunnah comes to him, telling him to do this or to do that. Something I ordered him to do, something that I prohibited him from doing. And he says, whatever we find in the Quran, we'll take it. Other than that, we're not going to take it. Rasulullah knew that there would be a group of people who call themselves the Quraniyun. The Quraniyun. There are a group of people who say, We only take the Quran and that's it, only the Quran. We say about those people, كَذَبْتُمْ وَرَبِّ الْكَعْبَةِ. You people are false and you're lying. I swear by the Lord of the throne. That the Quran tells you that you have to take the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we have to, again, remain in the Sirat al-Mustaqim. We cannot say we only take the Quran, nor can we say we're only taking the Sunnah. He said about the Quran and the Sunnah that they will not split from each other until the people meet Rasulullah at his fountain, Yawmul Qiyamah. Another very important thing about the Sunnah, Ikhwani, another very important critical point about the Sunnah, is that Rasulullah told us, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Ala inni utitul Qur'an wa ma mithluhu ma'ahu. Verily I have been given the Qur'an, was revealed to me by Allah. And I also was given what is similar to the Qur'an. And what was he referring to? He was referring to the Sunnah. So the Sunnah is revelation from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but it is the kalam and the speech and the instructions and the how to do, which is from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we have to be from Ahl Sunnah. We have to take the dawah, the call of the Sunnah, back to Africa and back to where we come from. And we have to make sure that people who are not Muslims are exposed to the importance of the Sunnah in all of its understandings and all of its applications. Whether it is the Aqidah, what we believe, and that's the most important thing. What did Rasulullah believe as it relates to Allah? Where Allah is and where Allah isn't. What did Rasulullah believe, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and his companions as it relates to the names of Allah and the attributes of Allah? That's from the Sunnah. So we have to let people know about the importance of the Sunnah from all angles and from all aspects. As it relates to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his Sunnah, the believers, the mu'minun, they are the people who, when the Sunnah comes to them, they embrace the Sunnah. The one who rejects the Sunnah, he runs the risk of being a non-Muslim. The one who rejects the Sunnah, he runs the risk of not having life and of being a non-Muslim. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu istajibu lillahi war rasul idha da'akum lima yuhyikum. Oh, you believe, answer the call of Allah and His Messenger when they call you and invite you to that which will give you life. The Quran will give you life, and the Sunnah will give you life. Also, Allah Ta'ala told us about the destruction of the one who rejects the Sunnah and how he's not considered to be a mu'min, a believer. Allah swore by Himself, and Allah said, I swear by your law, Ya Muhammad. They do not believe. They do not truly believe until they cause you to judge in their cases. And then they have no problem with what you judge. They have no problem with what the judgment is of the Sunnah. And they totally, completely submit. Which brings us to the last point. The opposite of the Sunnah as it relates to what we're mentioning now and the methodology that's correct is al-bid'ah, the innovation in the religion. Introducing things in the religion that are not from the deen, they're not from the religion. The Sunnah is doing what's correct. The bid'ah is doing what's incorrect. Like celebrating the birth of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, al-milad al-nabawi, coming together and making the dhikr. That's strange. Huwa, 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 huwa. Where did that come from in our religion? When you ask the person as a revert, Ya akhi, ya ammi, oh uncle, my respected elder, I want to do what you're doing. But before I do it, I want to know where's the proof of it. He says to me, you don't love Rasulullah. Is that the way we have intellectual, scholastic discussions? That you become upset when you can't prove something is from al-Islam, you become upset with someone? No. We have to be able to prove what is from the religion, by the Quran and the Sunnah. If you can't prove that, then you are falling into an innovation. Like the taqleed al-a'ma, the blind following that the Muslims have of the imams of the madhab, the leaders of their fiqh methodology. So I only take what Imam Malik says, and that's it. That is an innovation, and something that Imam Malik was against. So there are many innovations that have been introduced in the religion, and they're against the Sunnah, and the Prophet ﷺ will free himself from those people who made those innovations, Yawmul Qiyamah, and he used to say to us, إِيَّاكُمْ وَمُحْدَثَاتِ الْأُمُورِ فَإِنَّ كُلَّ مُحْدَثَةٍ بِدْعَةٍ وَكُلُّ بِدْعَةٍ ضَلَالَةٍ وَكُلُّ ضَلَالَةٍ فِي النَّارِ. O Ummah of al-Islam, Muslims, beware of the newly invented matters in the religion. As for a watch, as for a car, as for a microphone, as for the camera, as for the studio, as for the tables like this, that's not from the deen. No problem. Beware of innovations in the religion. For verily, every innovation is going astray. And every going astray leads to the hellfire. If it's from the religion, you should be able to prove it. And celebrating the birth of the Rasul ﷺ is not from the deen. Celebrating Mother's Day is not from the deen. Father's Day, not from the deen. Easter, Christmas, not from the deen. All of that are innovations in the religion, and the Muslims should avoid them. So we're going to stop here, inshallah. Give the opportunity to some of our brothers and our guest, Nick, who's coming ever so closer to al-Islam. Ever so closer to al-Islam, inshallah. Anyone has any questions? Tfaddal ya akhi, Salih.
What is the difference between the Sunnah and the prophetic tradition, I mean the Hadith?
What is the difference between the Sunnah and the Hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam? What is the difference? The Sunnah can be the Hadith, and the Hadith can be the Sunnah as well. They can be mutaradifatan. They can be synonyms for each other. But usually the Hadith is the actual statement, the Hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, where he said a particular thing. He ordered with a particular thing, prohibited a particular thing. Whereas the Sunnah can also be his description. The Sunnah can be other than that. And we have a segment dealing with the Hadith in detail as well, so that it will be clarified. And that's when we're going to use the board, inshallah, when we're dealing with the Hadith and the Matan and the Sanad, and we're dealing with the Rawi or the narrator of the Hadith, inshallah ta'ala. Any more questions, Shabab? Any more questions? Akhi.
Just you mentioned the celebration of birthday of Prophet. And I cannot see something wrong here, because, for example, we are doing our Sunnah, we are doing our Fard. And what's wrong if we'll do extra, for example, like celebrate the...
Good question, Akhi Sardar, but we don't have enough time to deal with it at this particular time. Inshallah, we'll deal with it in our next episode concerning the importance of the Sunnah and the evils of innovation. We'll deal with innovations, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. We bid you farewell, and we hope that you'll tune in again in the next episode, and we ask Allah to make us of the people of the Sunnah.
Islam. Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam 101.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'. Welcome once again to a new episode of Islam 101. And we're dealing with what I would describe as the mas'alatu sa'ah, the issue of the hour for the Muslim nation in particular, as it relates to being satisfied with what Rasulullah has brought, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and doing away with and discarding all the superfluous and all of the extracurricular activities that the Muslims preoccupy themselves with. In the last episode, we dealt with the Sunnah. What is the Sunnah? And the importance of the Sunnah, and how we explained it has different concepts and different understandings, all of which are extremely important. And one of the opposites of the Sunnah is the innovation. and how it is haram. It's not permissible. It's a major sin to fall into the innovation in the religion of Islam. And the innovation, we have to make it perfectly clear, is that thing that has been introduced in the religion that's not from the religion. As for the bid'ah, the innovations that are outside of the religion, concerning the mu'amalat, or our life outside of the religion, then a person can invent as he wants, and there's no problem as long as it doesn't harm the people. Our mother Aisha radiallahu anha, she said, concerning the statement of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي ورضيت لكم الإسلام دينا. Allah said, today I have completed for you your religion, and I have perfected my favor upon you, and I am pleased to choose for you al-Islam as a religion. Aisha said about this ayah, anyone who says that it's permissible to innovate something and to introduce something in the religion that Rasulullah didn't do, he is saying that Allah has lied. He is saying that Allah has not completed the religion, because the religion is in need of this person coming, introducing something in the religion, like celebrating the birth of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is the point that we left off in the last segment. A person says, I have sincerity and I love Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so why shouldn't I be able to come and to pass out sweets and cakes? Why shouldn't I be able to come to make a special dhikr, special remembrance, and do special forms of worship on this day? We say because had it been something that was from the religion, Allah would have ordered Rasulullah to tell us about it. Since Rasulullah did not do it, it's not permissible for us to introduce this issue in the deen. Rasulullah told us sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Man ahdatha fi amrina hadha ma laysa minhu fahuwa radd." Whoever introduces something in this religion of ours, this affair, it will be rejected. It will be rejected because the religion is not in need of any additions or any innovations. Allah said about himself and the religion, وَمَا كَانَ رَبُّكَ نَسِيًّا. Your Lord was not forgetful. When Allah Ta'ala legislated the religion and He sent Muhammad with the message sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah didn't forget that celebrating the Prophet's birthday is something good, but He forgot to tell Muhammad about it, so Muhammad didn't tell us, and now someone else has to come and he has to introduce it? No, we have to follow what Allah has revealed in the Quran, as He said in the Quran, when it is said to the people, to the Muslims, to the people, follow what Allah revealed. Follow what Allah revealed, and don't follow anything other than that. The people say, no, we want to follow what our fathers were doing. We want to follow what we found our fathers doing. Allah said, even though your fathers were not guided, nor did they reflect, if your fathers were guided, they would have found enough in the Sunnah. If your fathers had intellect, they would have said, what Rasulullah did is the best thing, and what he didn't do is a dangerous thing. So, this is the measurement, the Richter scale. This is the thing that we measure our true love to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to Rasulullah. Are you a person who really understands the statement of Allah in the Quran when He said, Tabarak wa ta'ala, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. Verily you have in Rasulullah a perfect example. Rasulullah is the perfect example, and he didn't leave anything out. So how is it possible that we're going to add or subtract from his religion? In addition to that, listen to the statement in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, قُلْ إِن كُنْتُمْ تُحِبُّونَ اللَّهَ فَاتَّبِعُونِي يُحْبِبُكُمُ اللَّهُ وَيَغْفِرْ لَكُمْ ذَنُوبَكُمْ. Tell them, Ya Muhammad, if you people truly love Allah, then follow me, and Allah will love you, and Allah will forgive you your sins. So, loving Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is not mere lip service. Loving Rasulullah and loving Allah is in practice in this religion, the way that it was revealed. Yawmul Qiyamah, on the Day of Judgment, the people will be in a serious state. And that serious state will require that they will be in need of some water. That water will be able to be obtained from the fountain of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or his hawd. Every prophet, every Nabi has a fountain. From the closeness of the sun, from the severity of the day, people are going to be afraid and they're going to be hot. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam will find that some of his companions will be pushed away from his fountain. The angels will push them away from the fountain, and they're from his ummah. Rasulullah will try to intercede, and he will say, Ashabi, Ashabi, these people are from my ummah, they're my followers. The angels will say to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Innaka la tadri ma ahdathu min ba'dik. Oh Muhammad, you don't know what these people introduced in your religion after you died. They introduced celebrating your birthday. They introduced the special remembrance after the salat. They introduced this, they introduced that. And then the people who came after them took it as the religion. And the religion was lost. It was lost. Just as what has happened to the Jews and the Christians. Ask the Christians, why do they celebrate the birthday of Jesus Christ on the 25th of December? It all started because of their love for Isa ibn Maryam, Jesus Christ. But no one knows when Jesus Christ was born. No one. And he definitely wasn't born January 25th, based upon their book. Similarly, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was not born on the day that they're saying he was born. No one knows when Rasulullah was born. No one in this dunya knows when he was born. All we know is that he was born on a Monday or a Thursday. Because they asked him, Ya Rasulullah, why do you fast on Mondays and Thursdays? He said, because the Quran was revealed to me on that day, and I was born on that day. But we don't know which day was the Quran revealed, and which day was he born. So we know that he was born in the year of the elephant, the Am al-Fil, the year of the elephant, when Abraha came to destroy the Kaaba. But we don't know the exact day. Rabi al-Awwal, the 12th, Ramadan, Muharram, no one knows. So how have the Muslims allowed such a thing to take place? And now it's become a part of their religion, a part of the ibadat, to the point where a revert comes into the religion and he says, Inshallah, I love Rasulullah, and I want to do what's correct. Just prove to me, as Allah said in the Quran, Hatu burhanakum in kuntum sadiqeen. Bring your proof if you're telling the truth. Show me the proof of why I should do this. They'll say, what? You don't love Rasulullah. You're a Wahhabi. You don't love Rasulullah. Is that a scholastic answer? Is that an intelligent answer? No, I'm a revert. Have mercy upon me and just present the evidence. And if you can do so, I'm going to practice it. But hey, they'll never be able to produce the evidence. It's just in the minds of the people. So, brothers and sisters, we have to be careful of following in the tracks and the steps of Ahlul Kitab. Those people innovated and introduced issues in their religion that have nothing to do with the religion of Al-Islam. Follow what was revealed to you from your Lord. Follow what Allah revealed in the Quran and in the authentic Sunnah to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And don't follow the awliya. Don't follow these people who are saints in your mind, the people who are saints in your culture, the people who have given you these new things. Stay away from all forms of innovation in the religion. For verily, every innovation is going astray. And every going astray leads to the hellside. That's what Rasulullah said. كُلُّ بِدْعَةٍ ضَلَالَةٍ وَكُلُّ ضَلَالَةٍ فِي النَّارِ. Every innovation is going astray. And every going astray leads to the hellfire. In addition to that, brothers, in addition to that, the companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they made the ultimate sacrifice. They loved Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam more than everybody. And therefore, they gave up all of their money and their property and they lost their lives in the cause of Al-Islam for Allah and in their love for Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, after the death of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, do we find any of the companions practicing the Milad al-Nabawi? Did any of the companions who loved him more than we can ever dream of or imagine loving him, did any of them ever do such a thing? La. Instead, Rasulullah told us sallallahu alaihi wasallam about this ummah and what's going to happen. وَسَتَفْتَرِقُ هَذِهِ الْأُمَّةِ عَلَى الثَّلَاثِ وَالسَّبْعِينَ فِرْقَةً كُلُّهَا فِي النَّارِ إِلَّا وَاحِدَةً قِيلَ وَمَا الْوَاحِدَةُ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ قال الذي على ما أنا عليه اليوم وأصحابي. My ummah is going to split up into 73 different groups. They're all going to claim that the right thing is with them, the truth is with them. All of those groups will be rejected. All of them in the hellfire except one. They asked, Ya Rasulullah, which group is going to be correct? He said, the one that is doing what I'm doing today and my companions. Where did the companions participate in such an innovation? So that is a clear proof that this particular innovation and all innovation should be rejected, because if it was good and if it was from the religion, the companions would have preceded us. They would have beat us. They would have been quick to be the first from amongst this ummah to do such a thing. And that's why Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Abu Abdurrahman, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, from the scholars of the companions, he told the Muslims and given them advice. Take what the companions took, the Amr al-Atiq, the ancient affair. Take the religion of the companions. What was the deen during their time is the deen during your time. And what was not the religion during their time should not be the religion during our particular time. So we look now in the Muslim world today and other than the Muslim world, and we look at the callers who are calling to Al-Islam. When did the companions ever go around killing people, innocent people, saying this is for the establishment of the Khilafah of Al-Islam? This is for the establishment of jihad in the earth. When did the companions ever do something like that? That is an innovation in the religion. When did the companions ever sit around and they were going back and forth, who? When did that ever happen in the religion of Islam? It never happened, ikhwani. And I want to end right now by making it clear to you that we have to do our best. We have to do our best to stick tenaciously to the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the way of his companions. That is where our life is. That is where our life is. So we're going to bring this part of the episode and this aspect of this critical issue to a close right now. And then when we come back, inshallah, we'll give our respected panel an opportunity to put their points of view and their comments or to put their questions across, inshallah. May Allah give us all the tawfiq or the success to be of the people of Ahl Sunnah.
Islam 101.
The Prophet ﷺ have informed us that we should not obey no one on the account of disobeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the superiority is to Allah's command. So if the husband tells his wife that I want you to shake hands with my colleagues, with my business partners, no, even if it leads to divorce. If the husband says to his wife that you have to party with me, with partners and so on, no, you have to take your hijab off, no. By any means, communicate with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Definitely Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows your language and He will be very happy to answer your call.
Islam 101.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum. Welcome back, everyone. We're dealing with an issue of the danger of innovation in the religion of Islam. We have been trying to expound upon the seriousness of this issue as it relates to the sacredness of our religion and the protection of the religion of Islam. Those people from Ahlul Kitab, from the Christians and the Jews who preceded the Muslims, and they were given the amana or the trust of holding on to their religion, they allowed their religion to become contaminated when they begin to introduce in their religion that which their prophets did not bring. And now we find what their prophets brought is in one boat going one way, and what they're practicing and understanding is in another boat going another way, even though they're claiming they're one and the same. And they are diametrically opposed to each other, going in total opposite directions. This is what has happened to the Muslims. But as it relates to the religion of Islam, because it is the last religion, Allah Ta'ala takaffala. Allah is responsible for protecting this religion, and He will protect it. The Prophet told us, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, لا تزال طائفة من أمتي على الحق منصورا. There will always be a group of people who will be from my ummah, who will be on the truth, and they will be victorious. So we all have to be from those people. The people of the Sunnah, Ahl Sunnah, the people who hold on tenaciously to the hadith. What did he say in that hadith? He said, عليكم بالسنة والسنة الخلفاء الراشدين المهديين من بعدي عضوا عليها بالنواجذ. Take my sunnah and the sunnah of my companions, the rightly guided leaders after me. Hold on to it with your molars. That's the balagha, the eloquence of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Don't put the sunnah in your pocket where someone can come and steal it from you. Don't put it in your coat. When you go into the masjid, you take your coat off and someone comes and steals the sunnah from you. You hear the person making a statement and he's making a reason why you should do this and do that, because you put your sunnah in the pocket, someone steals your coat and the sunnah goes away with it? He said, bite on it with your molars. So it's a well-known fact that in our body, in the places of our body, where we can grab something and apply pressure to something, if you were to take a rope and put it under your arm, grab it here, you won't be able to administer that much pressure like the pressure of the teeth. That's what Rasulullah is saying. Hold on to the sunnah with your molars. Don't let any Amr, Bakr, Zayd come, any Tom, Dick, and Harry come, and he takes from you the sunnah because he has the gift of gab, or the ilm al-kalam, the speech of rhetoric. No. Hold on to the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whether that sunnah is an obligation or whether it is not an obligation, and especially the sunnah of the correct aqidah, the correct ideology, and the correct minhaj. For those people who are teaching the Muslims, those people who are giving dawah ilallah, you're encouraging people to become Muslims, you should not call people to Islam if you don't know the correct sunnah. The sunnah of the aqidah of al-Islam and the sunnah of the methodology of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because we have too many groups out here, and all of them are saying the truth is with them, the truth is with them, like the Arab poet said, وَكُلٌّ يَدَّعِي وَاسْلِمْ بِلَيْلَةٍ وَلَيْلَ لَا تُقِرُّهُمْ بِذَاكَ. Everyone is saying, Layla is mine, Layla is mine. Layla is, she loves me, I love Layla. But Layla doesn't love any of them. Similarly, the sunnah, this group, the sunnah is with us, the truth is with us, the truth is with us. But when you compare what the people are doing to what Rasulullah was doing and his companions, you'll find Rasulullah's sunnah is in one boat going one way, and what they're saying is on another boat going another way, diametrically opposed to each other. As sunnah, as sunnah, as sunnah. We say that 3 times for emphasis. Hold on to the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So now, we're going to end this episode about the sunnah and the bid'ah with the participation of some of our panel members here. So if you guys have any questions, you can start. You want to say something?
We're here of good innovation and bad innovation. My question is that, is there any good innovation or bad innovation?
Concerning the statement of some of the bona fide scholars of al-Islam and some of the a'wam, the regular Muslims who are not ulama, scholars, some people say there's a sunnah hasana and a sunnah that's a sayyi'ah, a good sunnah and a bad sunnah. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who is the example for us, he said, كل سنة بدعة كل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار. Every innovation in the religion is going astray. And every going astray leads to the hellfire. So that's the answer. That is the answer. Every innovation in this religion is going astray. As for Umar radiallahu anhu, who has been recorded that he said about the salat of at-tarawih that's done in Ramadan, when the people were praying behind the 3 imams, Ubay ibn Ka'b, praying behind Tamim al-Dari, and the third one, I forgot who it was, he said this is a good sunnah, a good bid'ah. He didn't mean the bid'ah in the classical sense of the word in the religion. He meant the linguistic meaning. Meaning, this is something Rasulullah didn't do, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then again, Rasulullah said, take my sunnah and the sunnah of the Khulafa al-Rashideen. And from them is Umar ibn al-Khattab, the one whom Rasulullah said, لو كان النبي بعدي لكان عمر. If there was a prophet to come after me, it would have been Umar radiallahu anhu. So what Umar did came from his fiqh, his understanding of the deen, the religion, and Rasulullah allowed us to take from the sunnah of Umar radiallahu anhu. Any more questions? عندك شيء?
Of course, all people or nations, tribes have their own cultures, and maybe some of them are not based on the religion. So what people have to do, they have to throw out the cultures when they accept Islam, or may they, for example, keep steps which are not contradict with Islam. And
exactly. Ahsanta. Ahsanta. Allah yaftah alayk sardar. As it relates to the culture, Al-Islam allows you to hold on to your culture. The way you dress, the way you eat, how you decorate your homes. Al-Islam allows every group of people to hold on to their culture. As an African American, I come into the religion of Islam, I can still eat the things that African Americans love to eat. Fried chicken, collard greens, cornbread, macaroni salad, macaroni and cheese. All of those things are from my culture and I eat them, and I don't have to come to the religion speaking broken English, I start speaking like an Arab who speaks broken English. And that's synonymous with al-Islam? La wallahi, that's not true. I can be who I am. But when the culture goes against the religion, and the religion goes against the culture, you have to discard the culture. You have to discard the culture and hold on to the deen, the religion. In Africa, for an example, some parts of Africa, the women go around and their chests are bare. In their society, that's not a statement of sex. They're just doing that because it's hot and they don't know. For an example, she comes into al-Islam. Does al-Islam say, okay, you can continue to do that? No. And every Muslim is going to reject that as well. Okay. That's as it relates to an African. Well, you're an Arab and you have aspects of your culture that also have to be discarded. So why the double standards? You're an Asian, Pakistani, you're Indian, you're Bangladeshi. Why is it that your culture now is also going against the deen, the religion, but you don't want to discard it? We even have certain Muslims who dress like Hindu women. They wear the sari and the woman's stomach is hanging out. We have the influence of the Hindus hitting our brothers and sisters from Pakistan and from certain parts of the Pakistani subcontinent. What is that? So whenever the culture goes against the religion, we have to reject the culture. Other than that, al-Islam allows you to practice your culture. And not only that, but the culture is mu'tabar in the religion. The culture can make something halal or haram with some conditions. And we'll get into that, inshallah, when we deal with the ability, how the legislation comes about in al-Islam. Nick?
I want to ask you, how do believer understands which sunnah is obligatory, which is not?
Oh. How does a person understand which sunnah is an obligation and which sunnah is not an obligation? This has a lot to do with usul al-fiqh. Has a lot to do with the language as well. There are principles that the scholars of al-Islam have given us that come from the Quran and the Sunnah that help us to understand what is wajib and what is not wajib. For an example, if Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam orders us to do something, any time that he orders us to do something, al-amr yafidul wujub illan yati aw ta'ti qarina tusrifu an al-wujub. If he commanded us to do something, then it is an obligation for you to do that thing unless another text comes and shows you you don't have to do it. For an example, we share with you the hadith about al-witr. Witr is the last prayer that the person should make in the nighttime, and then he goes to bed. It could be 1 rakat, 3 rakat, 5 rakat, 7 rakat, 9 rakat, 11 rakat, no more than that. So the person makes the witr. Rasulullah said, "Awtiru, fa inna Allah witr, wa yuhibbul witr." He ordered us, and he said, make witr, because witr, Allah is Ad, He's one, and He loves witr. So that is a command. So it's wajib, it's an obligation. But then there are other texts that come that show us, no, it's not an obligation. Like the hadith that we dealt with, we taught you brothers, a hadith of Abdullah ibn Abbas, Abdullah ibn Umar, when he spoke to us about al-Islam is built upon 5 pillars. And we talked about the salah as a pillar. And we made it clear in the hadith of Abdullah ibn Abbas, when Rasulullah ﷺ sent Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen, he told them, إِنَّكَ تَقْدَمَ عَلَى قَوْمٍ مِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ. Verily you come into a group of people from Ahl al-Kitab. فَاجْعَلْ أَوَّ مَا تَدْعُوهُمْ إِلَيْهِ أَنْ يُوَحِدُ اللَّهِ. Make sure the first thing you invite them to is La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Don't preoccupy them with politics. Don't preoccupy them with ibadah, worship. Don't preoccupy them with taking care of the relatives. Make sure that you teach them the importance of La ilaha illallah. If they take that, if they believe in that, فَأَخْبِرْهُمْ أَنَّ اللَّهَ افْتَرَضَ عَلَيْهِمْ خَمْسَ صَلَوَاتٍ فِي يَوْمِهِمْ وَلَيْلَتِهِمْ. If they believe in Allah, then tell them, let them know, teach them that Allah has made obligatory upon them 5 prayers to be done in a day and a night. So that goes to show that witr is not an obligation, because that is a sarif. This is a qarina that comes, that changes the issue. I don't like to get too deep into these issues in a class other than the presentation which is dedicated to this issue, because we don't want people to misunderstand. Do you understand what I just said? Do you really understand, Nick? You know you can. Okay, inshallah. And we'll dedicate, inshallah, a segment, an episode solely to that, if Allah Ta'ala gives us life. And the life that we hope and we pray that Allah gives us is the life that is the life of the Muslim who's on the Sunnah. When you come into his home and you knock on the door and the door is open, you can smell the aroma of the Sunnah. You can see the Sunnah in all of his family members, the way he's eating with his right hand, drinking with his right hand, what he says when he comes in, what he says when he leaves, how he goes to bed, how he puts his clothes on, how he puts his shoes on, how he combs his hair, how he deals with the people. This is the Sunnah. There is the Sunnah that is an obligation, and there is the Sunnah that is not an obligation. But whatever the case is, we have to be people from Ahl Sunnah, the correct Aqidah, ideology, and the correct methodology, the minhaj of Islam, what the companions were upon. So we stop there today. And again, our prayer is that Allah, the Most High, makes us all from the people of the Sunnah with ikhlas, with sincerity, and with His tawfiq. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا الأمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Islam. Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome to a new episode of Islam 101, a program in which we're trying to bring to you, our respected viewers, a clear and concise understanding of the basics of the religion of Islam. And today, we're going to deal with one of the most important issues in the religion of Islam, because it is an issue that helps us to understand from where and how does the Muslim come about understanding the legislation of the religion of Islam. So we're going to deal with what is known as the masadir of at-tashri', or the sources of legislation in the religion. How do the Muslims come to take a particular issue and understand a particular issue as being permissible or impermissible? For an example, intoxicants, they are not permissible to be consumed by a Muslim. How do we come to that understanding? By which sources? Is it left up to the understanding and the opinion of any and every particular person? He wants to make permissible what is in agreement with his culture or his desires. He wants to make impermissible what doesn't go along with his culture or his desires. So this is what the topic is concerning today. In some of the previous episodes, we've emphasized the importance of the Quran and the Sunnah. The Quran, the Book of Allah, and the authentic Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Messenger of Islam. And we explained that Allah is Al-Khaliq, Allah is the Creator, and Allah is Al-Hakim, He is the All-Wise. He is Al-Alim, the All-Knowing. So as such, Allah is the one who is more equipped to legislate for the people. And we've mentioned that on a number of occasions. And being that Islam is a religion that all of the sciences and every aspect of this religion is intertwined and interconnected, those truths hold true here today as it relates to the masadir of at-tashri', or as it relates to the legislative bodies in the religion of Islam. Those sources from which we draw from the halal and the haram, the permissible and the impermissible in the religion. Likewise, Prophet Muhammad, being the representative of Allah, as all of the prophets and the messengers were prior to him, when they came to their people, they were the ones who explained to the people what Allah had revealed, what Allah wanted in His revelation. So we cannot take the Quran and any individual opens up the Quran and according to his own desires or his own understanding with his human deficiencies and frailties, he comes and he says, based upon his own desires, this is permissible and this is not permissible based upon what I understand from the Quran. This is not what the religion of Islam is all about. Instead, Allah is the lawgiver, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the messenger of Islam, Muhammad, is the one who explains that law, and it's up to us, the Muslims, the human beings, to follow the law and the legislation of Allah. With that being said, as a form of an introduction, the very first masdar or source of legislation in Islam is the Quran itself. The Quran, as we mentioned, is the speech of Allah, the kalam of Allah. It is the actual guidance that Allah revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. May the peace and blessings of Allah forever be upon him. Allah revealed this book to him, and in its revelation, it has sought to take the people out of the depths of darkness into the light of guidance, to take them away from superstition, to take them away from those things as it relates to making their lives difficult. And the laws and the legislation of Islam, it seeks to make things easy for the people. As Allah has mentioned in so many ayahs of the Quran, Allah wants to make things easy for you. Allah has not made anything difficult for you in your religion. So those are some of the characteristics that we find when we look at how Allah in the Quran has made certain things permissible and He has made other things impermissible. And we're going to deal, inshallah, Allah willing, in a future episode with some of the characteristics of how Islam has legislated. Some points that we need to know when we look at the halal and the haram. Those things that are permissible and those things that are not permissible. When we take a look at them, we'll see that they have certain characteristics that again show and prove that Allah is the creator. And that in His creation, He has put in them, in the creation, mercy upon them, and He has also made things easy for them. So, the Quran is the first source of legislation. And what does that mean? Simply put, that means whatever the Quran says is permissible, then that thing has to be looked at and accepted as being permissible. And whatever the Quran has ordered and commanded us to refrain from and to leave alone and to stay away from, and it's made it impermissible or haram, then the Muslim has to take it as being impermissible and it is haram. And also in addition to that, the Quran is the source in which the Muslim is to judge all of his issues and all of his affairs, whether it's dealing with the legislation of the halal and the haram, the permissible and the impermissible, as well as any other political system. We're going to deal with that as well at a later time, insha'Allah ta'ala. So the first one, the first source of legislation is the Book of Allah, the Quran. And the wisdom behind that is that Allah is the creator, that Allah is the all-knower. As a result of that, He is most qualified to take this position. He's the one who's most qualified. He sees everything, He knows everything. He's the one who knows what will be in the best interest of mankind, and He knows what will be harmful to them. Whereas if you were to take the most intelligent person or the most intelligent group of people and you brought them together in a single room and you told them to legislate, you're going to find that even though, given all of the intelligence that they do not have the ability to come up with legislative laws that are going to be inclusive and making things easy for all of the people. And we see that in the man-made legislations of democracy, socialism, dictatorships, and other than that. So the Quran is the first masdar or the first source. The second source is the Quran of Rasul, the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the authentic Sunnah of Muhammad, the messenger and the prophet of Islam. May Allah have mercy upon him. Allah told Rasulullah in the Quran, "Verily we revealed upon you, O Muhammad, the Quran, so that you will explain to the people what was revealed to them." Allah mentioned in another ayah, whatever the messenger gives you, take it. And whatever he prohibits you from, leave it alone. So these are two ayats from the Quran, two verses from the Quran that clearly show and illustrate that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the one who is going to take the Quran and explain what the Quran is saying, and he did that with his authentic Sunnah. So the Sunnah is the second source of legislation. I would like to make mention in terms of the Quran and the Sunnah. Many times you may read or you may hear that some people will put more emphasis on the Quran and less emphasis on the Sunnah. And they may say the Quran is the first masdar or the first source, and the Sunnah is the second masdar or the second source. But in actuality, what is most correct is that we keep both of them together and we do not divide them. As the Prophet told us sallallahu alaihi wasallam about the Quran and the Sunnah, لَنْ يَرَدَا عَنِّي حَتَّى تَرَدُ الْحَوْض. You will find that the Quran and the Sunnah will not be split until the people come to the fountain Yawm al-Qiyamah. So the Quran and the Sunnah has to be kept together. Rasulullah was given the Quran, and he was also given the Sunnah by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The Sunnah is also revelation, but it is Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam who was actually articulating the Sunnah, whereas the Quran is the speech of Allah. So we do not make the distinction of the Quran is first and the Sunnah is second. If you were to leave one man and you gave him all of the Quran, and another man and you gave him all of the authentic Sunnah, this man, he only has the Quran in its totality. He memorized it, he understood it, and he understood it perfectly well. The other man was given the authentic Sunnah from the beginning to the end, from the A of the Sunnah to the Z of the Sunnah, from the beginning to the end. And you were to request from both of them, practice al-Islam. You will find that this man will be in a better position to practice the religion of al-Islam, because the Sunnah is what explains the Quran, and the Quran doesn't explain the Sunnah. So that goes to show what? The point is that we're trying to make here is the Quran and the Sunnah, they are together. But for the sake of explanation, we're mentioning the Quran as the first source of legislation, and then the Sunnah is the second source of legislation. So Allah in the Quran has ordered us in a number of ayat, in a number of verses, in a number of chapters to perform the prayer that the Muslims have to pray 5 times a day. But it was the authentic Sunnah that came to us and explained to us the times of prayer, the prerequisites of the prayer, the actual movements of the prayer, what should be said in the prayer, what shouldn't be said in the prayer, what can be done in the prayer, and what can't be done in the prayer. Without the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, this would not be possible. So those are the two main and basic masdars or sources of legislation in the Quran. Amongst the Muslim nation, past and present, there's no difference of opinion about these two sources. And it's not befitting or acceptable for there to be any difference of opinion concerning these 2 points. If someone comes and he says, I only am going to take the Quran and I'm not going to take the Sunnah, then he has fallen into a grave error and a grave sin. And it may even expel him from the ranks of the Muslims. It puts him outside of the realm of al-Islam. Likewise, the person who comes and says, I love the Sunnah, and I want to be a scholar of the Sunnah and a practitioner of the Sunnah, so I'm only going to take the Sunnah since it explains the Quran, and I'll do away with the Quran. This individual has also gone outside of the realm of al-Islam with that particular concept, if he knows what he's saying and he knows what he's doing. So we take the Quran and the Sunnah, and we take them together. Those are the two sources that are not permissible for anyone who claims to be a Muslim to say, I'm only going to take one and I won't take the other. And there's an authentic hadith that prohibits that. The Prophet told us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, let not any of you recline comfortably on his couch and something comes to him from what I commanded him to do or I prohibited him from doing, and he says, whatever I find in the Quran, I'll accept and I'll take. Whatever is not in the Quran, I won't accept and I won't take. This is something that is not acceptable in the religion of Islam. And I'm sad to say that there are some people who claim to be Muslims. They call themselves the Quraniyun. The Quraniyun, the people of the Quran, they make this claim. And in actuality, what they only succeed in doing is, they succeed in, with that claim, not knowing how to pray, not knowing how to welcome the newborn child, not knowing how to fast properly in the month of Ramadan, and other issues that have been detailed for us in the authentic Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we'll be back after we take this break, inshallah, in order to complete this most important topic. Looking forward to seeing you when we get back, inshallah.
Islam 101.
The Prophet ﷺ have informed us that we should not obey no one on the account of disobeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the superiority is to Allah's command. So if the husband tells his wife that I want you to shake hands with my colleagues, with my business partners, no, even if it leads to divorce. If the husband says to his wife that you have to party with me, with partners and so on, no, you have to take your hijab off, no. By any means, communicate with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Definitely Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows your language and He would be very happy to answer your call.
Islam 101.
Welcome back to Islam 101, where we're discussing and explaining the masadir of al-tashri', the sources of legislation in the religion of Islam. And we mentioned already that the two main sources of legislation are the Quran, the Book of Allah, as well as the Sunnah, the authentic Sunnah of Muhammad, the messenger and the prophet of Islam. May the peace and blessings of Allah forever be upon him. Before going to the next two sources of legislation, maybe some of our panel members would like to open up the door of discussion with a few of their questions. Anyone wants that?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has described to us in Holy Quran that the memorization of the Quran has made easy for us. So why are we in need of the Sunnah?
Concerning the question of how is it that Allah has mentioned in the Quran that He has made the Quran easy, so is there not a person who will reflect a muddakir? The Quran has been made easy. So why is it that we need any other body of legislation or source of legislation? Why is that? This is the case. The Quran is a book that was revealed by Allah to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and Prophet Muhammad was illiterate, and the environment that he was sent to was for the most part a group of people who were illiterate. So therefore, it would not be from justice, nor would it be from wisdom for Allah to send a book that was complicated. So from the description of the Quran, I don't want to say from the nature of the Quran, because the Quran is the speech of Allah. So from the description of the Quran is that Allah has revealed a book and His speech is easy to understand for people who are illiterate. Not to mention people who are higher than them in their understanding, and educated people. So the Quran has been made easy to understand. And as we mentioned yesterday, Allah said about the Quran, Allah is the one who revealed the Quran, and in it are ayat that are muhkamat. They are clear, they're easy to understand. قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ. Say Allah is one. Inna ad-din inda Allah al-Islam. The religion to Allah is one. It is not open for multiple and different interpretations. But the fact still remains that this is the speech of Allah, and it is not permissible for any and everyone to be given the right to come in and to take from the Quran whatever he wants to take and to form his own opinion concerning it. There must be the person who will be considered to be the focus, who will be the main one who's going to explain the Quran to us. And that individual is the Messenger of Allah, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. None of us took the Quran directly from Allah. None of the people were actually present when the Quran was revealed. Allah's Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was the one who the Quran was revealed to, and the circumstances surrounding its revelation had to do with him and those people who were with him. So, the Prophet Gabriel, he was the one who brought the Quran down to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he was the one who explained to Rasulullah the meaning of this ayat and the meaning of that ayat and what this was intended to do and so forth and so on. Jibril is not going to come to anyone from amongst us to safeguard us from having a faulty interpretation or understanding. And that's what happened to some of the companions in certain circumstances. Someone would take the Quran and they would understand it a particular way. For an example, Abdullah ibn Abbas. He was the habr of the ummah, scholar of this religion. He used to sit in the majlis or in the company of Umar, who was the leader of the Muslims, and he was quite young. And there were elder men who used to sit also as the consultants of Umar. Some of the elder men took exception to the fact that Abdullah ibn Abbas was there and he was such a young boy, and they also had young children his age. So they wanted to know, yeah, Umar, why is it that he is here and our young children are not here? He said, because he is qualified to be here, whereas your children are not. I'll give you an example. And he asked them, Umar asked those older people, the elder members from the community, what is the meaning of the verse that Allah revealed? If the victory comes, if the help of Allah comes in the victory, and you see the people enter into the religion in droves, what does it mean? This man gave his interpretation of that ayat. He gave his interpretation of the ayat. The next one gave his interpretation of the ayat. He said to Abdullah ibn Umar, Abdullah ibn Abbas, what about you, Abdullah ibn Abbas? What do you have to say? Abdullah ibn Abbas said, that ayat was revealed by Allah, and it was informing Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that his imminent death was approaching. Umar said, I know nothing other than what he's saying. This is what I know concerning the understanding of this ayat. How did Umar know that? Because Rasulullah told him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was in turn told and informed by Jibril, Ya Muhammad, your death is close. And he brought that ayat. So evidently, Rasulullah also shared that information with Abdullah ibn Abbas. So we have the companions who were the best of the people, the most educated in terms of the religion, the most knowledgeable of the religion, the most knowledgeable of the Arabic language. And yet, they had a misunderstanding about this ayat until someone explained the real meaning of it to them, someone who was exposed to the Sunnah. So the Quran is easy, and it was revealed for people to understand. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand the Quran, unlike some of the other so-called religious books, like the Bible. The Bible is a very difficult book to understand. And it's open for the interpretation of any preacher who gets up on Sunday. One preacher is preaching one message, he's preaching another message, and anyone can take the liberty of giving his interpretation of that book, because it's hard to understand. It's hard to understand. And the Quran is not like that. Nick?
Yeah, I still don't understand. Why do Muslims use Sunnahs as a complement for Quran? Is it incomplete or what?
No, the Quran is complete. Al-yawma akmaltu lakum deenakum. Allah has told Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and told the Muslims, today I have completed for you your religion. The Quran is complete. From the beginning of the first ayat that was revealed until the very last ayat that was revealed, all of the Quran is complete. But as we mentioned, even though the Quran is complete, the Sunnah explains the Quran and it supplements the Quran. I'm a married man and I am Abu Usamah and I'm complete. There's no other Abu Usamah or portion or part of me somewhere else that I have to find it or is going to come to me at a later time. No. But yet, my wife, as a woman, she completes me and she makes me a total package. This is how the Quran is. And we don't want to give that example in trying to make the tamthil of the Quran or the example of the Quran to something else. It's the concept of being complete and incomplete. I am who I am, a complete person. But my wife comes and she completes me. She adds certain aspects of who I am to make me a complete person. The Quran is complete. But the Sunnah doesn't come in order to complete the Quran. The Sunnah comes in order to explain the Quran and to expound upon the Quran. The Sunnah is mubayyina to the Quran. It is that thing that explains it in detail. It takes the general things that were mentioned, what is known as the mujmal, and the things that are amma, those general rulings and comments that were made in the Quran, and it defines them and it explains those ayat in those verses.
According to Islam, the drinking of wine is not permissible. I've read two ayats in the Quran, please correct if I'm wrong. The one ayat, Allah says, the drinking of wine is permissible. In another ayat, it said it's not permissible. Can Sheikh please clear it on that?
Concerning the Quran and how the Quran mentioned the issue of the impermissibility of intaking intoxicants. In the beginning of Al-Islam, the Arabs in that particular culture, they were given to drinking intoxicants. It was a part of their culture. It was a part of who they were as a people. And this goes to show the point that we were making at the beginning of this episode, that Allah, in legislating, He is the most wise. He knows what the people need, and He knows in what dosages they need as it relates to the legislation. So at the beginning, Allah allowed them to continue to drink because it was something that was a part of their culture. If the ruling came down right away and it prohibited them from drinking, you may have had people who were not ready. And as a result of that they weren't ready to give up drinking and to discard the filthy habit of drinking. Some of them may have even been alcoholics even. If the ruling came down at one time, don't drink anymore, then it would have been as our mother Aisha said. She said, had Allah revealed in one time the impermissibility of drinking khamr or intoxicants, verily many of the Arabs would have left the religion. So it came with a tadarruj, in stages. So at the beginning, it told them that in drinking it is a harm. And it has some benefit and some harm in it, but the benefit outweighs the harm. And then the next ayah came saying that it is evil. Don't drink when you come to the salah. You can drink, but when it's time for prayer, you can't drink. And then finally the ayahs were revealed that said you can't drink at all. So this is part of a science of the Quran called the nasikh and the mansukh, something that is abrogated and what abrogates it. And the wisdom from it is Allah having mercy upon the community, Allah taking into consideration, or Allah knowing what the people need, and as a result of that, He legislates according to their needs. Any more questions? Now we move on to the third source of legislation in Islam, which is the ijma', or the consensus of the Muslim scholars. The consensus of the Muslim scholars, especially the consensus of the companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because they were the most knowledgeable of the ummah, of the nation of Islam. In an authentic hadith, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "La tajtami'u ummati ala dalala." My ummah will not agree upon something that is wrong. You will find that there are certain Muslims who will try to make permissible what Allah has made impermissible. But you will never find that the whole Muslim nation will come together to agree on such an issue. There are certain people who try to say drinking intoxicants is permissible. Certain Muslims will try to say that usury or riba is permissible. But you will never find that the scholars of Islam, all of them will say such a thing, nor will you find all of the Muslims making such a claim. There may be a few people, a minority of people who say that, but the majority of the Muslims will never ever say such a thing, nor would the whole ummah agree to such a thing. Abdullah ibn Abbas, that tremendous companion of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Prophet and Messenger of Islam, Abdullah ibn Abbas was from those people who remained close to the Prophet throughout his prophethood. He said, in describing the position of the companions as it relates to legislation, as it relates to this issue of the consensus of the companions and the consensus of the scholars, he said, whatever the companions see as being good, then it is good. And whatever the companions see as being impure or not good, then it is impure and it is not good. And that is an indication and a proof that the companions, their position on a particular issue and their consensus is a dalil or a proof in the religion. Due to the time restraints, unfortunately, we're going to have to bring this episode to an end. In our next and upcoming episode, inshallah, we're going to continue this particular issue, and we ask Allah to protect us and to protect you. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا الأمين.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam Islam 101.
Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah, amma ba'du. Welcome to another program, another episode of Islam 101. And we're dealing with the sources of legislation in the religion of Al-Islam. In our last episode, we dealt with the Quran being the first source of legislation, and with the Sunnah, the authentic Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, the Messenger of Allah, being the second source of legislation. And we tried to explain the unique connection between the Quran and the Sunnah, and how they have both been given to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam by Allah, and it's not permissible to give preference to one over the other, but they are together and they will not be separated until Yawmul Qiyamah. And then we began to deal with and discuss the issue of the ijma' of the scholars of Al-Islam, especially the ijma' or the consensus of the companions. And the ijma' means that all of the Muslims, or all of a group of Muslims, the scholars in particular, they agree that a particular thing is not permissible. For an example, the issue of intoxicants. All of the scholars in Islam have taken the opinion that the consumption of khamr or intoxicants or narcotics is not permissible. You may find certain Muslims who are not scholars saying that intoxicants are permissible, but their position does not hold any weight in the religion because they're not the qualified people who the Muslims look to for direction and for the understanding of their religion. But as it relates to the ijma', we have to make mention that in the previous episode, we tried to make it clear that the Quran and the Sunnah, as the first two sources of legislation, there's no differences of opinion amongst the Muslims, past or present, concerning the role that the Quran plays and the role that the Sunnah plays in terms of their ability to legislate. There's no ikhtilaf, no differences of opinion. But when we come to the ijma', the consensus, there are some scholars who don't embrace or accept this concept of al-ijma'. I just want to bring that to your attention in trying to be fair and just and shedding light on that aspect of the issue. But overall, the ijma', when you look at the Quran and when you look at the Sunnah and the practical application of the Quran and the Sunnah by the companions, as well as the scholars who came after that, we find that the strongest position is that the ijma' does have the ability to make something permissible or impermissible. And the reason why we say that is not because it's something from our minds. I like the ijma' and I believe in the ijma', so therefore I say it's the correct position. No. We say that because of the authentic hadith, that my community, the scholars, they will not have a consensus on anything that's wrong. So that's the actual kalam, a statement of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we are obligated to embrace and to accept wholeheartedly everything that Allah's Messenger has said in His authentic Sunnah. So those are the first three sources of legislation in Al-Islam. Again, what does it mean, a source of legislation? What we're talking about are those sources that have the ability and the power to make something permissible or impermissible. Am I a source of legislation? Is a scholar in the local masjid a source of legislation? Is a parliament in any given country a source of legislation? Hasha lillah. No. That should be understood. No one has the ability to legislate, to make halal or haram, permissible or impermissible, except Allah. And it's one of the major crimes and sins for a person to delve into that arena without holding on to the Quran and the Sunnah. Someone who does it from his own mind, then this person is definitely on the road to destruction. So that's the meaning of masadir of at-tashri', the sources of legislation, the Quran, the Sunnah, the ijma' of the ulama, especially the companions. The fourth source is what is known as al-qiyas. Al-qiyas, which can be loosely translated as analogy. To compare something with something else, and because of particular properties that are present in this particular thing, the other thing that you're comparing.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah. Welcome to another episode of Islam 101. I'm your host, Abu Usamah Adh Dhahabi, and we have with us here today some of our respected students. On my right, we have Nick, and next to him, Sardar. And then we have two new guests. We have Ahmed as well as Muhammad. Today, insha'Allah ta'ala, we're going to deal with another important topic that's connected to the fiqh of al-Islam. In the previous episodes, we spoke about the sources of legislation. Today we want to deal with, insha'Allah, 6 critical points as it relates to making things permissible or impermissible in the religion. In al-Islam, unlike any other religion, it is not permissible for anyone to come and to have the nerve or the audacity to say, this particular food is permissible to eat, and that particular food is not permissible. This particular type of clothing is permissible to wear, or that particular type of clothing is not permissible to wear. This is not for anyone to do. Not even the Prophet or the Messenger of al-Islam, Muhammad ibn Abdullah, may the peace and blessings of Allah forever be upon him. When we find the religions that preceded al-Islam, namely Christianity and Judaism, we find that there are people still today who are making permissible what Allah did not make permissible, and they're making impermissible what Allah has made permissible. Like the example is pork, khinzir. We find that for those of you who have some knowledge and some background of the Bible, we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Jesus was a Hebrew as well as Moses. Both of them were from Beni Israel. They were Israelites. And with that being the case, in the Bible, the New Testament as well as the Old Testament, it is a clear prohibition of eating any type of pork. And yet we'll find in the church, pork may be sold. This has been mentioned in one of the authentic hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when one of his companions came to him who was a Christian at one time. His name was Adi ibn Hatim. May Allah be pleased with him. Rasulullah said about what took place with Adi and the people who he followed as it relates to the monks and the priests from the children of Israel, from the Jews and the Christians. Rasulullah read an ayat or a verse from the Quran in which Allah said, and they took their priests and their monks as laws along with Allah. The people who followed them, they took their monks and their priests as laws, gods, along with Allah. When that particular companion heard that, he said, O Messenger of Allah, we never worship the monks and the priests. We never worship the preacher or those people or the leaders of the church or the synagogue. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, didn't Allah make certain things permissible and they came and made them impermissible? He said yes. And then he mentioned again, and didn't Allah make certain things impermissible and those people came and they made them permissible? He said yes. Rasulullah told him that was the worship that you people used to do. So in al-Islam, we do not find it permissible by any stretch of the imagination for another human being to come to say something is permissible or something is impermissible, except if it is revealed in the Quran or Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, brought it in his authentic Sunnah. We've been mentioning as well concerning the issue of the fitrah, and different aspects of the fitrah. And we said that the fitrah is the natural disposition that the human being is born upon. The natural disposition to know that there is no God worthy of worship except Allah. The natural disposition that Allah has created inside of an individual to know the difference between right and wrong. To be able to appreciate that concept, do unto others as you would like others to do unto you. There are many aspects of the fitrah. We mentioned quite a few of them. Well, the fitrah of many of the people was contaminated and polluted by the different devils, the Prophet called them, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The different shayateen who came to the people, they came into their environment, they came into their households, they came and they started to make people think and understand issues in the improper way. One of the things that was changed by the shayateen, the devils, was this issue of halal and haram. The Prophet of Al-Islam, Muhammad ibn Abdullah, may Allah be pleased with him, and may his peace and blessings ever be upon him, he said, verily Allah said, in this hadith that is a hadith al-Qudsi, Allah said, verily I created all of my servants, I created them all upright, hunafa. Every individual is hanif. That's the one who says, La ilaha illallah. There's none worthy of worship except Allah. And then the devils came, and the devils changed them from their religion. And the devils made impermissible for them what I made permissible. And they also made permissible what I made impermissible. So in the religion of Al-Islam, the one who delves into this particular realm of making something halal that is haram or vice versa, he is considered by the religion of Al-Islam and in the religion of Al-Islam as being a Satan, a devil. And it's from the major crimes. Which brings us to the second point as it relates to the halal and the haram. The second point is that anyone who takes it upon himself to say something is halal that is not halal or haram that is not haram, someone who legislates in the religion on his own, he makes permissible things that Allah has made impermissible, or he makes impermissible those things that Allah has made permissible, the one who does that, he is fallen into polytheism. He has fallen into shirk and disbelief. This is one of the clearest and biggest forms of disbelief in the religion of Al-Islam. If a person comes and he says, well, it's not permissible for you to get married, or I myself, it's not permissible for me to get married. Allah has made it halal. He made it permissible. Not only is it permissible, but it is highly recommended that every man and woman, everyone who has the ability should get married at one particular time or another. That person says it's not permissible for him to get married or someone else to get married. This is a form of disbelief in the religion. Allah mentioned one of the many ayat, many of the verses of the Quran that mention, or do they have partners along with Allah that have legislated for them what Allah did not give any authority for them to do? So Allah called those people who do that shuraka, partners along with Allah. They make halal what is not halal, or they make haram impermissible what is not impermissible. So that is a form of disbelief in the religion. When we dealt with the issue of a takfir, those Muslims who are easy and they are quick to pronounce disbelief on another Muslim because that Muslim may be doing a particular thing that has been described in the religion as being disbelief. We explained that there are two types of disbelief. There's that thing of disbelief that is a major one. If you fall into it, you go outside of the realm of Al-Islam, outside of the fold of Al-Islam. You are no longer a member in the ummah or the nation of Muslims. That's the major disbelief. And then you have the minor disbelief, the thing that if a person falls into it, he doesn't become a disbeliever. He's fallen into a major sin, and it is a crime that has to be avoided and it has to be left and discarded. But nonetheless, he does not become a disbeliever. Concerning the major kufr, the major disbelief, we explained, and we want to reiterate this point because this is a problem that we're dealing with today in the Muslim world, and the Muslims are dealing with this amongst themselves. If a person makes what is known as al-istihlal is when he says something that is clearly impermissible, he says, no, it is permissible. He says to drink intoxicants is permissible. And he believes it's impermissible, knowing full well that it's not permissible. He says that homosexuality is permissible. He knows it's not permissible, but for some reason, political or other than that, he says it's permissible. Then he's making istihlal, and it is part of this particular issue that we're dealing with. The second point of the halal and the haram, that if someone makes something that is impermissible, he makes it permissible, or vice versa, then what he has done in essence is he has succeeded in making himself, or the person who does it, a partner along with Allah the Most High. We're going to stop right here concerning these 2 points before we move on to the next 4 points, so that we can open up the door of discussion with our panel, with the students here, and we'll see what they have to say. So we'll start from the right, if either one of you has a question or an issue. Anyone?
Yeah, I have a question.
Nick.
I want to ask you, are there any kinds of book, I mean the ones that resemble civil or criminal law books, that in an elaborated way tells what things are halal and what are haram, what is permitted and what is not permitted?
Concerning the books of Al-Islam, the scholars of Al-Islam said about the Islamic library that the Islamic library is like an ocean that does not have any shores. You will not be able to exhaust the Islamic library, because in every single science of Al-Islam, there are multiple books that are dealing with each and every science. So as a student of knowledge, as a Muslim, those of you who are preoccupying yourselves with purchasing books, you know, whether it's in English or in Arabic, but especially in Arabic, the original language of this religion, you will find that you will never be able to collect all of the books in any given science. So with that being the case, there are many books that have elaborated and clearly defined what is the halal and what is the haram in Al-Islam. Civil law books and other than that. The books of Al-Islam, the scholars of Al-Islam, have not left any stone unturned as it relates to our religion, coming to know about the halal and the haram. Some of them are contemporary, and some of them have been written a long time ago. The halal and the haram in Al-Islam, where they take specific ideas and explain them, or they take specific issues and they deal with them point by point. So yes, there are different books. Whether those books are in a particular madhab, they are present, or whether those books have been written and they focus upon what is known as fiqh al-maqarin, or comparative fiqh, where they just want to deal with the bottom line, the halal and the haram, without paying any attention to what a madhab says. So yes, there are those types of books. Sardar.
I want to ask just, is there any conditions in which halal became haram or haram become halal?
Are there any conditions in which a thing becomes haram or a thing becomes halal? We're going to deal with that inshallah in the upcoming points. Some of the descriptions of the halal and some of the descriptions of the haram. But just in general, if a thing is harmful or that particular thing is dirty or khabith, is filthy, then it's going to be haram. If it is harmful or is dirty, it's going to be haram. And we're going to come to that, and we'll explain it inshallah when we resume today's episode. So stay tuned, and we hope to see you in the second half of today's episode concerning the halal and the haram.
Islam 101. Islam 101.
Welcome back to Islam 101. We've been discussing the issue of the halal and the haram in Al-Islam. And we've dealt with 2 points so far. The first point is that the halal and the haram, making something permissible or impermissible, is the exclusive and the sole right of Allah. He is the law giver. And Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like his brothers from the prophets and the messengers, were sent, and they were sent to be obeyed. But from their own selves, they cannot make something halal nor can they make something haram. We even have Rasulullah on a number of occasions saying to his companions, I do not make halal haram or haram halal. He said that on a number of occasions concerning different issues. He would like to make a personal point about something that he didn't want to allow to take place concerning his own family. So before letting the people know that he wasn't going to allow this particular thing, he wasn't going to allow his daughter to be in a particular situation because it's his daughter and he's responsible for her. Before he gave his personal opinion, he would say, I do not make what Allah made halal haram, nor do I make what Allah made haram halal. But this particular thing, I do not allow it for my family. So he made it perfectly clear, crystal clear, that halal and haram is not even for him to tread into that particular arena. The second point that we dealt with is the point that anyone who takes it upon himself to make something haram and to make something halal, he has put on his shoulder great responsibility. He has made himself a partner along with Allah. This is from the exclusive rights of Allah. And that's why our scholars in Islam, past and present, like Imam al-Shafi and other than him, they used to tell the people, beware of being that individual who, he says to the people, this is halal or this is haram. Because this is the right of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and is only the exclusive right of Allah. So now with that introduction, inshallah, we'll continue the second half of this segment by going to the students on my left, and we'll start with Brother Ahmed. Brother Ahmed, what's your question?
My question is, what about the new inventions and innovations that are found in our present day? How do you know if it's halal or haram?
Concerning the new inventions that have been introduced to the world today, because Prophet Muhammad lived over 1,423 years ago. So there are a lot of things that are going on now that they didn't even have the ability to conceive back then. We do not claim that Prophet Muhammad knows everything, past and present. He didn't even know everything concerning his particular time. He knew those things that were peculiar to his environment, and he knew those things that Allah revealed to him and that Allah allowed him to know from the unseen. So how do we know that certain things are permissible or impermissible during our time now? We know that because the nature of Al-Islam, and I use that term very loosely, the way that Al-Islam is that it's a religion of flexibility, first of all. Second of all, the way that the legislation is in the religion of Al-Islam is that it has addressed every issue, whether it was in the past or whether it is in the future. And that's why in these points that we're making today, you're going to see how something that wasn't present during the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is halal or haram based upon some of the issues, these points that we're going to make. And then we have what we discussed already, al-qiyas. Al-qiyas, we've already taken that one of the sources of legislation in Islam is the legislation and the ability to say something is halal or haram based upon qiyas. Something that is present that has a ruling. We know the ruling of that particular thing. And then something new is introduced. And it has the similar properties or qualities of that thing that has a ruling. So as such, the new thing takes the same ruling as that particular thing that was in the past. Those are some of the ways. As we continue to explain these points, you'll see how you don't necessarily have to know every single proof of the Quran or every single proof from the Sunnah to know that something is permissible or impermissible. And we'll do that, inshallah, in the upcoming episodes. Akhi, you have a question?
Hey, I have a
Brother
question.
Yasser?
Yeah, I have a question, a small question, but I think it is very important. How can Muslims nowadays be always away from the devil's steps to have always a strong iman?
How can the Muslim today stay away from and avoid falling into making things that are halal, haram, and vice versa? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
This is going to require a level of awareness on the Muslim's part, a level of wara. It's going to require a level of taqwa, him being conscious of Allah, the Most High. The Prophet ﷺ told us in an authentic hadith, on the authority of that illustrious companion, An-Nu'man ibn Bashir. May Allah be pleased with both of them. He said, verily the halal is clear, and verily the haram is clear. And between the halal and the haram is the gray area that not many people know about. So whoever avoids the gray area, he has protected his religion and his honor. And whoever has fallen into the gray area, he has fallen into what is haram. He has fallen into what is haram. So as it relates to the halal and the haram, our religion, the way the legislation is that the halal is very clear. No one is going to debate whether or not drinking water is halal, whether or not wearing a watch is permissible, whether or not wearing a black t-shirt is permissible. No one's going to debate those types of issues because they're clear. And in contrast, those things that are impermissible are also clear. It is that gray area that people need to avoid. He said, not many people know about those issues. There are some people who know about it, which is the answer to the question. We refer the issue back to those people who know about it, and they are the competent and qualified scholars. We're not talking about the people who I identify as a scholar or he identifies as a scholar. We're talking about the real scholars of Islam, who we get our instructions from, who we get our understanding of the religion from, bona fide scholars. So we look to the scholars and we follow what Allah has commanded us to do. Ask the people of knowledge if you don't know. So that's how the Muslim avoids falling into this area. Before he puts his foot down, he wants to be absolutely sure it's permissible for him to put his foot down. Do you guys have any more questions?
I had another
go ahead,
question.
Ahmed.
What about the acceptance of halal and haram? For example, you find a person working in a bank that involve some sort of usury, some financial dealings that involve usury, and you tell him, usury is haram, and you try to explain to him, and he just doesn't accept it. He doesn't want to take the ruling on that certain issue.
Part of being a Muslim is that we have to love those things that Allah loves, and we have to hate those things that Allah, the Most High, He hates. Not only is that a part of the religion, but it is an example of a person being a mu'min, as we mentioned before, al-mu'min, the real possessor of faith. We have the Muslim, and then we have the higher level, al-mu'min, the one who has iman, true faith. And one of the things that he has faith in is the last day, that he's going to be held accountable for what he did in this life. So, in the authentic hadith, it's clear, whoever loves for Allah, and he hates for Allah, he gives for Allah, and he prevents from giving, he holds back for Allah. Whoever, this is his description, then his faith is complete. So the believer, the Muslim, is not considered to be a believer until he loves those things that Allah loves and he hates those things that Allah hates. So on one hand, we have that individual who, when you tell him, you must do this and you must do that, but due to some misunderstanding, due to some weakness, due to him following his desires, he doesn't leave it alone. This person still is a Muslim, and we hope for that individual the good in this life and the next life. And his situation is bad, but even though it's bad, it's not like the other individual. The other individual who he hates the halal and he loves the haram. There's that person who you say, you shouldn't work in the bank because of a usury. But he says, make dua to me, ask Allah to make it easy for me. He'll continue, but he knows it's wrong. I was approached recently, I was staying in a hotel, and the hotel that I was staying in, I was being served by some Muslims, and they came out and they said, Akhi, brother, please make supplication that Allah takes us out of this workplace that we're in right now, because they sell alcohol here and people come and they carry on in a way that Allah doesn't love. That individual is in something that's not permissible, but he knows it's not permissible. But he stays there because he needs the money to take care of his family. I don't say that that's right, but the point is, you see, he recognizes and he acknowledges that what he's doing is not acceptable. So the one who continues to work in the bank, or he does what is wrong, but he knows that it's not acceptable, he's not like the individual who loves the haram and he hates the halal. This is a person who is on the way of destruction. We want to give you an example of that. The example that we will give is the example of plural marriage. There's not a woman who Allah has created, and Allah knows best, except that she wants to have the exclusive right to the heart of her husband and the love of her husband. The companions of Rasulullah were like that as well. Our mothers, the wives of Rasulullah, were like that. There were some jealousies that transpired between them. So there may be that individual, that particular woman, for an example, who she hates the concept of plural marriage. She hates what Allah has made halal. And she in her hatred for that particular thing, she goes overboard and she ascribes to that particular thing, that plural marriage, for an example, characteristics and descriptions that can take her possibly outside of the fold of al-Islam, for an example. This is what is not permissible. But if a person, from their own accord, they're saying, well, that particular issue is not for me. I don't hate it, but I don't want to practice it. That's your right. That's your right. There are things that are halal. Someone doesn't like to drink milk. No one can censor him or blame him. Another person doesn't like to eat steak. No one can blame him or censor him. But to hate what Allah has made halal or to love what Allah has made haram, this is the thing that is not permissible, especially as it relates to issues connected to the ibadat or the forms of worship in al-Islam. Do you guys have any more questions?
I have one more one. I have
sure,
kind of shy from you. I ask you a lot of questions.
Don't be shy. So what the program is for.
I have a comment and I have a question. That Islam comes from word taslim, which is acceptance. So this is something that people should stress on and be careful, that Islam is taslim. You should accept that the word Islam comes from acceptance.
Exactly. That's a good point.
The question is, during hard times, you have a real necessity to do something haram or to eat something haram. So is it allowed for you during times of necessity to do something haram or to eat something haram? And what is the necessity in Islam?
Yes, concerning this issue of a necessity, this is what is known in Arabic as a durura, when a person is in dire straits and he's being forced or compelled to fall into that thing which is normally not permissible. Like, he finds himself stranded in the desert and he comes across a pig or some swine and that's all he has. Al-Islam allows him to eat that particular thing. This is permissible. Whatever is not permissible, if you have to do it as a result of necessity, it is permissible. In explaining this issue very briefly, because it really needs a topic all to itself, and I think that's what we'll do, inshallah. I think in the next episode what we'll deal with the issue of ad-durura in the religion. How do we understand it and who determines it? So we're going to stop here with this particular episode, and we look forward to seeing you, inshallah, at Islam 101 when we come back to deal with the issue of the fiqh and the halal and the haram in al-Islam. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islam. Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam. Islam 101.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome back to another episode of Islam 101. And this episode is a continuation of our previous episode. I'm your host, Abu Usamah Adh Dhahabi. In our last episode, we left off dealing with the issue of being compelled. When the Muslim is forced and when he is compelled to do something. We've been stating over and over that the religion of al-Islam has the flexibility that addresses and deals with the needs of the human experience. Whatever the Muslim finds himself confronted with or faced with in his life, you can rest assured that the religion of al-Islam has given him a way out, has addressed that issue. So this is also the case as it relates to ad-durura, or being compelled to do something. Before we get into the explanation of who determines what is ad-durura, who has the ability to determine what is a necessity and how to deal with it, I would just like to share with you an incident that took place in our religion to show you how this particular concept has been dealt with in the religion of Islam. There was a companion by the name of Ammar ibn Yasir. May Allah be pleased with him and his mother and his father. They were one of the early vanguard of the religion of Islam. They embraced Islam at the beginning of the call of Prophet Muhammad. But because they were weak and they were oppressed, they had no tribe, they had no one to protect them, to protect their money, or to protect their lives. So they were taken by the disbelievers, by the non-Muslims, and they were persecuted. To the point that they killed the father and they killed the mother. And then when they came to the son, they asked the son, now what do you have to say about Allah? What do you have to say about Muhammad and his religion? So that boy began to curse Rasulullah. And he subtracted himself and freed himself from Rasulullah and the religion of Islam. So they let him go. The boy went back to the Prophet ﷺ and he informed him of what took place, which was a proof of his faith. He said what he didn't believe. He only said it because he wanted to live. He wanted to save himself. So he went back and he said, Ya Rasulullah, those people killed my father, they killed my mother, and then they were about to kill me. So I cursed you and I cursed your religion and I freed myself from the religion of Islam. The Prophet told him, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, if they grab you again and you find yourself in that position again, then do the same thing that you did before. Curse the religion and curse me. If you are compelled to that level and that degree, then Islam allows you to free yourself from that particular situation. So that goes to show that the greatest crime in Islam, as we've been saying consistently on this program, the greatest sin is al-ishraku billah. For a person to fall into polytheism, to say that Allah has a partner, or to ascribe any partner or form of worship to other than Allah. But yet Islam allowed the man to fall into this when it came down to him facing the issue of should he live or should he give up his life. Another example of that is the eating of khinzir or swine and the intake of intoxicants or any meat or food that is not permissible. If it is a question of life or death, Islam does not accept the concept you cannot give a blood transfusion or accept a blood transfusion. You have to die before that happens. That's not the religion of Islam. Islam is more flexible than that. It's more open to deal with the reality of the existence of people and the conditions and the variables that present themselves in the people's lives. As it relates to the durura or compulsion, if it is a small issue that a person has the ability to determine for himself, then he has to do that. He's the one who determines that. As Allah said in the Quran in a number of ayahs, the human being, the individual, knows best about himself. بَلَ الْإِنسَانُ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ بَصِيرًا. Every human being knows what's his situation. So in the month of Ramadan, if a person is sick, he has a migraine headache, he has a high temperature, high fever, he's suffering from some type of sickness, he's not feeling well, no one can come to him and say, you must fast, you have to fast. He himself knows his own situation. So Islam allows him not to fast in that situation. So if it's a smaller issue connected to his own person, he has the ability to do so. But if it is a major issue, it is a major issue. He wants to purchase a house on riba. He wants to mortgage a home, usury, for an example. And he says, I'm compelled to do it. Then in a case like that, he has to take his issue to the scholars of this religion. Explain the details of his issue, and then the scholar is the one who will determine, yes, you are compelled or you are not compelled. That's the first 2 points as it relates to a durura. The second or the third point as it relates to necessity, and this is a very important point, and there's a rule that's connected to this concept and this principle, and that rule says that the necessity is going to be determined, or you can do it only according to the amount or the need. And I'll give you an example of that. الدرورة تقدر بقدرها. You can only fall into that thing. You can only do it according to the actual need. You can't go beyond the call of duty. For an example, we gave you the man who was stranded in the desert. He comes across carrion, a dead animal that's in the desert, and it happens to be swine. Swine, if it is alive, is not permissible in the religion of Islam. What if it's dead? It's even worse. But because the man is afraid that he's going to die, he's compelled to eat from it. So what should he do? He should take enough of it to eat only to last him to the next point. He shouldn't sit there and fry some of the swine, and then he takes other parts of the swine and he makes it in another way, and the third part of the swine he boils it, and he makes a delicacy of the swine. No, he only eats enough to have his life sustained to get to the next point. That is the meaning of that particular principle. So if someone is compelled to fall into something, then he only does enough of it that is required to get the job done. And I like to give an example of that in the circumstances that we live in particular in the US and in the UK. Riba or usury is a major crime and a major sin. And it is not befitting for a Muslim to make it something that is insignificant or something that is small. It is not permissible. It is from the major crimes. And the smallest example and the smallest level of usury is a terrible example that Rasulullah gave us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's terrible. It's a big crime. So in our countries where we come from, if you drive without insurance, you're going to get in trouble if you get stopped by the authorities. So therefore, out of necessity, what we have to do is we have to get insurance to insure our car, which is not permissible, but we get the smallest and the lowest form of insurance. We don't go beyond the call of duty. Get insurance for myself, insurance for a third driver, the top-notch insurance. I get enough insurance, what they call the liability, and that's it. That is the example of what we're trying to make clear to you. Now, if a person has another child who's driving his car, then obviously he can get the third-party insurance. But it's the point and the concept that we're trying to get across. Before we go on to the third point about the halal and the haram, is there any question that any of you want dealt with here? Inshallah, anyone?
I had a question about the necessities. What are the necessities? And actually, there's an example in relation to what you're saying about the insurance. That maybe a guy who has a daughter and she does not wear hijab, and he say you gotta take it step by step, and she doesn't want it, so I can't really make her wear hijab, and then she wants to drive a car, so she has to pay the insurance. So it's a necessity to pay the insurance. What about the necessity of religion?
Concerning, this is a good point, Akhi Ahmed, concerning the issue of the necessity of praying and the necessity of wearing the hijab and the necessity of holding on to our religion. As it relates to the religion of Islam, no one has a choice when it comes to issues that Allah has commanded us to do. No one has a choice. You don't have the free choice to do the salat or not to perform the salat. As it relates to the obligatory salat, you have a choice to leave off the nawafil or the sunnah, and we explained that already. So issues like the hijab or the woman's garb that she has to wear, this is not something that she can look at as being a small issue. Someone may find themselves in an environment, though, where it is said to that particular lady, if you wear the hijab, then this is going to happen and that's going to happen. That can happen. That can happen. And it's similar to that companion that we mentioned, Ammar ibn Yasir. If the lady finds herself in a situation like that, we won't allow you to live here if you keep your hijab on. We won't allow you to travel from point A to point B if you don't take your hijab off. Then in issues like that, she has to, if she has the time and the ability, she has to take her situation to a scholar and explain what is going on. But I would advise that the Muslims should always hold on to the religion, because whoever fears Allah, Allah will make a way out for them. But there may be real situations that people are confronted with in which that individual may have to do something that is not permissible. It may be the case, but we have to have a level of awareness, a level of taqwa, God consciousness and fearing Allah, and we can't be too quick to acquiesce and to apologize concerning our religion. If it was a question of a religious man, for an example, allowing the people to have his wife take her hijab off or to travel, and I'm not going to travel, you shouldn't travel. But let's say that it is a trip that he can't afford not to make, then he has to look into the situation. Al-Islam opens the door. If something becomes restricted and difficult on the people, Al-Islam opens up and it makes it easy. But this is an angle and a particular chapter that we have to be careful in. You have a question, Akhi? Any more questions?
I've got a question about halal or haram. There is a proverb that love knows no borders. And some people say that love is a gift of our Lord. But sometimes sometimes love be either haram or halal. What is Islamic point of view on that?
Concerning the halal and the haram, permissible and impermissible, is not something that is just connected to the worship of Al-Islam. It goes outside of the worship of Al-Islam as well. And it goes into the mu'amalat, our regular dealings with each other. For the example that he just gave concerning love, Islam addressed it. First of all, Allah is the one who is responsible for the hearts of all of the people. He guides whoever He wants to guide, and He doesn't guide who He doesn't want to guide. A person is a Muslim, and then Allah can cause him to go outside of the religion. A person is a non-Muslim, Allah will cause him to come into the religion. So the hearts are with Allah. He changes them the way He wants to change them. That's the first thing. We're going to stop now and bring this segment to a close, and we'll deal with the issue of love, inshallah, in the second segment. So try to be back and view in with us for the second segment of the halal and the haram in today's topic and discussion.
Islam 101.
The Prophet ﷺ have informed us that we should not obey no one on the account of disobeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the superiority is to Allah's command. So if the husband tells his wife that I want you to shake hands with my colleagues, with my business partners, no, even if it leads to divorce. If the husband says to his wife that you have to party with me, with partners and so on, no, you have to take your hijab off, no. By any means, communicate with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Definitely Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows your language, and He would be very happy to answer your
call. Islam 101.
Welcome back to Islam 101. We left off dealing with the issue of love and the correct type of love, the halal love and the haram love. The hearts are between the two fingers of Allah, the Most High, and He changes and He turns the people's hearts according to what He wants. So love is something that ultimately goes back to Allah. He causes an individual to love people, and He causes another individual not to love other people. Part of the fitrah, or the natural disposition that we've been created with, is the natural feelings that people have towards their mothers and their fathers and their siblings. The natural disposition that a man has to love his mate, or the woman has to love her husband. This is the fitrah. If the fitrah is contaminated, then the person is not going to love his mother. And how does the fitrah become contaminated? His environment. Maybe the mother was abusive to that particular child. The father was abusive. And as a result of that, the love is compromised. In any event, the Prophet told us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, love the person who you love moderately, because the day may come when that individual becomes your ardent enemy. And hate the person who you hate moderately, because the day may come when that enemy, he becomes your beloved, or a person who you love tremendously. And that's how some of the companions were. They used to hate Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam prior to becoming Muslims, and then after becoming Muslims, they loved him so much and honored him, respected him so much, that out of respect and reverence, they wouldn't even look at him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that hadith shows us that our love, the halal love, is the love that's moderate. It's moderate. And the hatred that is from Islam is the hatred that is moderate. The love that is moderate will allow you to tell a person who you love, who's doing something wrong, hey, that's wrong. It will allow you to be fair and just in dealing with the situation. But if you are a person who's going overboard in your love for that individual, then you're going to be oppressive. I love Jesus Christ so much, for an example, that I start to say he's the son of Allah, al-ghulu. Or I love my sheikh, my teacher, so much that it's clear the truth is not with him, but I'm still going to follow what he said because it's ghulu, my love for him. And also, in contrast, your hate for someone can be so great that you will not accept or embrace the truth from him because he's your enemy. This is not an Islamic concept. So that's one issue as it relates to love. Another issue concerning love in terms of the halal and the haram is that it is not permissible to love what is not loved by Allah, nor is it permissible to hate what is not hated by Allah, the Most High. My parents are not Muslims. I love my parents, no doubt about that. That's natural. I can't help that. And if Islam told me I can't love my mother for being my mother or my father for being my father, I wouldn't be a Muslim because that's not natural. But what I can do is I can't love the disbelief that my parents are upon. So I have to hate the disbelief, but to love my parents is permissible. Allah told Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Innaka la tahdi man ahbabta, walakin Allah yahdi man yasha." Oh Muhammad, you do not guide those people who you love. Your uncle who's a non-Muslim, your grandfather who's a non-Muslim, your relatives, your people, your uncle in this particular case. You can't guide those who you love, but Allah guides who He wants to guide. So the ayat establishes, the verse establishes that Rasulullah loved his uncle who died and other than Islam, and he was sad. So this ayat was revealed. So I can love my mother and my father for being my mother and my father, but I cannot love what Allah doesn't love, and that is their disbelief and the things that they do that go against the religion. The last point that we want to make concerning the love is, what is not permissible is that love that a man may have for a woman who is not permissible for him, or the love that a woman may have for a man who is not permissible for her. It's not permissible for a woman who is married to have love in her heart for another man. It's not permissible. The man that she has love in her heart for should be her husband, or her father, her uncles, and maybe the companions and the righteous people. But to love another man with the desire of wanting to be with him the way she is with her husband, this is not halal. This is not permissible. This is from the major sins in Islam, and this comes as a result, again, of a person's fitrah being corrupted. So there is a proper love and an improper love. We don't have the love that takes you overboard. Again, the issue of the sirat al-mustaqim, being on the straight path, being balanced, not too far to the right, not too far to the left. Sardar, you have anything? You have another question? Fadda.
In Islam, woman is to cover her hairs by special veil. But in some countries, authorities require that on the identification documents, women should be with unveiled hairs. What is the Islamic point of view on that? Can it be considered as a necessity to do such kind of photos?
That's a good question. Nick comes from Russia, actually, and some of our Muslim sisters in Russia are dealing with this issue where the authorities insist that for identification, the Muslim woman should expose all of her head. Everything, she has to expose it. But we want to make a point concerning Nick's usage of the language. He said the veil. The veil in Islam is called the niqab, and the niqab is what covers the face, and it's highly recommended that the girl does that. If she's of her age, it's highly recommended that she covers her face. But it's not an obligation. That's the veil. That's the niqab. As for what is on her head, that is called the khimar. The khimar, the thing that covers the head. So the veil is not the thing that goes over the head. Concerning the identification in the Muslim country, or other than that, I know a sister in Florida who was allowed to take her driver's license. The first one was with the niqab, with the veil. And then the world has changed after 9/11. So now in that particular state, they said to that lady, you have to take your picture without the niqab. You can keep your head covered, but without the niqab. And she went, and she's fighting that right now in a court of law. What does Islam say about that? Is that a need or a necessity? First of all, pictures in the religion are not permissible. To take the photograph in Islam is not permissible. We're not going to get deep into that subject, but there are times when it becomes a necessity. In order to travel, a person needs a passport, so he has to take a picture. In order to get licensed, he has to get his license, so he takes a picture. But as it relates to the Muslim woman, is it permissible for her to take off her head scarf, her khimar, and expose her head? I say no, it's not permissible for her to do that. It's not permissible for her to take off her head scarf. And if she feels that it is a necessity, then she doesn't make that decision on her own. She takes that situation and she explains it to a scholar in detail. And she allows the scholar to say, yes, this is a necessity. Because you want to travel from point A and you want to make hijrah to point B. And you won't be able to do that for your religion without doing what they're asking you to do. So go ahead and do it. I would advise every woman at all costs, almost, to keep your hijab on. Keep your hijab on, and when there's a real need and a real necessity, you make sure that you take it to a scholar and you explain your situation in detail. So I say no, she shouldn't take her headscarf off that is covering not just her head, but it's covering her hair, her head, her neck, her ears, and it comes all the way down over her bosom as well. If a person, for an example, the Muslim girl, she wants to travel to the West, she comes from a Muslim country, she wants to travel to America, for an example. She's going to get a passport. She has to take the pictures for what is known as the INS. They tell her, okay, you can leave your hijab on, your headscarf on, you can leave it on, but you have to expose the ear. The ear for the Muslim woman is from her aura. It shouldn't be seen by anyone except the men from her family. But she won't be able to travel. She won't be able to do the things that she wants to do without showing that particular part of her body. Is that permissible? Issues like that are a bit more easier. They're lighter, they're easier. As for her taking off her hijab because she wants to go to swim in the Red Sea or something like that. She wants to go to have a party somewhere in the earth. She wants to go somewhere to waste time somewhere in the earth, and she's going to take off her hijab. Then we say, no, this is not permissible. And she should avoid it altogether. Because Al-Islam does not open up the door, nor does it give a concession or rukhsa for something similar to that. Okay, if you guys have any more questions, we have time for one question.
Yeah, what's the difference between a concession and a necessity?
Brother Ahmed is asking, what is the difference between a concession, a rukhsa, and the durura, or something that is a necessity? The rukhsa is the religion giving a person the ability and the chance to leave alone something that he wants to do. For an example, he has to fast in the month of Ramadan, but if he's traveling, he has a concession to leave off the fast. The person is normally required to pray standing up, but because he lost a leg, because he has a pulled muscle in his back, he has been given a concession or rukhsa, he can pray sitting down. He should pray standing up normally, but because it's not a obligatory prayer, it's not an obligatory prayer, he has a rukhsa, and it's permissible for him to pray the Sunnah prayers or the Nawafil prayers sitting down. That is the rukhsa, the ability that an individual has not to do a particular thing or to do a particular thing. For an example, men are not allowed to wear silk in the religion. The companion of the Prophet ﷺ, Ka'b ibn Ujra, radiyallahu anhu, when he was making the Hajj, when he came to the Prophet ﷺ and he had some lice in his head and he had a condition on his skin that caused him to itch, Rasulullah allowed him from amongst the companions to wear the silk because it was a rukhsa only for him in this particular situation. So the rukhsa is when the religion gives you the green light to do something that normally you shouldn't do, or it gives you the red light. It gives you the red light to prevent you from... The rukhsa is the thing that Al-Islam allows you to do that normally you shouldn't do. And the necessity is something that you are allowed to do because you're compelled, you're forced, you have no other option, you have no other alternative. So that's, in general, basically the difference between the two, inshallah. So concerning the issue of what we're dealing with here, the halal and the haram, we just want to reiterate again that the first point is that making something permissible or impermissible is the haqq of Allah. It's the right of Allah and Allah only. And the second point is, if anyone delves into this area, in this arena, then he has set himself up as a partner along with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The third point that we want to make concerning these issues is that everything in the earth, in terms of the food and the drink and what we can wear, everything in the earth is permissible. Everything is halal. The origin of everything is, it is permissible, until the proof comes to say and to show that it's not permissible. The proof from the Quran or the proof from the authentic Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So, with that being the case, we're going to explain this issue in more detail in the upcoming episode, so that the people will come to understand what was asked already in the previous episodes. Is there a book that explains all of the halal and the haram? Well, if you know some of these principles and some of these points, you will see that many things are included, and we'll deal with those in detail, inshallah, in the upcoming episode. We're looking forward to seeing you. Wassalam ala man ittaba al-huda.
Islam. Islam 101.
والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
Islam 101.
Welcome to another episode of Islam 101, and I'm your host, Abu Usamah Adh Dhahabi. Today we're going to continue our discussion concerning the halal and the haram, inshaAllah. We have now arrived to the fourth point concerning these issues of what needs to be understood concerning the permissible things and the impermissible things in the religion. And as we mentioned at the conclusion of our last episode, the fourth point is that everything, the origin of everything in this dunya, everything in this life that we're living in, the origin of everything is that it is pure and that it is permissible. Everything is pure and it is permissible to eat, to wear. You can eat whatever you want to eat, drink whatever you want to drink, wear whatever you want to wear in terms of color or material, sit the way you want to sit. Everything is permissible until and unless a proof from the Quran, an ayah from the Quran, or authentic hadith from Rasulullah comes and makes it impermissible. This is taken from a number of verses of the Quran. One of those verses is the statement that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told us, هُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ لَكُم مَا فِي الْأَرْضِ جَمِيعًا. It is Allah, He is the one who has created for you people everything that is in the earth. So Allah, in creating everything in the earth, He made it clear in this ayat and a number of other ayat, a number of verses, that everything is permissible for us. And because it's permissible, it is clean, and it's useful, and it's wholesome. So this point is a very important point, because it goes to show and it helps us to understand that you don't necessarily have to memorize everything that is permissible or impermissible in the religion. You don't have to be a hafiz or one who memorized all of the Quran. You don't have to be an individual who has memorized all of the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In addition to that, the question was presented to us from our panel: what if something that was not there during the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is introduced now? How do we know if it's halal? How do we know if it's haram? There's no verse stating it necessarily. How do we know? Well, if there's no text saying that that particular thing is impermissible, then we take it for granted that it is permissible, unless it has some qualities or it has some properties that are similar to something that has been spoken about or mentioned in our religion that is impermissible. So this point here helps you to understand that sometimes if we were to get and grasp a good foundation concerning the qawaid of fiqh, the principles, especially the principles of usul fiqh, if a person were to understand some of these principles, it will relieve him from the responsibility of knowing a lot of verses of the Quran, memorizing and being acquainted and knowing a lot of the statements of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wa ala alihi wasallam. The next point that we want to mention concerning the issue of the halal and the haram is that everything that is halal, it is pure. It is pure and it's wholesome. And whatever is made haram in the religion, impermissible, is made haram because it is either harmful or is dirty and filthy. And then we have those things that have some good in them and they have some evil in them. It has some good purity in it or benefit in it, and then at the same time, simultaneously, it has some harm or some dirt in it, some filth in it. Well, in that case, if the benefit outweighs the filth and the harm, then it's going to be halal. And if the harm and the filth outweighs the benefit, then it's going to be haram. So the next point, point number 4. Point number 4. Everything that is halal is pure. Everything is pure. And everything that is haram, the thing that is haram, it is haram because it is filthy or it is harmful. They came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and they asked him, Ya Rasulullah, what is halal for us? What has Allah made permissible for us? And Allah revealed a number of ayat in the Quran. And he said, tell them, what is permissible for them are the good things, the tayyibat, those things that are good and wholesome. Water, zamzam water, orange juice, karkadeh, eggs, all of those things are from the tayyibat, the good things that are permissible. And in contrast, those things that are bad for you, or those things that are dirty, they're filthy, or they're harmful, like swine, the dead carrion, those types of animals that if you were to eat them, they're going to bring some type of harm to the body or to the individual. So that is the other point. Before going on to the last 2 points, inshallah, we just want to make sure the brothers have any questions or comments concerning these last 2 points. Everything in the dunya, everything in this life that is halal because it's pure. And whatever is haram because it's dirty, it's filthy, or it's harmful. And the other point, everything is permissible in the earth for us to eat, to wear, to drink, except those things that there's some text, a dalil that comes to make it impermissible. Do you brothers have any questions concerning Ahmed?
I have a question, a comment. The question is, some people bring tradition into halal and haram. So does tradition affect halal and haram?
Concerning the urf, the traditions of the people and the culture of the people can make something halal or haram. But it has a secondary ability to do that, not in and of itself. We mentioned concerning the masadir of a tashri'. We mentioned that the sources of legislation, what makes things halal, haram, the Quran, the Sunnah, the ijma', as well as the statement of the companions and qiyas. So it is with the Quran and the Sunnah that qiyas is allowed to make something permissible. It is with the Quran and the Sunnah that ijma' is allowed to make something permissible or haram from the Sunnah. Similarly, it is a secondary issue that the urf of the person or the people, the customs of the people, make something permissible or impermissible. But it is conditional. It has conditions. It has conditions. The most important condition, number 1, is that the custom cannot go against the religion. If the custom goes against the religion, then it's rejected. The religion is what makes halal and haram. For an example, in certain parts of Africa, it is the custom for the woman to walk around with her upper extremities not covered, not concealed. When she comes into the religion, she says, I want to practice my culture and walk around like that. We're going to say, no. The religion told the woman to cover up herself and to conceal herself. So here the custom is rejected altogether. But let's say that the custom of the particular group of people was that whenever a woman gets married and she's 21 years old or younger, then the boy has to give a dowry. The man has to give a dowry of $5,000. For an example, that's the custom of those particular people. Al-Islam is not against that particular custom. Al-Islam would allow that. We're not going to say it's wajib or it's something that he has to do, but we can't look at those people as being criminals. We can't say that those people are against the religion. We can't say that those people are making things unduly necessary, because that's the custom. In Al-Islam, when the person wants to travel, we are allowed the rukhsa, or the concession. We can shorten our prayer. Well, Prophet Muhammad never taught us and never left a specific distance by which we travel when we shorten our prayer. He was going to make the Hajj, and he traveled from Medina to a place called Dhul Hulayfa. That's only about 4 or 5 miles from Medina. It's a short distance. It's a short distance. And yet, he shortened his prayer when he stayed in that particular place. And he never told us, what's the difference you can shorten your prayer? So what did the scholars of Islam say? They said, whatever those people in that particular locale, in that particular time, in that particular place, whatever they consider to be a trip or rihla or a safar, whatever they consider to be a trip, then that's the time when the person can shorten his prayer. So that's a case where the urf, or the customs of the people, it makes something in the religion halal, or it can make something in the religion haram, it can make something in the religion known. Now, any more questions? Akhi Yasir.
The harmfulness of the haram, can we feel it upon our spirits, or just upon our bodies?
Concerning the harm of the haram, the evil effects of the haram, can we feel it in our spirit, or is it something that's just in our bodies? Eating swine may hurt you. You may get tapeworms and other issues take place inside of the body. And sometimes it doesn't even happen. It doesn't even harm you sometimes. One person can drink khamr, he can drink intoxicants, and he never suffers from cirrhosis of the liver. As a matter of fact, he may even claim, I get benefit from it. It helps me to digest my food. It helps me to become creative. It helps me to open up the creative juices, to paint, to write, and so forth and so on. And that may be true. Sometimes it may not even hurt you in your body. But as it relates to your spirit and your religion, the haram always hurts, whether you recognize it or you don't recognize it. Let's take, for an example, the dua, the supplication. The man traveled, and Rasulullah described his situation. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were dirty, and he was in the need of Allah answering his dua. The supplication of the traveler is accepted. The supplication of the one who was calling on Allah with sincerity is accepted. But this particular man, even though he was traveling, even though he was sincere, he was making dua, and he was asking Allah over and over, Ya Rabb, making al-ilhah, asking with shiddah. And yet the Prophet said, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, how is Allah going to answer his supplication when his food is haram, his drink is haram, the clothes that he's wearing is haram, and he's being nourished with what is haram, what is not permissible? How is it that his supplication is going to become answered? So that's one way in which we clearly see how spiritually and religiously falling into what is haram will help you. In addition to that, ikhwani, there's an authentic hadith that the Prophet told us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, if you see that a man has been given and Allah continues to give to him in the dunya, He makes things easy for him, gives him more money, makes the life easy for him, and the man is doing the haram, but still he's receiving a lot, it seems, it appears. He said, know for a surety that that is only istidraj. Allah is only giving him enough rope so that he's going to hang himself eventually. He's getting what he wants to have in the dunya easily. He's a criminal, but he has the nicest house. He's a criminal and he's making more money. He's a criminal and the people are still respecting him more and more. No catastrophe seems to befall him. Rasulullah said, know for surety that this is only istidraj from Allah. Allah is just giving him more rope so that he can destroy himself. When he dies and he stands before Allah and he has to answer for what he did and what he didn't do, he's not going to be able to say anything because the argument has been established upon him. But for most people, the haram also bothers you in your body as well. For most people, it's going to have a negative effect and make a negative impact. We're going to stop here, inshallah, and then we'll come back and we will complete this particular topic, inshallah. And we look forward to seeing you in our second half of this particular episode.
Islam 101. Islam 101.
Welcome back to Islam 101. I'm your guest, your host, Abu Usamah Adh Dhahabi, and we're dealing with the issue of the haram and the halal in Islam. Our brother Ahmed, he has a question that he wants to present, inshallah, so we'll deal with the question before we get on to the last 2 points.
I actually had a comment before the question that I called a saying of a companion of the Prophet ﷺ. He said, the Prophet ﷺ forbid us about something that we thought it's beneficial for us, but the order of the Prophet ﷺ is more beneficial. So that pertains what you were saying before about that haram is harmful and filthy. My question is, some people think that they can get rid of what's haram by selling it. For example, my grandma, she had pictures of that she hangs on the wall, pictures of things that has a spirit. So I told her, Grandma, this is haram, we can't have it on the wall. She said, alright, we can sell it. So what is the ruling pertaining that?
May Allah bless you, Akhi, for your comment, first of all, because that is true. We may see something that has some benefit in it in our small minds, but what the Prophet brought and said is more beneficial. And also, may Allah bless you for taking care of your grandmother and fulfilling your rights of teaching her and giving her advice. As it relates to selling what is haram, in the religion of Islam, it's not permissible. It's not permissible because of a number of reasons, very quickly. The first reason is that we mentioned the point. Things are haram because they're filthy and because they bring harm to people. So how are you going to take something and give it to someone else, give him something that's something was going to be harmful to him, something that's going to be dirty and filthy and is going to harm him? We've been ordered and commanded in the religion of Islam to cooperate with each other on righteousness and on fearing Allah. And we've been prohibited from cooperating with each other by helping each other to do oppression and to do sins. Also, it's not permissible in our religion to do this because Prophet Muhammad told us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, if Allah makes something haram, He makes selling that particular thing haram. And this is one of the terrible manifestations that we see from our Muslim brothers who come to America, who come to Europe. They leave their countries looking for a better life. So they go to these countries where the people are non-Muslims, and they open up stores. And when you go to the non-Muslim countries, the haram is the norm. At least in the Muslim countries, there's a lot of haram going on, but still, it's not necessarily the norm. People are trying to deal with only the halal. When our brothers come to our countries, we find them being the ones, and they're foremost, uppermost, in selling khinzir, in selling khamr. They're the ones who are selling intoxicants. We're in the community, like myself, in the middle of the African American community with all of the social ills and social problems that my people have. We're in our community calling the people to Al-Islam, to that religion which will give them life. As Allah gave us life, brought us to the religion, helped us to know the difference between right and wrong. So on one hand, we're trying to call people to Islam. On the other hand, the Muslims are cooperating with evil, and they're selling the same people intoxicants and poisons. Even worse than that, now, with the new generation Muslims, they're even selling drugs now. So, it's not permissible. And the Prophet ﷺ cursed some of the people who went before our nation. He cursed them because why? Allah made certain things haram upon them, impermissible upon them. So what did they do? They didn't use it for themselves, but they sold it to other people. And this can be found in the Bible, where the people from the children of Israel, Bani Israel, they, in so many verses of the Old Testament, where it was said, you cannot eat this particular thing, but you can sell it to the Gentile, to the non-Hebrew individual. You cannot sell the Israeli, you cannot sell the Israelite a house that has a problem, and you know it has a problem, but you can sell it to the individual who is a Gentile. This is not our religion. And that was mentioned in the Quran, that the people during the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they used to say, we do not have any responsibility towards the ones who are illiterate, the Ummiyeen. We don't have to have any responsibility to them. Muhammad and his people, we're not from them. So if we sell them what is not permissible, we sell them what is harmful, it's okay. This is not the religion of Al-Islam. The Muslim has to be upright and he has to be fair and just, whether he's dealing with Muslims or whether he's dealing with non-Muslims. Nick, you have a question?
No.
How about you, sir?
Good question, yeah. Usually we cannot control our thoughts. So, for example, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about something. I'm analyzing something in my mind. And I cannot change it easily. So, is there any sin which can be done by thinking? Is there any haram thoughts?
Again, this particular point that Nick is bringing to the table is connected to the issue of love that we mentioned from an angle of the person not having the ability sometimes to control who he loves and who he doesn't love. Rasulullah loved Aisha more than everyone else. Does that mean he was oppressive, that he didn't love the other people from his family members, his wives, on the same level as Aisha? That's something that he can't control. There's a weak hadith, it's not authentic, but it proves this point that when he used to divide his time, he would say, oh Allah, this is my division according to what I control. Her day is Monday, her day is Tuesday, her day is Wednesday, her day is Friday. But don't hold me accountable for that thing that I can't control, meaning I can't control the fact that I love this individual more. That's not an authentic hadith, but the concept is true. You will never be able to deal justly between women, even if it was your ardent desire. Meaning, you will never be able to love them equally because a person doesn't control that. A person cannot control loving his mother for being his mother, but he doesn't love the disbelief. And that does not conflict with the concept of al-wala wal-bara, that our enmity is with the non-Muslims and our allegiance is for and with the Muslims. We can't love their disbelief though. This is a similar issue. A person cannot control sometimes what comes into his mind. He's a human being. He cannot control the wiswas or the whispers of a shaitan. He can't control it. He can compel it, he can subdue it, he can do something about it, but he can't control it. It's going to come to all of us. So the Prophet told us what? He says, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, as long as the person doesn't speak about it or he doesn't act upon it, then he's not accountable. He's not held accountable. As long as he doesn't speak about it and he starts to mention it unnecessarily, maybe he needs to tell the scholar or he wants to get some advice from someone. So he says, I get these thoughts like this or this. He should try to avoid getting into the details, but he may need to do that. So as long as he doesn't speak about it, and as long as he doesn't execute it, then it's not halal, it's not haram, the fact that those thoughts come to his mind. But what he could do is seek refuge in Allah from that. He could read the Quran. He could preoccupy himself with something from the religion of Islam, from the forms of worship, and then it'll go away.
But if he himself chooses to think about that thing that is haram.
As for the individual making a concerted effort, he is making a takalluf, and he's actually making himself think about that, then those evil thoughts are a part of what he is held accountable for. He is held accountable for that, and Allah knows best. Now we go on to the last 2 points. Point number 5, inshallah, concerning the halal and the haram, very quickly. The halal in al-Islam, yughni an al-haram. The halal is enough, to the point where you don't need what is haram. The halal is enough. So if the people took the halal, the permissible things, they're not in need of what is haram. For an example, zina, adultery and fornication. That's dirty and it's harmful. So we have what is permissible, which is more than enough. He can get married to 1, 2, 3, or 4 women. So the halal is always enough. Another example of that is, instead of a person drinking intoxicants, he He can drink the good things from the earth. He can drink soda, milk, Zamzam water. He can drink orange juice. The halal is always enough. Another thing as it relates to the aqidah or the ideology that I want to share with the Muslims. There's that Muslim who puts around his arm the tamima to protect him from the evil eye. The talisman to protect him from the evil eye. He may have it and it may even have the Quran in it, written on it. But most of them just have some words written by some charlatan, and it's the religion of hocus pocus, the crystal ball religion. We say, instead of using that tamima or that talisman, it's better that you just make dua to Allah. It's better that you ask religious people, make dua for you. It's better that you learn the dua, the supplications, and you learn the Quran to protect you. It's better that you make ruqya over yourself than to do that. The halal is always better than what is haram. Those people who decide their affairs and they make decisions based upon frivolous issues. If the bird flies that way, I'll do it. If the bird flies to the left, I won't do it. If it's a white bird, I'll do it. If it's a black bird or a crow, I won't get married. If the first car that I see at the stop sign or the red light ends with an even number, I'll invest. If it's an odd number, I won't invest. This is like making divination with arrows. Al-Islam, pulling out an arrow to decide, should you do this or should you do that? That's haram. What is better than that is for an individual to make al-istikhara. For the individual to make al-istikhara. To make the salatul istikhara where he asks Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in his dua, in those 2 rak'ah that he prays, that Allah guides him to what is correct. So anything that you are doing that is haram, we won't have excuses in front of Allah yawm al-qiyamah if you're not being compelled to do it. When you're asked, why did you do it? Why didn't you do it? No one is going to be able to legitimately say, I did it because of this or that. Because in the halal is that which is better. And another point connected to this is the halal is more opulent. If you took all of the things that are halal in the world and you placed them in this cup, they're going to fill the cup up. Whereas if you took all of the things that are haram, it's not going to fill the cup up. Because the halal is more in its opulence. And that's from the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The last point that we want to make, inshallah, concerning the halal and the haram, is the impermissibility of using tricks and deceiving and playing games in the haram, making it tahayul. At-tahayul. There were some people from the children of Israel in the past who they used to have to observe the Sabbath. On Saturday, they were requested and commanded not to work, not to do any physical activity. So those people who knew this ruling, they would take their nets and they would throw the nets out Friday night. And then the fish will get caught in the net Friday night and Saturday. They'll come back Sunday and they reel the nets in and they bring the fish in and they say, we weren't fishing. This is a tahayul, playing games to make haram halal or to make halal haram. Muslims do this as well. The ayat in the Quran, for an example, it says, وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا الرِّبَى. Don't eat riba. Don't eat usury. The person says, well, I'm not going to eat it, but I'll invest in my house. I get a mortgage. I'm not eating it. This is playing a game with the religion of Al-Islam. It's playing games. We're going to bring this episode to a close now concerning the halal and the haram in Al-Islam. And we've completed this series, inshallah. And we hope to see you in the new and upcoming series concerning Islam 101, in which we're dealing with discussing some of the basic and fundamental principles in the religion of Islam. May Allah give everyone guidance and light. We hope to see you in the future episodes, inshallah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islam. Islam.